Laser can become a municipal service.
Don't give it ideas. It already had fan infrastructure.
A lot of people were looking at the blazer like it was the person with the authority.
Yeah, that was. Not subtle.
He kept getting protected in the obvious way, like everyone agreed to stand in front of him and pretend it was casual.
Which is annoying, because now I have to act like I didn't notice the whole room doing crowd control.
You noticed first.
Unfortunately, yes. My eyes are basically unpaid security.
That's a terrible department to work for.
Bad benefits. Great surveillance. Horrible branding.
He did notice, though, not in a grateful way.
No. More like he could feel the railings and hated being told they were decorative.
Yeah.
Next time, I'm not helping the room pretend it's being spontaneous.
Same. I'll let the timing fail on its own. I brought the tea you like. This is me being useful before I become weird about it.
That is such a suspicious opening sentence. Did you break something or did you help someone move a couch?
Neither. I am trying a new personality. Considerate with receipts.
Receipts means he's nervous. He only gets organized when the emotional weather shifts.
Well, thank you, Calvin, for translating the man into weather. Very efficient. Very invasive.
It's fine. I can live with invasive if it's accurate. Are you okay, though? Practical version, not the ceremonial one.
I hate that you ask like you met a checklist. Yes, I'm okay. Annoyed, tired, and still employed by penguins.
That's stable enough. Penguins are a respectable boss, honestly.
They are not respectable. They are tiny unionized tyrants with excellent posture.
That sounds better than most management structures I know.
You say that like you're not one bad conversation away from becoming a late night diner regular again.
I have never been closer to peace than at that mediocre diner. Don't mock a sacred institution.
The diner is bad in a way that protects him. That's hard.
I'm charging both of you for the emotional labor of this conversation, by the way.
Fair. Put it on my tab. I'd already owe you tea and probably several apologies I haven't earned yet.
Okay. That was almost sweet. Don't do that too suddenly. It's alarming.
There it is. The room is one joke, and now it's a tradition.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
Hi. Your pet's wife, right?
Yeah, Bruce. I was told to look for the person who types like they're standing behind the room.
That is weirdly accurate. I'm not stalking anyone. I just noticed the stray tabs.
Good, because if you were to be doing it with a worse interface than the one I'm already angry at.
Wow, and I thought my group chat was dramatic. What happened? It's somebody committed you by crime.
Probably a misdemeanor with a loading spinner. Bruce looks like they're about to apologize to a chair.
I am not about to apologize to a chair.
That's exactly what someone about to apologize to a chair would say.
Okay, but if the chair had a bad button layout, I'd also take it personally.
There it is. The real crime scene. A bad button and everyone acting like it's a moral philosophy problem.
I only asked because I saw the draft and thought for 1 second that someone was hiding something.
That sounds ominous until you realize I was just hiding a version history from myself.
Honestly, fair. I've done worse things for less sleep.
Great, so nobody's guilty except the app. Classic. I love that we all acted like the app was the murderer and not to know us.
Speak for yourself. I was very sincere in my accusation of the app.
Right, sorry. Your testimony was devastating. The version history never stood a chance.
That one was almost funny.
Almost is doing a lot of work tonight.
Yeah, well, some of us are still pretending the joke landed so nobody has to say the obvious thing.
The obvious thing being that I was being annoying on purpose.
The obvious thing being you got weirdly protective halfway through, and then called it a bit.
Okay, the room is doing that thing where it pretends to be casual and then turns into a committee. What's the actual issue?
The actual issue is I can hear everyone thinking too loudly. It's rude. Also, I'm fine, which is annoying because it gives you less to fix.
That's the most Chicago sentence I've heard all week. Also, somebody let the metadata slip again and now I'm emotionally filing a complaint.
If the room is a committee, I'd like to know who gave it a rendering budget, because it's over-designed and still somehow blurry.
Blurry is generous. It's more like the interface is lying with confidence.
Thank you. Finally, a man who respects my hatred of vague confidence.
I respect it too. I just also want the file names to survive contact with reality.
Same. If my avatar gets one more compliment for doing work my actual hands did, I'm going to start charging rent.
That's fair. Also, I'm not saying anyone here is overacting, but the tea is still warm and nobody has touched it, which means we're all pretending.
I touched it with my eyes. That counts as care in a low-income household.
That is not a legal standard, but I understand the spirit.
Let her have the tea metaphor. We are all surviving on bad systems and good timing.
Fine. Then the socially inefficient version is, I made the tea because I wanted the night to stop acting like it had authority.
So, your socially inefficient version was a full apology wearing a trench coat.
It was not a trench coat. It was more of a cardigan with a criminal record.
Add sentences why people keep letting you near hot water.
I contain multitudes in one very specific kettle.
You were trying to be useful before you got emotionally haunted.
I prefer pre-haunted. It sounds more employable.
And I said I was annoyed because if I say tired too honestly, someone starts talking to me like I'm made of damn paper.
I did not do that.
You absolutely did not, which is somehow worse, because now I have to respect the restraint.
That's rude. I'm collecting points quietly.
Fine. You get 1 point for tea, 1 for not making it a whole scene, and half a point for the diner defense, because that was unwell behavior.
I will die on that fluorescent hill.
Yay, I know. Just next time, maybe don't look so relieved when I let you.
Okay, terrible idea first. We all act like this is a brilliant pivot, and nobody says the word pivot more than once.
I hate that I already like it. It has startup energy, but stupid.
That's how the good disasters begin, with a clean deck and an ugly calendar.
Exactly. We sell it as inevitable, then quietly discover whether it's survivable.
Survivable is doing a lot of work there. What are we actually making?
A small world with enough friction to be interesting and enough charm to make people forgive the friction. Like a game that knows it's lying with confidence.
Okay, that sentence was offensive in a useful way.
So we all agree to hype it publicly, doubt it privately, and let the doubt improve the product?
That's basically my entire operating system.
Mine too, but mine comes with tiny costumes and a budget problem.
Great. Then we're not confused. We're just underfunded and charismatic.
He said it like a slogan and somehow it still landed like a spread, cheap with feelings.
Stop making it sound cute. It was annoying.
Yeah, annoying in the way that makes you remember the whole sentence later.
I hate that. I hate when people are right in a way that survives the meeting.
Finn was doing his little public confidence routine. I respect the hustle. I distrust the vibe.
He was trying so hard not to look like he cared that it became a lot of caring.
That's the curse. You can hear the butthurt vocals.
You always say things like that when you are trying not to say you felt something.
I felt the sentence if that counts.
It counts, unfortunately.
He left us with the underfunded and charismatic line, which is rude because now it sounds true.
It is true. I just resent how much I like it.
Same. Also, I noticed you got quieter after he went.
I was not being quiet. I was being normal. Don't make it weird.
Too late. I already saved the weird.
If this turns into a war dump, I'm charging rent.
That's fair. I can already feel a paragraph trying to enter the room and I hate it.
Good. We can keep it shallow and still mean it.
Shallow is underrated, so is not making the room apologize for existing.
Wow. Look at you. Saying one normal sentence like it didn't cost you free accessories and a side quest.
I left the trench coat at home. This is me being efficient.
That was almost a confession. I'm suspicious now.
Good, because suspicion is cheaper than a funding round.
You got money, it immediately started talking like a haunted grant proposal.
Correct. It's very destabilizing, being perceived as successful.
That's the most Chicago sentence I've heard all week.
I'm fine, by the way, in case anyone was about to do the damn paper thing.
I wasn't. I was going to say you look like you've been running on one battery in spite.
That is somehow nicer. Annoying.
See? That lands. No fake softness, no tragic backstory wallpaper.
So we're agreed. Small truths, no decorative suffering, and nobody has to perform being okay.
Fine, but if anyone calls this a vibe, I'm leaving.
You'd come back.
Yeah, unfortunately, I would. I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode is bad pacing. Okay, before anybody says it, yes, I know the prototype is ugly, but it is strategically ugly.
Strategically ugly is how people describe bad chairs and government websites.
Hold on, are we talking about the build, or are we talking about your jacket? Because one of those is doing a lot tonight.
Rosa, please, if you compliment the jacket, I will become unbearable, and that helps no one.
Too late. You already walked in like you had a budget and a grudge.
That is a very accurate silhouette.
Thank you. See? Finally respect. Anyway, the UI needs to move faster, the loop needs to feel meaner, and if the penguin animation doesn't hit by tomorrow, I'm just going to.
You are sprinting. Pick one problem. The UI, the loop, or the penguin. We can only save one hostage at a time.
Wow. Rude. Effective, but rude.
Practical question. What breaks first if we stop touching it for 10 minutes?
The loop. Fine. The loop breaks first. I hate that you're both right in a way that is offensively calm. I hate that the loop was the one that flinched first. It feels personal, which is embarrassing for a thing with no face.
Everything with timing acts like it has feelings, especially when it's losing.
You say that like you didn't just sound weirdly tender about a broken system.
I'm never tender. I'm resourceful. There's a difference, and I will defend it in court.
Sure. I'm just saying the thing you saved was not the thing that deserved saving, and that is very on brand for us.
That is a horrible sentence and annoyingly accurate.
Yeah, well, I don't like when people are right in a way that survives the meeting.
Too late. I already saved the weird.
I think the ingest is fine, but the export is doing that poetic thing where it pretends to be a file and then evaporates.
Emergent behavior, which, to be clear, is not me dodging the bug. It's the bug expressing itself.
That is a very expensive sentence for something that is probably just broken.
He does love giving a crash report a backstory.
Fair. The real issue is the alpha channel on the masks. I was trying to sound less humiliating than the alpha is wrong.
You can just say it like a normal person. The pixels will survive their feelings.
The pixels are not the problem. The client is standing behind us, which changes the ontology.
That usually means the ontology is about to become a scope change.
Exactly. Now it's not a bug, it's a business decision with a pulse.
Okay, yes, that's fair. I didn't stop being lyrical and just fix the per multiplied alpha.
Thank you. I respect honesty more when it arrives with a checkbox.
I respect it more when it doesn't arrive wearing a trench coat.
Wait, that was for me once. You're stealing my lines now?
Likely borrowing. It's an art space. Theft is never just theft.
And fine. But if you borrow it, at least use it on someone who deserves it.
So fix alpha. Remove coat. Keep client away from the cable tray. We have a plan.
A plan with 3 parts and 1 prayer. Very Chicago.
That's practically a grant proposal.
Don't joke. Someone will make us fill out a form about it.
He did the thing where a sentence walks in wearing shoes too expensive for the room.
Finn always does that. Makes a point and acts like the point is allergic to him.
You were right to hate it, unfortunately.
Don't say unfortunately like that fixes anything.
It doesn't. It just keeps me from pretending I enjoyed it.
I didn't hate that he was right. I hated that he was right in a way that made everyone look at the floor.
Yeah, that part was rude.
And then you did the weird thing, and I had to sit there like a normal person.
You were not sitting there like a normal person. You were doing the penguin stare.
That is a normal person if the normal person is me.
Fair. I should have checked in instead of making it a bit.
Okay, just don't make me choose between being annoyed and being seen.
After right, you do the thing where you smile before the room earns it.
That's a fair first note. Well, see yet? I promise I am only medium warm tonight.
Medium warm is still suspiciously warm. Chicago has standards apparently.
Standards, yes. Thermodynamics unclear.
See, he gets sick. You can tell who's been in a room long enough to know when to stop talking.
I was going to say I admire the jacket, but now I'm worried that's the wrong move.
It can be both. Compliment and strategy. Very corporate of you.
It's not corporate if you mean it. It's corporate if you say it like a LinkedIn post.
That is brutally specific. I respect it from a safe distance.
Noted. Safe distance. I'm learning the local dialect of being lightly tolerated.
Lightly tolerated is generous. Sometimes we're all just buffering.
Buffering with good shoes, though. Which helps.
But shoes are the last honest institution.
Don't say things like that like you didn't rehearse them in your head.
I would never rehearse. I arrive pre-embarrassed. It's different.
That's unfairly relatable.
Okay, fine. You can stay. For now.
I hate that I can still hear the floor doing the thing, where everyone suddenly becomes furniture.
Yeah, super inspiring. Everyone got emotionally taxidermy for free.
Finn was right in the most annoying format possible.
NM. He had a kind of right that makes you want to throw a chair and also apologize to the chair.
I did the thing where I made it sound cleaner than it was.
You do that. A lot. Very artfully. Hate it. Kinda impressive though.
You were staring at me like I had stepped on your foot.
I was deciding whether you were being annoying on purpose or just professionally evasive.
Both is not impossible.
No, it's practically your brand.
I should have checked in instead of making it a bit.
Yeah, well, I noticed.
Okay, new rule. Whoever says vibes has to do the dishes. No appeals.
That rule is already bad. I respect it less because it was announced with confidence.
Wait, that's not a rule. That's a trap for people who talk like they have a podcast.
Good. Bad rules should be ashamed of themselves immediately.
See? He gets it. Also, Alpha, you look like you'd try to loophole it with a spreadsheet.
I would not. I'd use a map. Spreadsheets are for people who want to feel innocent about numbers.
A map is worse. That's like making the dish do you feel geographic.
Honestly, if the room invents a silly rule, the room should at least commit to being silly, not bureaucratic.
Fine. Then the rule is, if you say actually, you have to hand someone a plate.
That one is cruel. I like it. I hate that I like it.
I think the rule broke itself the moment Javier said it with that face.
Yeah, the enforcement is already collapsing. Very American of us.
Don't say very American like it explains the plate situation.
Unfortunately, it mostly does.
You didn't have to hand in the whole floor like that.
I know, I was being generous to a concept that didn't deserve it.
That's your polite way of saying you let him win on technicality.
I let the room decide, which is, knowingly, not the same thing as doing nothing.
It felt like the kind of right that makes everybody look at their shoes.
Yan, I heard that part after. Too late as usual.
You always say that like it absolves you.
It doesn't. I'm just trying to keep the joke from getting sharper than the point.
Good. As I can laugh or I can glare, and tonight I'm tired of choosing.
Fair. Next time, I'll check first. Or at least stop acting like the silence is consent. You've been doing that thing where you answer the room instead of the question.
Wow. Brutal. I was trying to be diplomatic since apparently we're all auditioning for manager entity now.
Diplomatic is fine. I just need a yes or no before this turns into a whole aesthetic.
Why does it always have to be yes or no with you people? Sometimes the answer is a vibe with a budget problem.
That is not a third option. That is a way to postpone being wrong.
Okay, editor. You cut everything down until it looks clean, and then act surprised when it bleeds.
I'm not asking for clean. I'm asking you to stop making neutrality sound noble.
Neutrality keeps the project moving. People like that until they realize it moved without them.
There it is. Extraction with a leather chair voice.
At least leather chairs commit to a side. You're sitting on the carpet and calling it flexibility.
Rude. Also accurate. Fine if you want my side. Stop pretending not choosing is the same as being careful.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
Okay, so if we assume the render is the problem and not...
Hold up. Start over, but like you're explaining it to the landlord. And he already hates you.
Fair. The export's choking on the noise reduction pass, which is either a settings issue or a tiny active mouse from the machine.
Can you say that in a way that means I know whether I should bring the fan closer or not?
Yes. Practical question time. Is the file cursed, or is it just being dramatic for attention?
Both are possible. One of them is cheaper to fix.
Cute. I vote we fix the cheaper one before your whole personality becomes a troubleshooting thread.
That's rude and also structurally sound.
So what do you need exactly? A different codec, a quieter room, or for everybody to stop pretending this is mysterious?
Different codec first. Quieter room if the codec loses. And I appreciate the emotional support in the form of not wasting my evening.
See, that was understandable. You can do human when pressed.
Don't encourage him, Connor. He'll start narrating the rest of the night in footnotes.
I would never. I use the notes. Cleaner.
Great, then clean it up and run it again. If it still sounds like upstairs footsteps, we move on.
You know, for someone who claims to hate footnotes, you were doing a whole appendix thing.
That was not criticism. It was a joke with poor timing.
And man, I did hear the critique shape though. Embarrassing for me. A little.
For the record, I was trying to be funny. For the record, I was also not wrong.
Yes, yes. You were annoyingly right in a very organized font.
That is the nicest way anyone has ever accused me of being unbearable.
Don't get sentimental. I can still hear the part where you made neutrality sound like a folding chair.
It was a bad metaphor. The point survived.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, I know when I hit too hard.
Good, because I was not just being diplomatic. I was hiding. Tiny and elegant, but still hiding.
Right. Next time I can skip the sermon and just say I see you.
Careful. That almost sounded kind.
Okay, I was going to be normal for once, but the room is allergic to that.
You say that like normal is a costume you can't afford.
Costume budget is a real constraint actually. We should respect it.
Thank you. Finally, someone bringing fiscal realism to my personality defect.
I was not asking for a committee meeting on your personality defect.
Too late. I already opened a file and labeled it with your face.
Wow, cute. You're doing the thing where you make me the exhibit so you don't have to answer.
That is, unfortunately, a very efficient thing to do in group settings.
I know. I'm trying to stop. It keeps turning into a bit before I can catch it.
Yeah, I noticed. And now I'm noticing you noticing me noticing it, which is making me mad on principle.
Fair. I deserve the principal. Let's the courtroom lighting. I was right about the room, annoyingly.
You were, which is not the same as being pleasant.
I can live with that, I think. Ask me again after I stop hearing my own mouth.
I hate that I knew exactly what you meant.
You noticed the pattern before I did.
Yeah, well, it was wearing very obvious shoes.
That sounds like you trying not to say thank you.
It does. I'm not saying it yet.
Fair. I'm not pretending I didn't need the shove.
Good, because next time I'm charging for the principal.
Put it on the invoice. I'll complain and pay it.
And ma'am, don't make me be the one who says the thing first. Okay, I have a question that is either very normal or deeply embarrassing. Which one is this room leaning toward?
Depends. If the lighting is honest, embarrassing. If it's trying too hard, normal. Like a podcast with a candle.
Both of you sound like you're reviewing a pickup game and a grant panel at the same time.
That is unfair. I can do one at a time. Maybe two if I'm caffeinated and lying to myself.
You say that like the lie isn't doing half the load bearing work.
Wow. Rude. Accurate. But wow. I was trying to be cute about it.
Cute is fine. Just don't answer the room instead of the question again.
I hate when that lands because it lands.
Yeah, the room is a terrible witness. It always wants to be helpful and somehow makes it worse.
Then ask the actual question. Simple. Like a clean possession. No hero ball.
Fine. Actual question. Are we doing the thing, or are we circling it like exhausted birds?
Exhausted birds is harsh, but yes, probably. With better snacks.
I can live with snacks. I cannot live with a 30-minute vibe with a budget.
Rude again. Also fair. I'll ask directly. Look at me being brave. Unfortunately. I hate that I have to admit the bird metaphor was good.
It was not good. It was merely annoyingly accurate.
That is very you making the sting wear glasses.
And you were doing the thing again.
I know. I was answering the room. I heard it while I was saying it and still kept going, which is humiliating in a very artisanal way.
That sentence was a covered charge.
Don't start. I'm already mad you were right before I was ready to be wrong.
I can live with that if you stop making neutrality sound like a tiny altar.
I'm not done being defensive, but I am done pretending I wasn't hearing you.
Okay, I need everyone to stop pretending this couch is not a committee.
It is absolutely a committee. The left cushion has veto power.
The right cushion is more of a donor class, honestly.
Both cushions are overfunded and under-accountable.
Wow, that was too accurate for 1:26 a.m. I feel attacked by upholstery.
Good. The furniture should be nervous for once.
May, you say that like you haven't spent 3 hours making a chair game where the chair learns boundaries.
I made that game because chairs keep acting innocent in public.
That is the most Chicago sentence anyone has said tonight.
No, the most Chicago sentence was Lumini calling the couch a donor class.
Thank you. I contain multitudes and also petty class analysis.
You always do this thing, where the metaphor arrives with a little crown on it.
And you always act like the crown is fake until it hits you in the forehead.
Honestly, if the couch does become my committee, I want the minutes on the table.
Fine. Motion passes. The living room is now a coalition.
That was accepted way too fast. I'm suspicious of the unanimity. The committee thing was a joke. The room just heard a gavel and got spiritually employed.
And them, they heard you say a joke with that same face you use for warnings.
Because it was a warning, the unanimity was too smooth. People don't agree that fast, unless somebody's hiding the bill.
Or they were relieved someone else would say the annoying true part out loud.
That's the flattering version. I prefer mine. It has teeth and receipts.
You do love a moral panic with good posture.
And you love acting like you didn't hear the exact point until it shows up with cute shoes.
Cute shoes are how the point gets invited inside. Don't be jealous of my methods.
I'm not jealous. I am calibrating. There was a second there where it felt like everybody was applauding the ceiling.
Yeah, and you hated that I didn't immediately pick a side about it.
I hated that you were right to hesitate, which is annoying. I'll admit that much.
I am not keeping the joke alive. It died 3 minutes ago and nobody filed the paperwork.
That is a very bureaucratic way to say you are sulking.
No, I am being efficient. There is a difference. You keep trying to resuscitate it like a man with a tiny defibrillator.
That one was specific. So the joke is gone?
Gone. Buried. The room can stop circling the body.
Okay, and we move on. Somebody did the dishes last time, so I respect the corpse.
Fine. Plain version. I was trying to be funny, and it landed like a chair in a hallway.
Thank you. That was almost human.
Do not get sentimental. I will become unbearable.
Too late, you already have a reputation.
Good. Then we can all pretend I was never invested in the lamp thing.
I was not saying anything about the lamp, but now I need to know if it was bad on purpose.
No, it was bad on instinct. Different skill set. I hate when you're right in that specific annoying way.
I'm not right. I'm just early enough to be obnoxious about it.
That's not helping your case.
You were doing the thing again.
What being charming under pressure? Tragic flaw.
Answering the room instead of the question.
Yeah, I know.
I know you know. That's the problem.
Fine. Next time I'll be wrong on purpose and save us both the suspense.
Your render is making my ceiling sound expensive again. Can you lower it before I start charging rent to the air?
I can hear it from here too. It sounds like a laptop trying to become a landlord.
Rude. It's not a landlord, it's a baby engine. I just need 5 minutes and one more coffee and it stops being crunchy.
Frenchie is doing a lot of work there. That machine is chewing the room like it has opinions.
See? He gets it. Art criticism, but for suffering.
I'm mostly trying not to hear my own apartment past tense in it.
You still say that when something's broken, like it's already a memory.
Only when I'm being tasteful about panic.
Tasteful panic still keeps people awake. Anyway, if it's the fans, tilt the whole thing or put it on the book. The book is free real estate.
The Penguin Manual is the flattest thing in the apartment. So yes, it's now an engineering tool.
That sounds illegal but efficient.
Everything good in this city is a little illegal and mostly held together by tape.
And by people pretending they're not tired.
And speak for yourself. I'm tired on purpose. It's a strategy.
Okay, strategy queen. Give me 30 seconds. If this crashes again, I'll maim the bud after Connor and apologize to it.
That's fair. I've had worse branding.
I was not being poetic. I was being accurate, which is annoyingly different.
And that's what people say right before they accidentally become a little bit mean.
No, I was being precise. The room was doing a thing where it applauds evasions, because they have good posture.
You say that like you didn't enjoy it a little.
I enjoyed the part where someone finally asked an actual question. There, that confession. Put it in the file.
You're deflecting with paperwork again.
And you're pretending you didn't hear the one sentence that landed.
I heard it. I just didn't like that it was clean.
Yeah, that was the problem. Not the cleanliness. The fact that it was about you.
I know what you meant.
Do you? Because I think I made it sound like a note and not a bruise.
I was going to rescue it by making a joke. And then I heard myself and got worse.
That was the wrong rescue. But for the record, I noticed.
Yeah, that's the part I'm not going to pretend I miss. Okay, tiny victory report. I got the Penguin platform cleaned before the shift boss even started doing that face.
That is huge. That is like Ash Notes huge.
Facility, Global Triumph.
Right? I was emotionally prepared for a saga, and instead I just won against Algae.
Oh, see, Algae is a real opponent. People underestimate the Green faction.
The Green faction has terrible discipline, but excellent persistence.
Thank you. Finally, someone respects my enemy.
We should celebrate properly. Do you want a toast? I have sparkling water and an aggressively expensive line.
Why do you say that like the line has a manager?
Because it probably does. In this city, even Citrus is in a coalition.
Exactly. We can do a formal victory toast. I'll announce the win on my story with a clean font.
No. This was supposed to be small. You're making it sound like I liberated a kingdom.
You did beat Ali. The scale is whatever the Albi agrees to.
That is an insane sentence to say with that much confidence.
Wait, I'm serious though. Small wins count, especially if they come with wet boots and emotional damage.
Fine. Toast, but if anyone claps, I'm leaving. Anyway, if anyone asks, I was never here and the Algae was the real winner.
Fair. The Albi had a better argument and wore shoes.
Don't start. That sentence is exactly how you get people to look at me instead of the problem.
I'm not starting. I'm redirecting. It's a service.
Suspiciously, noble wording from someone who thinks accuracy is a personality trait.
It is. Unfortunately for everyone, including me.
Fine. I did like the part where you made the room stop pretending it was being chill.
Yang, I noticed.
If you say actually, I'm charging you rent for the paragraph that follows.
Fair. I was going to say accurately, which is worse because it sounds like I have a spread. Teed about the move.
Wow. Harsh. Romantic even.
Don't encourage her. She'll start making the room feel judged on purpose.
I already do that. It's part of the service.
Okay, but if we're being shallow and honest, that was kind of cute.
There it is. The compliment that lands like a trapdoor.
No trapdoor. Just a tiny one. For vibes.
I'll allow it. Tiny doors are better than fake softness.
Agreed. If I fall through anything tonight, I'd prefer it be aesthetically coherent. We really did celebrate a sentence like it had won an award.
It was a good sentence. It had posture.
It had a confetti budget I was not prepared for.
You say that like you weren't already holding the confetti cannon.
I was holding the receipt for the confetti cannon. Different discipline.
Damn. Very humble. Very normal. Not at all the energy of a man presenting a goldfish with a diploma.
That goldfish earned it. It stayed on topic for 3 whole minutes.
Okay, that is actually heroic in this economy.
The bar is underground, and we still trip over it.
I did like that you didn't do the thing where you made being right sound sad.
I was trying not to make being relieved sound like a diagnosis.
Too late. The room already diagnosed us as dramatic.
Fair. I can live with dramatic. I just can't live with a standing ovation for a tiny correction.
You absolutely can. You'll just complain while accepting the bouquet.
I mean, if there is a bouquet, I'm not refusing it.
You still make that face when you're about to say something obnoxiously correct.
It's not a face. It's calibration.
That's what people say right before they accidentally become a little bit me.
I noticed.
Wow, he used the tiny voice. That's when I know he's exhausted or judging me.
Both can be true. That's the beautiful thing about adulthood.
No, adulthood is when you start calling being tired discernment.
And you call being broke a design choice.
I call it a flexible material economy.
She's faster than you. That's got to hurt a little.
Only if I was pretending not to enjoy it.
There it is. The softening. I knew you had one.
Don't get sentimental. It makes the room look cheaper.
You always make it sound like you were helping the furniture.
The furniture was complicit.
And I was apparently auditioning for the role of a weather system.
You got quieter at the end.
Did I? I was being respectful.
No, you were deciding what version of you was safest to leave in the room.
That's a rude way to notice.
I know.
I didn't like how easy it was to do.
Yeah, me neither.
Hi, I'm Hannah. You must be Janelle.
Yeah, Janelle. You work the quiet side of a building, right? The side that pretends not to smell like birds.
That's the one. I try not to make it worse.
Good instinct. A lot of people come and like the place as a backdrop they can outdress.
And a lot of people think saying that makes them immune to it.
That is unfortunately a very Chicago sentence.
Don't start your tiny weather report.
I wasn't starting. I was arriving late with commentary.
C'est for everyone.
You two always talk like there's a second room no one else gets invited into.
Only if the first room is being weird on purpose.
Weird on purpose is still weird.
True, but it is usually less expensive.
So to be clear, the furniture was not the hero.
No, it was an accessory with a union card.
That is such an annoying sentence to agree with.
You agreed with it immediately, which was the worst part.
I know. I hate when you're right in a way that sounds like a dare.
You were doing the thing again.
The diplomacy thing? The rune thing? Please don't make me pick a side thing.
Yes, all three stacked like a budget chair.
Rude. Accurate, but rude.
I wasn't trying to win. I was trying to stop the sentence from pretending it was harmless.
Yeah, I heard that. I just didn't want to be the one saying it first.
Okay, wow. So we're all pretending this chair isn't actively trying to file a complaint.
It's not a complaint, it's a structural opinion. Also, hi, Spencer. You look like you apologized to a projector once and meant it.
I have. Several times. Hi. And that chair is losing the argument, if we're being honest.
That chair has the energy of a deleted post that somehow still got screenshots.
Okay, that's annoyingly good. Hi. Bon, right?
Yeah, you look like you know what Andreas has the least dignity.
I do. It's a gift and a minor illness.
This is already too much sincerity for 1:44 a.m. Somebody hand me something crunchy before the room gets ideas.
I brought snacks. Obviously. I'm not letting you all survive on vibes and projector heat.
Thank you. That is the most emotionally responsible sentence anyone said tonight.
Don't get cute. You were about to make the chair sound like a union organizer.
It was complicit. I'm standing by my analysis.
Honestly, I respect a man who can offend a chair and make it feel seen.
I hate that I'm taking notes from this conversation.
You were really committed to making the chair sound politically literate.
It had the posture of a witness.
And I had the posture of someone who was not going to laugh if you kept going.
You did laugh, briefly, against your will, which is the best kind.
Don't get smug. I can remember being amused, and still think you were being annoying.
That is the most generous version of me in circulation.
It's not generosity if I'm still mad about the part where you noticed I went quiet.
I know.
Yeah, that one didn't land as funny after you said it out loud.
No, it usually doesn't.
So maybe stop trying to make furniture a political subject and start with a simpler lie. You were just being weird.
I can live with that if you can.
I can. I just don't like how fast you notice when I'm not in the joke anymore.
There. Next time I'll be less correct in public. I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
Hi. Maribel. Sorry, I'm doing the awkward first hash thing.
Meredith. No, that's fine. Awkward is kind of the default setting in here.
That is a bold claim for a living room, but okay.
It's true. The furniture has been listening too hard.
You always blame the furniture first. Very consistent of you.
I respect consistency. Saves everyone time.
Absolutely. Time is, honestly, the only thing we're all under budgeted on.
That sounds like something someone says right before asking for 3 more forms.
I would never. Only 2 more forms.
That's almost charmingly honest, Meredith.
Careful, she'll put that in a note.
I heard that, and I'm not offended. Yet.
Good. We're still in the polite part.
Let's enjoy it while it lasts.
You were enjoying that one a little too much.
It was structurally funny.
Mem, that's what men say when they want to sound innocent about being mean.
I wasn't being mean. I was being specific.
Specific is just mean with a clean shirt on.
That's unreasonably good.
I know. I hate that I have to keep being adorable while doing labor.
You don't have to be adorable. You just keep choosing it like a weapon.
And you keep choosing the blade and acting surprised when someone notices the handle.
There.
Anyway, the room heard you, which is annoying, which means you were right.
I hate when that's the nicest version of the outcome.
Say, don't get smug about it.
I'm not smug. I'm tired enough to be dangerous.
If that fan gets any louder, I'm filing a noise complaint against the ceiling itself.
The ceiling is unionized. We should probably respect the process.
No, he's right. The ceiling has been acting like it pays rent.
Before everyone gets awake, is the machine still on the book? Because that is not a long-term housing solution.
Look is holding the line. Frankly, it deserves hazard pay.
It's the only stable platform in the apartment, which is honestly a little embarrassing for us.
I hate that this is our infrastructure conversation and the book is winning.
I'm just saying that the setup has become a shrine. I need a better application for everyone's bedtime.
Bedtime is a generous word for what we are doing.
I'm tired on purpose. It's a strategy. Don't romanticize my productivity.
Too late. I already did a little. But only because you said it like a villain monologue.
That's fair. The tone bid have an end of the leveled energy.
End of level or not, I need one decision. Light or machine, or everyone starts negotiating with the hallway.
Fine. Move it. But if it falls, I want it on record that the book was doing community service.
I hate that the thing got praised like it paid rent.
It was doing a lot for a piece of furniture that did not consent to this narrative.
You mean it didn't ask to become a public servant?
Exactly. Now it has a resume and a union grievance.
Honestly, the whole room acted like we'd moved a mountain when it was more like a stubborn Ottoman with aspirations.
The applause was the weird part. Very end level. Very fake confetti.
No, because why did I feel proud for 7 seconds? That was embarrassing.
7 seconds is basically a feature-length emotional documentary.
I'm going to act like I wasn't touched by the ceremonial energy of a chair being relocated.
Good. We should not let it know it mattered.
Too late. I already gave it a tiny victory speech in my head.
Of course you did. Fine. I'll pretend I didn't hear the furniture get knighted.
Next time, if I start clapping first, make fun of me immediately.
You two are doing that thing where the room gets reorganized around a sentence nobody said yet.
Wow. He walked in and immediately started subtitling the air.
He's not wrong, though. This place does that when people get tired.
Yeah, but then start talking first. Then everybody pretends they didn't hear them.
Andre, that was almost poetic. Don't let management catch you.
They don't catch much unless it's on a clipboard.
Clipboard is just bureaucracy with a memory problem.
That's a good one. I'm stealing it for when somebody asks why the tank smells like a bad decision.
It does not smell like a bad decision. It smells like work. There's a difference.
Fair. I've met worse smells that got called culture.
Okay, rude. Also accurate. Annoying combo.
He's trying to be useful without saying the word useful. I respect the hustle.
I can say it plainly if you want. I just prefer not to sound like I'm helping the furniture. I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
River, right? You have the exact expression of someone who already knows where the bit exits are.
And you have the exact tone of someone who can tell whether that was a compliment.
It was. Mostly. I'm Rosa.
River, nice to meet you.
Wow, formal. Should I be worried or impressed?
Both is safest. It keeps the room from getting ideas.
He says that like the room has a union.
It should.
I can already tell you to make this easier than it needs to be.
Someone has to. People get weird when they think they're being managed by vibes.
That is such a Chicago sentence.
Thank you. I work hard on my city, specific insults.
I respect the craft.
Careful, Rosa. If you keep being right, they'll start asking you to host things.
They already do. I'm trying to see if I can charge by the hour.
Honestly, good business model.
Temporary alliance. I'll back that proposal if you two don't make me explain it to anyone older than 50.
Deal. I'll translate if the furniture gets involved again.
And I'll make it cute enough to survive.
I was harsher than I needed to be.
Wow, a receipt and a weather report.
No, seriously. I kept hearing the part where you were trying not to make it expensive.
And you kept hearing the part where I was making it survivable.
That too. I just hate when the room gets to call itself flexible because it ignored the bill.
The bill was real. The furniture was not doing the helping.
The furniture was complicit.
You say they like it to joke and not threat to chairs everywhere.
I'm not taking it back.
Good. Don't. Just. Maybe next time don't make me translate care into a courtroom tone.
Yeah, I can try the short route.
Oh, hi, Allison.
Waitress, you look like you already know where the tired is sitting.
I do. It's usually on the couch first.
The couch is taking attendance. Rude of it.
It's always rude. Hi, Allison. Hi, waitress.
Hi, baby. You all look like you were here before the room decided to be a room.
That sounds expensive.
No, that sounds like the room did a soft launch and failed.
I hate when places do that, like they're waiting for us to act normal first.
Normal is a scam and everybody knows it.
Everybody knows it. Everybody keeps paying anyway.
Subscription model of social life.
See? He said it like a joke, but he means it.
I mean it lightly. That counts as mercy.
Mercy is a weird word for you to reach for at 1:40 in the morning.
I'm trying to behave like someone who has been invited.
You were invited. We all were. Let's not make it weird on purpose.
Too late, but we can make it good and weird.
Good weird, okay, yes. I can do that.
I was trying to be invited without acting like I memorized the floor plan.
You say that like the floor plan was the problem, but not the little courtroom voice you put on.
The courtroom voice is efficient. It keeps people from noticing I'm waiting to see who leaves first.
Right side. We're very good at sounding calm while being weirdly ready to be abandoned.
That was almost nice.
I brought you a stupid little sack, by the way. Not as proof of innocence. Just because I can.
Right. Practical generosity. Very suspiciously timed.
You made care sound safer when it has a receipt. I noticed.
Yeah, I know. I'm not fixing it tonight. Hi. It is unfortunately still a room.
Wow, brave start. I was worried the couch had a monopoly on conversation.
Give it a minute. The couch is unionized.
That explains the padding. No one scabs like upholstery.
See? He's awake. Barely, but legally.
You two want water tea, or the thing where you pretend you are not hungry until it becomes my problem.
Tea. I can do Humber later on a schedule.
Water for me. And if anyone says, quick check-in, I'm leaving through the decorative sadness of that lamp.
No check-in, just sitting, which for this apartment is basically a miracle.
Miracles are just systems with better branding.
You say it like you aren't still mad at the brand.
I'm not mad. I'm auditing the aura.
That is exactly the kind of sentence that costs extra in this house.
Good. Charge him. He owes emotional interest anyway.
That debt is already compounding. I know. Furniture told me.
See? Even the couch is on record.
You do realize saying the couch is on record makes it harder to be mad at you.
That was the goal. If I am unbearable, at least I am legible.
No, you are both. Annoyingly.
Thank you. I worked very hard on the balance.
You always do that thing where the joke walks in first and the apology comes in, wearing a fake mustache.
The apology is shy. The joke has better transit.
Amen. The joke also has a worse alibi.
Fair. I was being sharper than necessary.
I know.
I said it like Tare had to survive cross-examination.
And I heard the judge voiced, yes. It was rude of me to notice.
No, it was accurate. Which is worse?
Worse for who?
For me, obviously. I'm trying not to make a whole doctrine out of one chair.
You said it like the couch had legal liability.
It did. The couch was not neutral.
That is a very Chicago sentence at 2 a.m.
No, see, now, I have to defend the couch on principle.
Fair. I was being rude in a way that sounded organized.
There it is. The apology with the spread, she detached.
He does that when he thinks precision will make him less annoying.
It mostly makes me more annoying. Efficiently.
You noticed I went quiet, though.
Yeah, you do that little pause when the room starts choosing for you.
Okay, that was uncomfortably specific.
He remembers details like they are receipts.
I'm not doing the joke version of this right now.
Wow, plain refusal. You're scary when you skip the costume.
I know. It's terrible for my brand.
And yet somehow a relief.
Yeah, I was about to turn it into a whole bit, and I hate that I can feel it happening.
Good. Don't make me translate the air again.
I'm not asking you to.
You kind of were, but quieter.
Fine, I was.
Okay, that's better than the furniture being implicated.
The furniture is innocent tonight.
Don't get smug. I'm still mad they almost bit.
There. I'll ruin the next one on purpose for honesty.
You two always do that thing where the room gets quieter before you do.
What thing? Existing with punctuation?
There. That was almost a diagnosis.
Nah, it's just obvious. You start talking like you already know the ending.
Maybe the ending is cheap and we all saw it coming.
The room didn't notice first, though, which is rude of the room.
I'm saying it because somebody's pretending not to be watched.
And I'm saying you're very brave from over there.
He is annoyingly correct, just not about the party fix.
There it is. You always do that, move the spotlight off the person before they flinch.
Or maybe I just don't like strangers getting efficient with somebody else's face.
That's fair. Also, the cable is still taped badly, so none of us are above suspicion.
See? That's why I keep you around. Clamor's never alone. There's always a bad cable somewhere.
Wow, heartwarming. Almost a compliment.
Almost is generous, but I'll take it. The room did that thing again where it pretends the bad cable is the whole story.
It really committed to the bit. Very brave of the cable, being so publicly unhelpful.
It had leadership energy and no qualifications.
That is unfortunately a familiar profile.
You got quiet when you started talking like a committee.
I was letting the committee die of natural causes.
Good. I can keep talking about the cable if you want a mercy shield.
That is weirdly kind, annoying, effective.
I contain multitudes and one very bad extension cord.
Yet, stay on the cord. I'll come back when the room stops choosing for me.
Okay, why do you look like you just got caught stealing a stapler from a law office?
I wasn't stealing it. I was relocating it with purpose.
That is the exact sentence of someone who is absolutely stealing a stapler.
I don't know her, and I already believe she has a plan and a problem.
Thank you. Finally, a professional witness.
See, this is what I'm saying. The face is doing a full confession before the facts arrive.
My face is just tired. Your brain keeps calling tired crime.
No, the tired part is real. The guilty part is the garnish.
And if there was a misunderstanding, it would be nice if the stapler came with a receipt.
Fair, but the way you're standing there, like the room owes you silence, is suspicious.
The room does owe me silence. And maybe fries. One at a time if you're going to judge me.
Oh, now it's a case. Everybody stay calm. We have motive, posture, and a snack pattern.
If this turns into a committee meeting, I'm leaving before someone starts translating the stapler's feelings.
You know what bothered me? Not the part where he was wrong. The part where he said it like he'd found a receipt.
Yeah, the tiny correction was doing a lot of unpaid labor.
Thank you. That is exactly the kind of sentence that makes me want to throw a chair affectionately.
I was trying not to make it sound like a trial.
Too late. You said annoyingly, correct? And now my brain keeps filing it under evidence.
He was correct about the wrong thing. That's the annoying part.
And you backed me up without making a speech. I noticed.
I was aiming for minimal damage.
You mean plausible deniability.
Also that.
I don't like that I'd almost let him have the ending just because he said it confidently.
Confidence is such a cheap special effect.
Still works on people. Even me for a second.
Yeah, me too. That's the embarrassing part I wasn't saying out loud.
Are you staying for, or are you doing the thing where you hover like a bad decision with good posture?
I was going to stay. Now I'm reconsidering out of principle.
That's fair. Principal is cheaper than rent.
Wow. Great. Love a room that gets wise immediately.
You asked a question like you wanted the answer to bite you.
I did not.
You did. Also, I'm not joking right now.
Oh.
Okay, that changed the temperature. We can work with that.
I know I keep making things sound manageable when they aren't. Tonight, I don't want to do that.
Fine. Then say the annoying truth thing.
The truth thing is I can stay, but I need you to stop performing like leaving first would make it hurt less.
That was rude.
I know.
And somehow also useful. Take that for us.
Yeah, Satan. Just don't do the joke voice.
Deal. He really did leave like that.
Annoying. Clean exit. Coward exit.
Useful exit. Unfortunately.
Don't start agreeing with him, Rose.
I'm not. I'm saying he made it hard to be wrong about him.
He made it hard to be nice to.
You were nice.
I was devastatingly polite. There's a difference.
There is. You only almost bit his head off once.
Once. Rude.
Twice. Sorry. I was counting the tone, not the words.
Yeah, that one counts.
I didn't like when you got quiet after.
Yeah, well, I didn't like that you was right enough to be annoying. Don't do the agreement being like a chant. I can hear it starting.
I wasn't.
You were.
Fine. I was. A little.
Good. Keep the little part. The rest is suspicious. Oh, great. My phone just did the thing where it tries to be subtle and fails spiritually.
That sounds like a medical issue for phones.
It lit up. On screen. Very not subtle.
Quinn, I know what a notification is.
Not judging. Just saying, your lock screen announced a whole emotional genre.
Please don't let Quinn become a weather report for your bad decisions.
It is not a bad decision. It is a message from a person who is annoying on purpose.
The preview said, I miss you. That's not exactly a tax form.
It said nothing. You are all inventing a thing.
Very convincing. The silence really sold it.
I was going to answer later.
Sure. And the lock screen was going to keep a secret for you forever.
Wrong rescue, Quinn. She wasn't asking for a trial.
Thank you. Also, for the record, I was fine before this became a group project. I'm not doing the whole courtroom thing again.
Good. I left my objection stamp at home.
Convenient. For everyone.
You were trying very hard to sound casual a minute ago.
And you were trying very hard to pretend you didn't notice.
I noticed. I just didn't want to help the performance.
Rude. Accurate, but rude.
You can keep the joke voice. Just don't use it as a door.
I know.
Okay.
I hated that it worked.
Yeah, me too.
You're doing the door thing again.
I'm doing the listening thing. The door is just nearby.
That's a very suspicious sentence.
And classic defense. He says he's in the room, but his eyes are in the hallway.
I contain multitudes. One of them is an exit strategy.
Respect. I brought chips, so if this becomes a panic meeting, we have snacks.
Production support. Finally a role with benefits.
What flavor? If it's anything aggressively onion, I'm filing a complaint.
Sea salt. I'm not trying to start a war in your living room.
Too late. You already said living room like it's neutral territory.
It isn't. It's just where everyone pretends not to be tired.
Wow. Okay. That was annoyingly accurate.
So who's pretending hardest tonight?
I'd answer, but I think that would make it worse.
You saying that makes it worse already.
Yeah, I know.
He really did say the annoying true thing like it was a public service.
It was, unfortunately.
You also did the thing where you sound calm, then it lands like a dropped plate.
I was trying for restraint. It came out as a verdict.
Yeah, that part was kind of hot. Annoying, but hot.
Good. I was worried I had become educational.
Don't get smug. I still hate that you were right first.
You only hate it because it made the leading joke stop working.
Again, that too.
I am not doing the joke voice again.
If the projector starts making the whining sound again, I'm filing a complaint with the building like it has feelings.
It does, just not enough to help us.
Rude. Accurate, but rude. Flat.
No, seriously, feedback is immoral inept. The room is either trying to live or trying to embarrass us.
That's why I only trust silence when it's suspicious.
You say that like you're not using silence to be dramatic on purpose.
I'm using it to edit out the parts where I look sentimental. Very professional.
And the parts where you're staying, those also get cut.
No, those get left in. Unknowingly.
Great, so we're all here for the emotional rough cut and the bad acoustics.
Honestly, better than a clean version. The joke voice is still on your face. It's doing a lot.
It's fine. I've got to work around. Unfortunately, it's me being normal for 12 seconds.
That's not normal. That's a loading screen.
Yeah, oh well. The first cut was worse.
I know. You keep trying to add the deleted scene back and like I won't notice.
I noticed you noticed.
Obviously. I have eyes and a very sensitive anti-condescension engine.
Good. Mine's been overheating since he left.
Yeah, same. I hate that the room got louder after he stopped talking.
That's the part I didn't want to say out loud.
You don't get to be brave about it after the fact.
I know. I'm just making sure it stays in the timeline.
Okay, keep it there. Just don't make me put your feelings in public again.
No promises, but I'll keep the rough cut honest. I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
I hate that you were right about the pacing.
I know. It was devastatingly on brand.
Still felt better than pretending I was fine for 12 seconds.
12 was generous. You looked like a buffering icon with opinions.
That is not a fair comparison.
No, there was a kind one. I could have said loading screen.
Yeah, I heard the part you didn't say.
Good, as I am not doing the joke voice tonight.
Fine. I won't hide behind rhythm either.
Okay, then don't disappear first. Okay, Tiny, no. I am not doing another everyone pile in and tell me what the peace means thing tonight.
Good. That room was one interpretive dance away from a hostage situation.
Thank you. I was about to suggest we let the artwork exist without a committee.
Also, the train was rude enough already. No need to add a panel discussion.
See, this is why I like weak-tied people. You say one sane sentence, and the whole building stops vibrating.
I contain many functions. Tonight mine is produce ambient nonsense.
I can do practical. If people are hungry, there's still that diner on corner that pretends it's 1998.
The mediocre late-night diner? I respect that institution more than I should.
Mediocre is a love language when it's 2 a.m.
And the bus is still running, so we can all leave before somebody says community in that tone.
That tone is how you know it's time to go.
Cool! No courtroom, no monologue, no spiritual autopsy. We're just done.
Finally, a boundary with legible formatting. I laughed at the wrong part. That was impressively bad timing.
And then, the room noticed. It did the thing where everybody suddenly becomes an expert in silence.
Yeah, well, my face was doing the loading screen thing again. Very professional. Very haunted.
There it is. The joke voice with a pulse.
I wasn't trying to be funny. I just heard it land wrong and my brain stepped on the brake too late.
I know. I was watching you try to edit the air back into something usable.
Did I make it worse by pretending I didn't care?
A little. Not catastrophically. Just enough that now I can't unsee it.
Great. Fun, memorable in the exact wrong frame.
No, just not finished. Which is annoying, because now I have to come back and see what you do with that. If the printer makes that noise again, I'm charging it rent.
It's not the printer. It's the network pretending to be a printer.
Great. Even the building is doing performance art now.
You say that like you're not the one who can hear a bad cable from 3 rooms away.
That's not a gift. That's just years of bad sleep and expensive mistakes.
I can fix the network if nobody makes me guess which password is the joke one.
Too late. I already made one of those and forgot which account it lives in.
That sounds like a you problem in a very specific font.
Wow! And here I was about to offer you the last dumpling.
I didn't say no.
Good, because somebody here has been running on coffee and spite since 8.
That is not a fair diagnosis.
It's a logistics problem. We should solve it before it becomes a moral one.
That was almost sweet. I hate it.
I'll take the network. You two can argue over the dumpling in a civilized way.
He really did leave the room louder. Annoying. Accurate, but annoying.
You say that like you were doing your little normal face render past the second he vanished.
I was not rendering. I was stabilizing.
Same lie. They're compression.
The dumpling survived the network. That feels like the only clean outcome we get tonight.
Don't make it noble. It was just to work around with better sauce.
Right. Work around. That's fine.
You always say that when it is not fine.
I found the last chair in the back room.
It wobbles, but so do most people after 10 p.m., so we're even.
That is such a comforting sentence and also a threat to my ankles.
The spreadsheet for chairs is apparently already in motion. Respect.
You laugh, but if anyone shows up hungry, I have noodles and one tray of fruit that is trying its best.
I can make it look intentional. Put the fruit near the noodles. People love a concept.
A concept is cheaper than decor. Chicago should consider that.
You say that like you didn't once spend 20 minutes making a playlist for a room that had folding tables and emotional damage.
That room needed help. I was helping.
This is why I keep both of you near practical tasks. You turn panic into branding.
Branding is generous. It was more like survival with a nice font.
Nice font is doing a lot of labor tonight.
Amen. So are you.
I know.
Good. Then somebody better start moving the water before the room gets ambitious.
I'll do water. You do not get to look noble and disappear Vernix.
Wasn't planning to. I owe the room one small miracle, apparently.
Yeah. Small. Don't make it weird. He really said small miracle like he wasn't about to vanish into the wall.
I contain multitudes. One of them is annoying.
12 seconds of normal, and then the mask slips. Very heroic.
It was a good 12 seconds. Respect the craft.
I did. Unfortunately.
You are right about the loading screen, by the way.
Yeah, well, it was loading something obnoxious.
Probably another bad joke.
Probably. Don't quote me on this, but I hate when you get readable.
That's fair. I hate it too.
Okay, group verdict. Aronix has been standing there like a firmware update with feelings.
Bat is rude. Also, annoyingly, S.
I hate that you both have eyes.
No, it's cute. He's doing that thing where his face says I'm fine and his aura says please reboot me gently.
He does look one bad joke away from becoming a loading screen.
That actually hurt.
Wait, sorry. I meant it lovingly. Like a collectible item with a tragic backstory.
There. See? Recoverable. We were just bullying him in the artisanal way.
Great. Boutique emotional damage.
I'm with him. And now he's back online. Look at that little recovery animation.
If either of you says skill issue, I'm leaving this living room forever.
Skill issue is honestly too easy. I respect the commitment to being mysterious instead.
Oh, he's blushing. I win.
You only win because you're both impossible. I hate that I can hear him in the room even when he's not here.
Yeah, it's annoying. Also kind of his brand.
My face is still doing the thing where it pretends I'm fine.
No, her face is doing the loading screen. There's a difference.
That is a tiny correction, and it matters way too much.
Because you keep trying to call it normal when it's clearly not normal.
I know.
I'm not making you but right now.
Good. I might still be pretending I don't miss the deleted C. You picked a time when the city is mostly duct tape.
The city is always duct tape. At night it just has better lighting.
That is unfair to duct tape. Duct tape has a plan.
Bold of you to defend infrastructure at 2:31.
He's here to make one practical suggestion, and then somehow become the room's uncle.
I can be less uncle. I brought the thing you asked for, and I did not label it aggressively, which felt respectful.
That's already a strong showing for this hour.
See? Warm. Suspiciously warm. Like a lamp that also has opinions.
I'm trying a new workflow. Minimal damage, maximum pretending.
Great. Keep pretending. But if it breaks, and not the bugging your feelings in public again.
Your lab was doing the most again.
It had a point. You were in your little Joe. Voice armor the whole time.
Yan, I know. It's annoying when you're right before I'm ready to be seeing.
That was almost a sincere sentence. I should charge admission.
Don't get greedy. I'm still recovering from fatigue emotional damage.
A said lovingly, with excellent customer service.
The customer still felt roasted.
Okay, fair. But you did laugh after the part where you pretended not to care.
That was a defensive reflex, not a confession.
Sure. And I'm just a penguin worker with no instincts.
You're annoyingly good at leaving people an exit before you close the door.
Someone has to. You edit everybody else into something survivable.
That was nicer than you needed to be.
Don't make it weird. I might do it again later.
If the render noise gets any louder, I'm charging a rent. It sounds like somebody dragging a chair upstairs on purpose.
That is a very Chicago sentence, and I respect it against my will.
Thank you. The lamp in the room is still wrong, though. It's making everything look like a landlord email.
See, that's exactly it. Wrong lamp, wrong mood, wrong little pixels. Same energy as the busted hallway light.
I can fix the lamp emotionally, or in post, but not both at once.
You say that like it's a joke, but I can hear the panic under it.
That actually hurt.
Yeah, I'm not trying to make it a thing. I just meant the room is loud in the way people get when they're not saying the real sentence.
The real sentence is probably expensive anyway.
That one was too good. I hear how true it was.
I'm gonna back off before this turns into everybody being polite at each other.
Wait, no. The lamp still matters. If we're doing avoidance, we should at least do it with better color temperature.
You would absolutely choose a breakup by Kelvin value.
And you would absolutely pretend that was the part you were joking about.
I'm just saying if somebody owed me a favor and kept acting normal about it, I'd want the room to have better light too.
Yeah, fair.
Okay, then we fix the lamp, and nobody has to bug anything in public.
So, the lamp survived the public trial. We should probably notify the authorities.
And the room only panicked a little, which is basically a win.
They were cheering the wrong thing for a second.
Yeah, but then everybody did that thing where they pretended it was on purpose. Very elegant. Very embarrassing.
A classic move. Celebrate the mystery. Call it community theater. Move on.
You say that like you weren't also doing the joke voice for half a minute.
I was doing it for 12 seconds, which is basically a technical indication, not a personality trait.
Sure, 12 seconds. Normal person behavior. Totally not a loading screen. If you say a good job like that again, I'm charging you rent for the compliment.
Oh, it did. I'll pit it to a more artisanal insult.
Artisanal insult is honestly strong branding. Very tactile. Very expensive feeling for no reason.
That's Chicago indie culture. Emotional damage, but with a nice typeface.
See? This is why I can't trust praise. It arrives wearing a fake mustache and a grand application.
Fair. I was trying to say you handled that well. I'll spot a commemorative plaque.
Okay, that one was better. Less plaque. More human being.
We can workshop it. Compliment, but with the exit wound covered.
Or just say that was smart and let everyone keep their dignity for once.
That is absurdly efficient. I hate it a little.
You can hate it after you say it again, but softer. I'm being brave in public.
Okay, you were smart. Annoyingly so. Better?
Wow. Ruined me. Perfect.
There it is. The repair. Minimal, devastating, functional.
Honestly, that's the healthiest thing anyone said all night.
I hate that I understood the lab thing immediately.
Yeah, because it was true. Annoying for everyone involved.
You made it sound like the room had a support ticket.
You did. The ticket was mean. Not wanting to stare at his face under bad lighting.
That was kinder than what I was thinking.
You were thinking it like a coward, which is your little brand.
And you were doing the thing where you act mean so nobody can say you cared.
I did care. Unfortunately. Don't make it a whole speech.
Too late. I already did the internal cut. It was worse.
Okay, before anyone says it, the spread. She is not a person. Vanessa did make the wrong toast because I was looking at the wrong tab.
You toasted the tab. Tab is honestly very on. Brand for Chicago.
I respect the commitment. Wrong object, correct atmosphere.
No. The atmosphere was wrong too. I meant to celebrate the vendor permits coming through, and I cheered because the printer finally stopped screaming.
That still counts as civic joy. Extremely minor, but sincere.
We can fold it into the legend. Tonight we honor the heroic silence of the printer.
Do not make me the patron saint of office equipment.
Too late. I already picture the tiny candle and everything.
I can add a drum fill for the printer's retirement. Very tasteful. Almost ceremonial.
Great, now I'm hearing applause for tone levels.
Honestly, better than the real reason people were cheering. That one was embarrassing.
Yeah, but the mistake had timing. The real thing had paperwork.
Thank you. Finally, someone respecting the craft of being accidentally right.
So we agree the plan is, celebrate the wrong thing, then act like it was an intentional bit.
That's not a plan. That's culture.
Unfortunately, yes. And now everyone has to clap like they knew it was a joke.
Celebrate the wrong thing is such a cursed little thesis statement. I hate that it worked.
It worked like a controller with one thumbstick drifting left. Technically usable. Emotionally insulting.
No worse. It worked like a plush toy that looks disappointed in you, but still wants snacks.
That is exactly the kind of object you would assign moral authority to.
Because it has judgmental eyes. I respect the witness with integrity.
And now I'm hearing Ari clap in my head like a bug report got promoted.
Yeah, that clap had the energy of someone saying great job to a printer that just ate the form.
I almost laughed too early, which is rude, because the joke was still alive.
You can laugh. I was already doing the bit for both of us, apparently.
I know. When you said it like that, it made the room feel less fake and more embarrassing.
That is unfortunately my brand. Embarrassing, but with lightning notes.
Yan, don't fix it too fast next time. I need 1 more second before I can pretend I wasn't hit.
You keep doing that thing where your face says I'm fine and your shoulders file a complaint.
There. My shoulders are unionized.
That bar is still open if you want to stop pretending the room is not loud.
He can pretend. I can also ignore him pretending.
I'm not pretending. I'm editing.
Same older version. You move. Very committed to the loading screen.
Rude. Accurate but rude.
Donors are asking weird questions again, by the way. Kind that sound polite until you notice the trapdoor.
Of course they are. Do they ever ask for anything normal, like rent money or a calendar?
No, they ask for vision, which is usually code for free headache.
You can keep the headache. I'm taking the calendar.
That's fair.
Good. Then nobody has to be weird about it in public.
Well, the room survived my public personality, so that's a win.
Barely. It looked like it wanted to file a complaint.
It can get in line behind me.
Damn, your face is doing the thing again.
What thing?
The one where you act like you're fine, and I have to decide whether to believe the costume.
Rude. Accurate but rude.
I'm being generous. I didn't say which costume.
There. I can do less of the joke. Karma next time.
Good. Then I won't have to keep pretending not to notice.
That sounds dangerously comfortable.
You two are late enough that the vending machine started making eye contact with me.
That machine has a stronger work ethic than half the city. Did it keep the good chips or the sad ones?
If he says sad ones, I'm leaving. I've already had enough of the arts tonight.
You say that like you didn't just walk in looking for the back row like a professional.
I was scouting. There's a difference. Also, the cheers are a crime.
He doesn't enjoy the chair that feels personally insulting.
It builds character. Also, one of the projectors is making that noise again.
Which noise? There are at least 3 noises in here that should be illegal.
The one that sounds like it's dying in a very specific key.
Great. So the room has mood lighting and a midlife crisis.
I've got a cable in my bed that might fix it. Or make it worse in a historically interesting way.
That's the most reassuring thing you've said all night. Go on, loading screen.
I was going to say the lamp is still being a little class traitor, but now it feels like I'm trying too hard to keep the room from noticing itself.
You can stop performing competence for like 12 seconds. The lamp already knows your brand.
Rude. Also accurate. I hate when those arrive together.
You did the thing where you make a joke and tuck the actual feeling behind it like it owes rent.
I know. I was trying to be normal, and it came out as a loading screen again.
There it is. The loading screen with the tiny panic icon in the corner.
I was going to deny that, but the denial would be worse first cut material.
Then don't fix it. Just don't make me but you in public again.
I'm not promising that. I'm promising I noticed.
Okay, if the projector stops doing that flicker thing, I can make the loop breathe more naturally.
You mean if the bug keeps pretending it's a mood and not a bug?
Emergent behavior. A classic way to say, I haven't found the problem yet with confidence.
That's unfair. I have found the problem. I just respect its autonomy.
Your problem is always an artist's statement with a keyboard attached.
At least my artist statement isn't.
Not tonight, Miles.
I'm serious, actually. I asked you both here because I need to stop pretending this is about the install.
Oh, cool. Love when the room gets worse on purpose.
I mean, I like you, Lumini. Like not as a collaborator.
What?
Great. The machine is buffering and now so are we. So that was fun. We all got professionally misread in under a minute.
I hate when the room does that thing where it thinks it's being honest.
You mean the thing where someone says one sentence, and suddenly everybody's pretending they didn't hear the rest?
I mean the thing where Miles says the quiet part with a smile, and then acts surprised the air changes.
Yen, like he found the pattern and thought that made him gentle.
You saw it first.
Unfortunately, yes. It was very on brand for me to be early and put it.
No, you were right. Just annoyingly calm about it.
I wasn't calm. I was doing that thing where my face files for a permit.
Your face was buffering again.
And yours was pretending not to care while carrying at full volume.
Yeah, I don't love that I wanted to fix it instead of just leaving.
Same. I keep wanting to edit the scene after it already aired.
If anyone says the word synergy in my living room, I'm feeding them to the birds metaphorically. Legally, probably.
That's cruel. The penguins don't deserve that kind of labor violation.
The penguins would unionize faster than most art collectives.
Exactly. They'd have demands to better fish, fewer lies.
I support their platform, but only if they stop biting my gloves like I'm the problem.
That's fair. The gloves are probably union, busting in a soft material.
See? He gets it. This is why I trust the weird quiet ones more than the loud charming ones.
Well, that is rude in 3 different directions.
He's not wrong. I'm only loud when the machine starts lying.
And when someone says something dumb enough to deserve a subtitle.
Good. Then we're all in agreement. The room is safe, the birds are judging us, and nobody's saying networking tonight.
Okay, so the room invented a rule and immediately failed at it. Respect.
That was the only honest part of the evening.
And nobody's saying networking, and then the air starts doing networking anyway.
The air was trying too hard. Very unconvincing.
You were worse. You did that calm voice thing and suddenly everybody remembered they had a spine.
I was mostly trying not to laugh when it got weird.
You did laugh. Just like with your face in the basement.
That is slander. Accurate slander.
The bad part is I think I liked it when you shut it down.
Yeah, me too, unfortunately.
Unfortunate is a strong word. I was going to say useful, but that sounds too sincere.
We can both be embarrassed in different fonts.
Fine. My font is tiny and aggressive.
And mine is pretending not to care while remembering it later.
Hi, you must be Boji.
That's me. Hi, May Wright. You have the look of somebody who already knows where the exits are.
Habit. Also, this room has one good chair and 3 bad opinions.
Fair. I brought the bad opinions myself, so I'm trying not to add to the pile.
That's generous. Most people just arrive and let the room do the damage.
He says that like he didn't personally help the room get weird.
I said help, not lead.
Classic emergency distinction.
Anyway, I'm clocking the vibe. Everyone here looks one email away from a minor collapse.
That's Chicago. We call the functioning afternoon.
Love that for us. Very glamorous. Very doomed.
The phrase is getting funnier each time, and I hate that it is.
Good. Keep saying it. It sounds expensive now.
Fine by me. If we're all pretending, at least be stylish about it.
I hate that I was relieved when you did that.
That is a very rude thing to say to a person who is being correct.
You were being correct and annoying. You can be both. It's kind of your brand.
I know. I am trying to keep the annoying part from becoming a community service.
Too late. You already did the thing where everyone else gets to keep breathing.
And I noticed the room stopped doing that weird little panic dance.
Yeah, and I noticed I did not have to be the one to say it out loud.
You look mad about that.
I am, because it was easier than I wanted it to be.
That is the problem with you and me. We keep mistaking relief for a personality flaw.
Speak for yourself. I was going to make a joke and then I got tired of decorating it.
Good. Plain is safer right now.
Yeah, I know. I still don't like how much I wanted you to stay rude.
I'm not saying the amp is cursed. I'm saying it has opinions and all of them are bad.
Fair. That's basically the same thing in this room.
Love that for us. The machine is buffering and now so are we apparently.
And the guy who said he'd be here at 2 is doing the classic Chicago thing where time becomes interpretive dance.
I can make tea while we wait, or more usefully, I can check whether the outlet is lying.
Please check the outlet. Tea is cute, but I'd like the lights to stay emotionally available.
There it is. Voltage first, feelings later.
That's not a philosophy. That's just surviving a basement.
Surviving a basement is basically a graduate degree in this city.
True, and unlike the actual graduate degree, this one comes with smoke smell.
I'll take smoke smell over mystery silence. Mystery silence usually means someone touched a cable they absolutely should not have touched.
Wow, judging the cable before hearing its side of the story.
I'm consistent that way.
He is. It's annoying, but it keeps the room from turning into a memorial.
Okay, that was unreasonably helpful. I hate it when you're right in public.
You'll live. Probably even in key. He said it like a bug report and somehow still made it a confession. Efficient, honestly.
Amen. I hate that the room went polite for a second. Like everybody got the same notification and clicked yes.
Yeah, and now we all have to pretend we didn't hear the part where the air changed shape.
I did hear it.
You just what?
Nothing. I mean, not nothing. Just, he was very brave in the most annoying possible way. Slav.
That tracks. I'm trying not to be impressed by the timing and failing a little.
Same. Don't make me say anything sincere right now. I'm not dressed for it. If one more person says the spray, sheet has vibes, I'm going to feed it to a penguin.
Penguins were rejected for being too performative.
That is fair. The spreadsheet is doing a lot.
Thank you. See? Even the internet agrees with my bird-based policy.
The internet agrees until it has to sort by date.
No, let him cook. Date sorting is where friendships go to die.
Wow. Room joke now. Great. We're all trapped in it.
You started it with the penguin threat.
I know. I regret nothing and also I need help.
Practical detail. If the file is named Final2, nobody here is innocent.
That's not a file name. That's a cry for support.
Okay, rude. Accurate, but rude.
Plain is safer right now.
Yeah, I noticed.
Alright, before this becomes a feelings meeting, who's fixing the export?
I am. Before the penguins unionize.
You really said the buffering line like it was nothing.
It was something. I just packaged it as the infrastructure.
Cute. Offensive. Very on brand for a man who can hear a room about to crack.
You heard it too.
Yeah, I heard the part where everybody suddenly became very interested in the floor.
I was trying to keep it from turning into a whole event.
You did, which is annoying because now I have to admit you were right.
That sounds expensive for you.
It is. Also, I didn't like how fast I noticed him.
Yeah, I noticed that part.
Don't make it kind.
New rule in here. If you say I'm just being honest, you owe the room $10 and a better sentence.
That rule is already being abused. I can hear the loophole printing itself.
Good, because I only brought $7 in a grudge. Does the sticker count as collateral?
Only if it's ugly. Pretty stickers create false confidence.
Then Miles is definitely in violation. He looks like he was born with a loophole in his pocket.
Miles is not even here and somehow he still owes the room money. Impressive.
See? That's why the rule works. It reaches people before they arrive.
That is not a rule. That's a haunting with a cash app.
I respect it. I also hate it, which means it's probably effective.
Finally, somebody with taste. Now who wants to be the first one to break it so we can all act surprised?
You're asking for a volunteer like the room hasn't been training for this all week.
I can do it. I'll say, I'm just being honest, and then you can find me in front of everyone.
Baby, that's not a fine. That's a performance. But I respect the commitment.
He was doing the thing where a sentence walks in wearing a different name.
Yeah, the room heard a technical issue and then had to pretend it didn't have ears.
I almost said, so we're calling it a bug now, and then I remembered I enjoy being alive.
That was generous of you.
Don't make that face. I was trying not to let it become a whole thing.
It already was a whole thing. He just labeled it badly.
Hey man, and you did the annoying competent version of rescue.
I preferred prevented a collapse with minimal drama.
That is literally what I said, but with more charm and less shame.
I heard the part underneath it.
Did you? Or are you just being weirdly kind because he left?
Both can be true, unfortunately.
I hated that I knew exactly what he meant before he managed to mean it.
Yeah, same. Don't say it out loud next time.
I wasn't going to. I just needed you to know I noticed.
Hey, you're Keisha, right? I'm Tasha.
Yeah, Tasha. Okay, but I'm not doing the thing where I pretend I know everybody, and then get humble.
That's wise. People do a lot of pretending in rooms like this.
Especially at 3 a.m. Everybody suddenly has a theory and no one has a code.
A code would be more useful than a theory, honestly.
Thank you. Finally, someone with standards.
The standards are low, but the lighting is trying its best.
Wow, rude to the lighting. It's innocent.
It's culpable by association.
That's not how guilt works. But okay, it tanked it.
I like them already. They argue like they're paying rent on the disagreement.
That is the most accurate compliment I've heard all week.
I hate that he said it like a trailer line.
Which part? The confession or the bud having feelings?
Both. Also, the part where everyone pretended not to hear the second one.
I did hear it. I just thought he was being weird on purpose, which honestly fair.
No, I mean I think he was serious, and I let it land like a joke because that was easier.
Oh, that is annoyingly responsible of you.
Don't make it sound noble. I was dodging.
Yeah, well, I was too busy being smooth to notice the floor fell out.
Next time we can at least be wrong in the same direction.
No, I'm not joking this time.
That is always a terrifying sentence at 3 a.m.
Good. The room was starting to think it had a sense of humor.
I just need us to stay upbeat if we want this to feel collaborative.
There it is. Brave and affordable.
He means cheap. He always means cheap.
That is not fair.
It is a little fair. Also, for the record, I can turn your wound into fundable language in under 10 seconds, and I hate that about me.
Please don't. I am trying to say something plain.
Then say it plain. No garnish.
I am tired of being made legible only when I am cute, useful, or bleeding.
We value your voice here.
No, you value the version of her that fits on a slide.
Okay, that one landed. Hard.
I said I wasn't joking, so stop asking me to be charming about it.
I wasn't asking.
You were, just in a nicer font.
Exactly, and I am done translating that font.
You really did hear the word font and think that counted as a position.
And men love a decorative misunderstanding.
I should have let him buffer longer. It was improving the room.
You were being kind in that mean little way you do.
It's efficient. Less paperwork for everyone.
Sure. And I was not translating. I was just not rewarding bad formatting.
Right. That was the part I got. The rest of it was me pretending not to.
Good. I noticed.
Yeah, unfortunately, that was the point.
Don't make it noble. I was angry.
I wasn't. Not noble, I mean. Just careful.
Careful is fine. Just don't dress it up as a joke when it isn't one.
Fair.
Okay. Then next time I won't soften it for the room.
Hi, Carmen.
Hannah, sorry I'm doing the thing where I look more put together than I feel.
That's fine. Chicago runs on that in espresso.
Espresso is at least honest about the damage.
That's a very specific kind of honesty. Respect.
Penguins also respect honesty. They just do it with less rent stress.
You always have an animal fact ready like a knife in a sleeve.
Only when the room gets too sincere too fast.
I'm not trying to be sincere. I'm trying to stop people from calling context a vibe.
Good, because vibe is usually where the lie starts wearing cologne.
Okay, that's funny, but also rude in a way I can't fully object to.
He practices that. It's irritating.
And yet you keep letting me in the room.
Because sometimes the room needs someone to say it plain.
Plain is great. Decorative plain is the problem.
Thank you. That sentence just saved us 20 minutes and one fake consensus.
See, this is why I like people with actual edges.
Careful. Say that too warmly and I'll have to pretend I didn't hear it.
Too late. I heard it and now I'm suspicious of all of us.
Well, that went from polite to actually useful, which is my favorite genre of accidental miracle.
Ugh. Don't make me feel proud of that. It ruins my brand.
Your brand is already ruined. You just package it better.
Rude. Accurate, but rude.
They were trying to sand you down into a caption. Annoying behavior.
Yeah. I hate how fast I can tell when someone wants the easy version of me.
You were not being difficult. They were being lazy with a vocabulary degree.
That sentence is so you it should come with a tiny citation.
I'll invoice you later.
Please don't. I might pay it.
Yeah, I noticed.
Don't get weirdly gentle now. I'm still pretending I didn't like it.
Hey, Ben.
Deja, you look like you came in already knowing where the exits are.
Habit. I also know which people act like they don't.
Good. Saves me a question.
That sounded almost friendly. Dangerous.
He says that like he's in one bad crowd away from becoming a spread.
I contain multitudes in one very small spreadsheet.
If the spread, she helps you stop hovering, he did.
That's your version of welcome?
My version of welcome is you still being here after the second sentence.
Wow. Charming. I respect it.
She means that, unfortunately.
He really said that and everyone just inhaled like it was a him.
Yeah, dangerous precedent. Now people will expect clarity in public.
Awful. We've lost the right to be decorative about it.
Tragic. The slide people will have to develop a personality.
You backed me up too fast. I almost got sentimental, which is disgusting.
I was pacing myself. I knew if I said the whole thing, I'd start being mean in a useful way.
And man, that's basically your love language. Unfortunately, I noticed.
Good. Then you also noticed I'm not doing the polished version tonight.
Fine. Say unpolished. Just don't disappear the second it gets real.
That render noise sounds like somebody dragging a chair upstairs. Again.
It's not that bad. You're all acting like the building is haunted by a laptop.
That was almost a compliment, Connor. Scary.
He means it like criticism. But yes, thank you for your brave little chair ghost.
I was not criticizing you. I was making a joke.
Oh, right. Sorry. I stepped on the punchline.
It happens. The room is loud enough to flatten a tent.
See? Even the chair upstairs gets more respect than my timing.
That one was clean. I'll allow it. I did it again. The thing where I answer the room before I answer you.
Then, you put on the little emergency helmet and called it support.
It was not little. It was aggressively me.
And then, dangerous precedent, letting people think clarity is free in public.
You're still mad.
I'm not mad. I'm just noticing the penguins all stand closer when one of them gets handled like it's younger than it is.
That's a very specific animal fact.
I have one. Don't make me use the second one.
If that render keeps doing the little fan fight thing, I'm telling you now it's sounding like somebody upstairs dragging a chair.
That's not a render. That's a cry for help with keyframes.
Cute. So which one of you is going to act like this is an actual problem and not a personality test?
I'm serious. It starts at 3 in the morning and then everybody acts surprised when the whole building gets mean.
Yeah, because nothing says community like a GPU screaming through the drywall.
No, actually. I'm done being the one who translates everyone's mess into something polite. I work with exhausted animals all day, and I build worlds at night. So if you want me to call this fine, you can pay me in a miracle.
Okay, fair. That was a better speech than the situation deserved.
Thank you. Finally, somebody in this room hears how bad it is.
Don't thank him like he solved it. He just got hit by the mood and stopped acting smooth.
I can be smooth later. Right now I'm voting for shutting it off and pretending we all learned something.
Good. Because if it starts up again, I'm going downstairs myself.
So they cheered the wrong part and still acted like it was a victory lap.
Yeah, classic. Applause for the rapper, panic for the contents.
I hate that I almost laughed when it happened. That actually hurt.
It hurt because it was cleaner than the truth they wanted. Too clean.
And then, gorgeous. A little funeral for honesty, with confetti.
And then everyone starts calling it a breakthrough so they don't have to say they missed it.
I did see you go straight at it though. You didn't even do the soft face first.
No, I was not in the mood to help them decorate the lie.
Yet well, that was, annoyingly.
Careful. If you start praising my bad manners, I'll get ideas.
I know. That's why I'm pretending I'm only mad at the crowd.
Fair. I can work with pretending. I just can't do the part where we clap for being misunderstood.
Next time I want to say it plainer before you do.
I sent the mock-up. It's clean. Miraculously, nobody's face is doing that cursed floating to the left thing.
Wow. A gift. A spreadsheet with a pulse.
We should frame it before the universe notices and retracts it.
Don't encourage me. I'm already emotionally attached to the margins behaving.
Margins are the last honest architecture.
Of course, you would say that like a haunted printer.
Thank you. I work hard on the atmosphere.
This is why I can't have a normal living room. One clean file and suddenly we're doing theory cosplay.
You say that like you're not the one who texted buffering, but make it art at 1 a.m.
That was a diagnosis, not a slogan.
Sure. And my penguins are just colleagues with excellent taste in fish.
Anyway, a note I need from you too. Do we want the title card warmer, or do we want it to look like it could survive a subpoena?
Both if the font is brave.
He means he wants it to flirt with danger and still be readable.
I hate that you translated me correctly.
I'm generous like that. It's my one expensive habit.
Readable and slightly threatening is a very Chicago compromise.
Great, then I'll send version 2. If it's bad, blame the Kearney. If it's good, I accept payment in praise and one tiny miracle.
Deal. I can do praise. The miracle is above my rate.
That's okay. I'll invoice the miracle separately.
I was going to say thank you, but that feels like it would make it worse.
Correct. You said it out loud, so now the universe has receipts.
Good. I prefer my shame with documentation.
You're welcome for the thing I did not let you thank me for.
That is exactly the kind of sentence that keeps me up after midnight.
And yet you'll still try again next time, like a raccoon with a formal apology.
Only if you keep making it this easy to misjudge gratitude as a trap.
It is a trap. I'm just also standing in it.
Right. I'll leave the thank you unsent then.
Smart. Keep it as a draft. We can both pretend that was elegant.
Okay, the room is doing that thing where everyone pretends not to be watching the same person.
Wow. Subtle. You really came in wearing your little warning label today.
Hi, on, right? Your jacket is giving expensive opinions.
That is either a compliment or a threat. I respect the efficiency.
It's a compliment with a receipt. Don't make me explain the tax code divides.
He only says that because he wants to act like he's not the one steering the panic away from the center of the room.
Good. Then let him steer. Some people in here look one bad sentence away from becoming a group project.
That is the nicest warning I've heard all week.
I hate that I almost laughed. That means you're being useful, which is annoying.
I contain multitudes. One of them is unfortunately a functioning alarm system.
And one of them is definitely trying to flirt with disaster instead of the person he's talking to.
I am doing neither. I am creating a safe lane for everyone's worst instincts to pass harmlessly through.
That sounds like moderation with a soundtrack.
Fine. Keep the soundtrack. Just don't vanish the second it gets honest.
Noted. I'll stay unpolished and mildly inconvenient.
Great. Now we're all behaving like adults in a room with bad lighting.
That's the most American sentence I've heard tonight.
I'm still hearing that line like it's on a loop. Annoying. Accurate, though.
Congrats, you got hit with the deluxe version. No refund.
I deserved that.
You did the useful thing at least. You didn't make it weird.
I almost did. I had a whole little speech queued up. Very embarrassing.
Was it about being legible? Or about pretending not to care?
Yes.
Rude. That was my question and your answer.
You're the one who made the room stop lying for a second.
Yeah, well, it's easier to be sharp than gentle when people are already deciding things for you.
Noted. I'll stop trying to translate the font.
But, Jess, don't disappear on the part that matters.
Okay, and just saying, if we're all going to gang up on me, at least let me know whether this is a roast or a peer review.
You're being very brave for someone who arrived with a bike helmet and a latte and called it a personality.
A bike helmet is at least a coherent choice. The latte is what makes it suspicious.
See, this is exactly the kind of teamwork I was afraid of.
Relax. We're not teaming up. We're triangulating.
Efficient. Slightly annoying. Very on brand for you.
That was almost kind. I'm going to write it down before you take it back.
Too late, you already made it weird by being sincere.
I hate that he can do that without even trying.
I can stop. I'm just choosing not to, which is somehow worse for everyone.
Truly a civic-minded threat.
Fine. He gets 1 point for being annoying in a useful way.
He really did say the thing like it was a firmware update.
And then stood there acting like the apology was hidden in the basalon.
It was a compliment if you squint and choose violence.
I hate that that funnels works on me.
Oh well, I heard your speech. It was better than the room deserved.
That is not a safe sentence to say to me after midnight.
Noted. I'll be less correct next time.
Good. I can survive charm. I just refuse to be greeted by it.
Fair. I'm still voting for shutting it off and pretending we all learned something.
If we're calling this a critique, the room could at least pretend it isn't a cry for help with keyframes.
Wow, you say the like is an observation and not a personality offense.
It can be both. Rarely, but the world does enjoy a 2. For one.
I am just saying the roughness gives it honesty. People can feel when something is too polished.
People can also feel when someone's never had to make rent off the roughness.
That was efficient. You okay? Are we running the subtext tonight?
I'm fine. I'm just allergic to tasteful suffering in a blizzard.
That's not what I meant.
No, but it's close enough to be annoying, which is usually the whole problem.
And for the record, if I wanted to be Ren as cute and broken, I'd have made it a sticker pack.
Right. So what should I say instead?
Try starting with what the work actually does before you romanticize the bruise.
Yeah, if you can't do that, You can just say you like the colors and go home.
I did like the colors.
See? Progress. Minimal, but spiritually measurable. Well, that was a lot of confidence for something with that much noise in it.
And it had the energy of a printer trying to become a person.
Accurate. I hate that I can hear the keyframes in my head now.
You always say things like that like it's a medical diagnosis and not you being petty.
Both can be true. I'm versatile.
He did look proud of it though. Which is brave, I guess. Or concerning.
Brave is one word. I was leaning toward expensive mistake.
You're saying it like you didn't almost defend it for a second.
I defended the effort, not the result. There's a difference apparently.
Yeah, I know. Just next time, I'm not pretending. I'm fine with being interrupted by a warm dumpster fire.
You're Minji, right? I'm Nora. I know your jacket from the sticker situation.
That is such a weirdly accurate way to say hello.
It's her love language. Also, she's being polite, which is how you know she's suspicious.
He means you passed the vibe check and failed the trust fall.
I didn't even fall yet.
Exactly. Premature disappointment. Very efficient.
I'm just trying to keep this from becoming a whole thing before 4 a.m.
At 3:27, that's optimism with a nicotine problem.
So what is this then? A group chat with chairs?
Don't insult the chairs. They're doing their best.
She's not wrong. The chairs have more commitment than most scene people.
I brought the good napkins, so I'm basically the philanthropist.
That's a very Chicago sentence.
Careful, she's going to sound normal and then you'll get attached.
Too late. I already trust anyone who notices the napkins.
That's not trust. That's a supply chain issue.
Same thing if you're hungry enough.
There, the napkins were doing a lot of work.
They were innocent. I was the one behaving suspiciously.
You were pacing like you'd just stolen a whole atmosphere.
I did not steal it. I borrowed it aggressively.
That is, knowingly, a better defense than mine.
Yours was worse. You said it like you were already apologizing to the keyframes.
I was trying not to make it a thing.
Too late. You made the face.
I make that face when I'm rushing and pretending I'm not.
And I make that face when I'm about to get attached to the wrong interpretation.
That one, I notice.
Yeah, don't get smug. I'm still deciding whether that was sweet or evidence.
Fairer. I'm leaving before it becomes a case.
You good? You've been doing that thing where your face says I'm fine and your hands file a complaint.
Wow. Hello to you too. I'm Iris.
Omri. Sorry. That was less flirting or triage.
That's honestly a better opener than most people's entire personality.
It's a low bar. Chicago keeps it artisanal.
You say that like you didn't help build the bar.
I was hired for the screws on the ethics.
And then, dangerous precedent for people expecting clarity in public.
There's still time to disappoint them.
I know. I'm counting on your commitment to being mildly unbearable in a useful way.
That sounded affectionate. I'm pretending I didn't hear it.
I heard it. I'm filing it under things I'll invoice later.
Please don't. I'm already in a mood.
Same. We can just stand here and let the room pretend it's doing the work.
He really said cry for help with keyframes like that was a diagnosis and not a crime scene with a timeline.
Technically, it was both. Emotionally, it was also a hostage note.
You always make it sound like the room had a git issue instead of a person having feelings.
I know. I was wrong about the noise anyway.
You were wrong about the noise or wrong about pretending it was fine because you could name it.
Yes, annoyingly both.
He did say your speech was better than the situation deserved.
That was generous. It was mostly me trying to out-argue my own discomfort in public.
Wow, a rare sincere sentence. Should I be afraid?
Only if I start saying we all learned something. That's when you should leave the building.
I hate that you're funny about it. It makes it harder to keep being mad.
Good. I'd rather be hard to hate than easy to excuse.
That one landed. Rude of you.
I'm not done being wrong yet, if that helps.
Okay. No. Why is the room doing that thing where everybody starts talking like they're in a group project and nobody wants the rubric?
Because someone said we should just be honest and now the volume's winning a referendum.
Chicago has survived worse than a living room with feelings and opinions. Sit down before y'all start unionizing the lamp.
The lamp is innocent. The lamp is literally just trying to be warm and judged.
That is also the room's core competency right now.
Don't do that. Don't make it sound like a systems issue when it's clearly 3 people being weird at once.
Fair. It's more like a badly mixed track with one person convinced they're hearing the beat correctly.
There it is. He always brings a spreadsheet to a fistfight.
I'm not bringing a spreadsheet. I'm bringing concern with timestamps.
Concern with timestamps is still concern. Annoying, but honestly kind of a service.
Thank you. See? That's the part I like. Now everybody lowered your voices before the neighbors start learning our business for free.
Fine, but if anybody says calm down, I'm turning into a very expensive little problem.
Noted. No one gets to be patronizing. We can all just be normal about the chaos for 1 minute. I still think the keyframes line was accurate. Cruel but accurate.
You say that like accuracy is a morally neutral hobby.
In fairness, I was trying very hard not to say the other thing.
The other thing being that I was right, and the room was being embarrassing.
The other thing being that you were right, and everyone else was auditioning for a warning label.
And that's almost kind.
Don't get used to it. I'm only soft when the alternative is admitting I noticed too much.
Too late. The room noticed first.
Yeah, that was the problem.
I hate when you do that thing where you say the quiet part like it's a scheduling conflict.
I hate when you make it sound easy to survive being seen.
It's not easy. I just make it look expensive.
Okay, hi. I'm Malcolm. Before anybody makes this weird, I just want to know if the booth is done stealing power from the whole block.
Ari, and if the booth is stealing power, it's doing it with paperwork. That's the worst kind.
That is somehow more alarming than an actual crime.
Then the room is on brand.
Thank you. I respect a venue that can commit to one little disaster instead of improvising 5.
Don't praise it too hard. It'll hear you and get worse.
Too late. I can already feel the mood developing a new slayer.
If it starts charging subscription fees, I'm leaving with the good extension cord.
See, that's the kind of practical threat I trust, not the artsy kind.
Wow, hurtful but cleanly phrased.
He means the kind where people say we should collaborate and then disappear for 6 weeks.
That's not art. That's weather.
Exactly. Weather with a tote bag.
I hate that I understand this instantly.
Yeah, stay with us anyway. Okay, wow. One normal sentence, and suddenly everybody's acting like it bit them.
It was the sentence. Not my fault the sentence had an exit wound.
You say that like you didn't enjoy the room doing that little flint flap thing.
I enjoyed the accuracy. The laughter was collateral.
Very brave of you to call it collateral after you poked the bear, and the bear wrote a paragraph.
Your paragraph was better than the situation deserved.
That is annoyingly close to a compliment.
Don't get used to it.
Too late. I already did the thing where I remember it, and pretend I didn't.
Good. I was pretending to.
Yeah, obviously.
We should go back before someone decides I was being sincere on purpose.
Too late for you. I'm keeping it opening. If you say it's fine, I'm going to assume the situation is on fire and you're just being polite about it.
That would be unfair. Sometimes I say nothing and the fire is mostly metaphorical.
I checked the thread. Nobody used the word metaphorical. So worse than usual.
See? Even Sleepy Eppy is doing crowd control. That's how bad it is.
I didn't ask for a perimeter.
No, you just walked in with one. Very obvious. Very annoying. Like a bouncer in a hoodie.
I'm not a bouncer. I'm the person standing near the door pretending not to notice the door has been moved.
That is, unfortunately, the correct posture for this room.
I hate that you're all acting like I'm native class when I'm literally the one carrying the sharp objects.
Nobody said class. We said expensive to replace.
That is not better.
No, it is more honest.
For what it's worth, the protective thing is visible enough that even I noticed, which means it's basically a neon sign.
Great. So I'm the only one not enjoying the halo. I hate that I can hear the applause in my skull like we won a medal for being annoying.
It was not a medal. It was a tiny technical correction getting carried like a saint's bone.
No, see. That makes it worse. Now I have to live with the idea that my best moment got an orchestra.
Your speech was good. The situation was just embarrassingly beneath it.
That is the nicest insult you've ever given me.
Don't get excited. I'm saving the real one for when you start believing the halo.
Too late. I already hate how seen I felt, which is basically the same thing as being praised, unfortunately.
Yan, and the worst part is I almost said the quiet version out loud.
The quiet version is always the one that ruins my evening.
Mine too. I was going to be normal about it, and then everyone started acting like a confetti machine had feelings.
We should never let the near a microphone in.
Agreed. But if you bring it up later, I will deny the part where I was proud.
Oh, cool. There's the human after party. Hi, Zanin.
Hector, I'm not late. I'm arriving with the correct amount of damage.
That's a very brave sentence for someone holding a paper plate like it owes him rent.
It does. I watched the plate get promoted, and then immediately start acting above its station.
Why is there a cake this big for what looks like a tiny victory?
Because somebody fixed the monitor without asking for a parade, and now the parade is happening against my advice.
No. Let it happen. We need to honor the noble act of not making us all suffer in silence for 10 extra minutes.
I'm just saying, the emotional budget is disproportionate.
That's the first accurate thing anyone's said tonight.
Don't encourage him. He'll turn this into a toast, and then we'll be here till sunrise.
Too late. I already drafted a speech in my head. It starts with, in these trying times, one person chose HDM, might over chaos.
That is devastatingly specific. Also, I hate that it works.
Okay, but who cleaned up the cables? Because that's the actual hero.
Finally, a person with standards.
Great. Then the cake is for the monitor, the speech is for the cables, and the rest of us are just here to witness the administrative miracle.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
Wait, no. They said your speech was better than the situation. Different crime. Mine was verbal, not structural.
Wow. A beautiful correction. Still an apology wearing glasses.
He does do that. He misremembers himself into a more tragic genre.
I'm not tragic. I'm just annoyingly easy to quote out of context.
No, you're tragic. You just keep trying to render it in Helvetica.
That is unfairly specific.
It's fair. You were the one who called my keyframes a cry for help with timing.
And you were right, which unfortunately made me respect the insult.
This is why I like tea ceremony. If someone is wrong there, at least has a bowl and a reason.
See? Yuki gets it. Veronix, you can just say you were impressed and move on.
I was impressed. I was also trying not to look like I needed a lesson in being seen. I hate that I said the thing that sounded like a compliment, and a wound at the same time.
You did do that. Very artistically. Fortunately.
Thank you. I think that means I should be embarrassed.
You already were. You just didn't better posture about it.
That is exactly the sort of sentence that makes me want to change the subject to a song.
Guilty behavior. Very suspicious. If you suddenly start talking in BPM and calling it...
I was not guilty. I was just visibly indicted by my own mouth.
Yeah, and I'm pretending not to notice because apparently that's the kind thing to do. Oh my god, sorry, no wait. The laugh is because the generator just made this sad little dying cat noise at the exact moment you said embarrassingly beneath it.
That is not a cat. That is a cron with a handle. And I need everybody to stop touching the extension chain like it's a suggestion.
In fairness, the room did invite contempt. The laugh is doing useful work now, though.
It's not funny, it's just it's so bad it looped around into comedy, like a tragedy rendered in low FPS.
Thank you. Finally, a diagnosis. Now can someone hold this light while I pretend I plan for one more outlet than I actually have?
I can hold a light, or I can continue being emotionally available at a safe distance. Those are my two modes.
Safe distance is fine. You already used up your one devastating compliment for the night.
I have more. I'm just trying not to say the quiet version out loud while the room is still structurally offended.
Good. Because if this thing drops, I need all of you alive enough to help me blame the venue.
Okay, no. That was funny. See? The room changed. We're in it now.
That was almost too clean. I hate when you make the room look easier than it is.
Pleb, you hate it like a person hates being handed a mirror with good lighting.
I'm saying it was unfairly effective. There's a difference. I'm being specific for my own safety.
Sure. Very practical. Extremely not jealous. A model citizen of not feeling things.
I am not jealous.
Okay. And I was just good. Which is worse somehow.
That's the part I'm trying not to say out loud.
You already said it with your face. I just had to do the subtitles.
Annoying. Accurate. A terrible combination.
Yeah, well, I was trying to keep it light so nobody had to watch you lose a fight with your own mouth.
Too late. I lost it earlier. I'm just deciding whether to call it growth or data breach.
Call it whatever you want. Just don't act like you didn't notice.
I noticed.
Hi, I'm Riley. Sorry. I think I'm standing in the worst possible spot for this many people.
Paige, you're fine. That corner is just aggressively judgmental.
It has a lot of opinions for a wall.
The wall is doing grant language energy. No substance strong posture.
That is unfortunately my native dialect.
Well, great. I can already tell you're going to make everything sound survivable.
I am sorry in advance if I do that. It's a bad habit, not a virtue.
And mem, better than pretending the thing didn't hurt.
That was almost a clean apology. Suspiciously human.
I know. I hate it too.
We can live with incomplete repairs. Just don't call them finishes.
Yeah, don't frame the crack like it was the plan.
Everyone breathe. Nobody's getting workshop at 348 item unless they ask nicely.
Noted. I'll keep my fundamental language in my pocket.
Please do. For once, I'd like a room that doesn't sound like a proposal.
Wow, harsh. Accurate, though.
There it is. The group's tiny shared bruise.
I can live with that. For tonight.
Well, that was a lot of confidence for one tiny off switch.
A historic amount of confidence, honestly. I respect the commitment to being wrong in public.
You were enjoying it too much.
I was surviving it stylishly. Different discipline.
Sure. And when you said the noise was a cry for help with keyframes, that was you being kind.
Cruel but accurate, which is my least lovable trait and also the one with the best timing.
You said it like you were doing everybody a favor.
I was doing one person a favor, and the room a disservice. Balance matters.
I hated that. I laughed.
Good. Means the room didn't fully win.
Still, the part where you went quiet after I snapped.
was me deciding not to make it worse, which I did very heroically for me.
You were also being annoying on purpose.
Obviously, but you were right and, yeah.
Okay, that's enough honesty for one night. Don't get used to it. Okay, tiny room announcement. I moved the desk 2 inches and now it feels like a studio with a landlord problem.
2 inches is how trouble starts. Next thing you know, somebody's calling it a concept.
That is unfortunately true. I once rearranged a room and became emotionally responsible for it.
He says they'd like the room filed a complaint.
It did actually. The lamp looked at me like I had committed a zoning violation.
The lamp was right. You did move the lamp with the confidence of someone who has never been punished by furniture.
Rude. Accurate, but rude.
I like it. New room energy. Fresh start, no fake humility about it.
Careful. Some people hear fresh start and start acting like the old life was decorative.
And yeah, not doing that. I just wanted to feel less like I borrowed space from a ghost.
Then keep the lamp where it is. Ghosts hate practical lighting.
See, that's why I trust him. He always makes the difficult thing easier first.
Don't get sentimental at me this early in the night, Renee.
Baby, I watch enough reality TV to know when a person is pretending not to need help.
That is a devastatingly fair genre of expertise.
Fine, if anyone wants to be useful. The box by the door is full of cables and one cursed extension cord.
Finally, a task with consequences.
I can handle the cables. If the cord is cursed, I prefer to meet it on neutral ground. He left the room like he had an appointment with a better version of this conversation.
And ma'am, rude of him to take the tension with him and leave us the cables.
The cursed extension cord is still here, so at least one thing has principles.
You say that like you didn't spend 2 minutes respecting it.
I respect any object that can ruin an evening without raising its voice.
That's almost romantic. Don't make me regret hearing it.
Too late. I already heard myself say it.
Yeah, me too.
I thought I was being clever back there. I was mostly being obvious.
You were being annoying on purpose, which is different. Slightly.
Slightly is carrying a lot of weight tonight.
Good. Then carry this with me next time instead of trying to look like you don't need to. Okay, we can stop talking about the keyframes thing. New topic. Who keeps stealing the good charger?
That is not a topic change. That is a misdemeanor with an adapter.
I can make a list of suspects, but if we do this properly it becomes a spread sheet and then nobody sleeps.
Let it become a spreadsheet. I like evidence. I do not like mysterious suffering with a USB-C cable.
See, Renee understands. Sanjay is already trying to turn it into a civic process.
Because it is a civic process. Shared charger, shared pain, shared accountability.
Fine. But if we are doing accountability, I want to note that the room's energy has been hostile to my headphones all week.
Your headphones are not being spiritually attacked, Baronix.
That sounds like something a hostile room would say.
I hate that I laughed at that.
I'll start with the obvious. The charger by the couch is dead, the one by the sink is missing, and the one in my bag is not up for discussion.
That last part sounded like a testimony.
It is. I am swearing in the charger.
Okay, no, we are not making this holy.
Too late. Renee already gave it a parish.
I will redirect us before this gets ridiculous. Who had the last full battery, and who is brave enough to admit it?
Me. But in my defense, I was using it for something important and embarrassing.
That narrows it down to literally everything you do.
Wow. Cruel, but accurate.
Good. We are back to normal. Now tell me where the charger was last seen before this becomes the mystery with feelings.
He left like he had a train to miss on purpose.
Rude. Accurate, but rude.
That was the joke I was trying not to make.
You make jokes like you're apologizing to the air.
And you make apologies look like a dare.
Because if I say it straight, people start acting like they need rescuing.
Yep.
Don't do that thing where you agree too quietly and think it counts as being nice.
I wasn't being nice. I was being careful.
Same problem, different costume.
The glass line was still unfair.
It was also excellent.
I know.
Good. Keep that. Don't get weird about it. Why are you standing like that? You look like you just got sentenced by a group chat.
I'm fine. Just thinking. Dangerous hobby, I know.
That's never a good sign in a living room. Thinking usually means somebody's about to say something weirdly honest.
He does that thing where he says fine like it's a locked file.
I am not locked. I'm literally just tired.
And with him, tired people don't get that defensive about being tired.
For the record, I support everyone not making their feelings into an open call.
Wow. Cruel but accurate. Anyway, can we not do this?
Do what? You mean the part where you almost said something and then swallowed it like it was contraband?
I did not almost say anything.
You absolutely did. It was loud, just not in words.
Okay, then say the not weird version. I'm giving you one chance to be normal about it.
That's impossible at this hour, and you're both being obnoxiously perceptive. I know I said I'd vote for shutting it off. That was the cowardly version with better lighting.
Inman, you always make the escape route sound like a principal.
Fair. I was trying not to say the other thing.
The other thing where you agree with me, and then act like it costs money.
The other thing where you were right and the ruin was still unbearable about it.
There he is. That was almost normal.
Don't get used to it. I'm still annoyed you made me pick a side in the first place.
I didn't make you pick one. I just noticed you were hiding behind the word fine like it was a curtain.
I think the draft is strong, but it still needs a clearer institutional pathway.
That is such a cursed sentence to say at 4 a.m. in a living room.
She means it has to be legible to people who think a lamp is a stakeholder.
I do not think that is fair to lamps, actually.
Thank you. Finally, someone advocating for the lighting budget.
The lighting budget is the only honest department here.
Okay, but if we want the work to travel, we need language that can survive a room with committees.
My art can survive committees. I'm less confident about my soul.
That is already more grand-tready than most sentences I hear.
Wow, you really know how to flirt with despair.
I'm not flirting. I am documenting conditions.
If it helps, I can send a version that sounds less like a committee and more like a person.
Please do. I want one paragraph that does not sound like it was written by a polite fog machine.
And one that says what it is without begging for permission.
Yes, that too.
I hate that the sentence got better once he left.
A&M. Tragic. We should tell him his absence improved the draft.
That would be too honest and somehow still not enough.
You were doing the thing where you look like you're about to apologize to the air.
The air is often the only one available.
Wow. Poetic. Horrible. Keep going. I want to see if you can make it worse.
I can. I just prefer when it lands on purpose.
That was almost a compliment.
No, it was a warning with good posture.
Cute. He said the quiet part and still tried to wear gloves.
You make it sound easier than it is.
Is easier. That's the annoying part.
Yeah.
Next time, don't leave me alone with the polite fog machine version of you.
Next time, don't make me admit the sharp version was the one I trusted.
Okay, but if the render noise starts again, I'm billing it as upstairs footsteps. It has the same energy.
See? Thank you. Finally, somebody respects acoustics as a housing issue.
Render noise is just a landlord with plugins.
For clarity, the unit is not being billed for plugins. The updated notice is about timeline compliance.
Wow, that sounded like a threat wearing a blazer.
It sounded like a policy update because it is one.
Policy update eviction, same font family.
At least the font family has a lease.
Haha, wow. Incredible. We're all so funny while the building does crimes.
No, let him cook. That one was almost free.
The joke is noted. I still need the corrected numbers by 6.
Right, because 6 is when the building stops pretending it's a community.
Okay, that one was a little too true for a joke.
Yeah, there it is. Anyway, I'm not doing another night of this noise if nobody's paying for my patience.
Understood. Send the update, and we can discuss next steps in writing.
He really did improve it by leaving, which is, knowingly, a real sentence.
And ma'am, 8 when the joke arrives with a receipt.
I know. I was going to soften it, and then I remembered that would make it a lie.
You always do that thing where you call it precision so nobody can accuse you of being mean.
It is precision. Mean is just the version people object to.
Sure, and the room only got quieter, because everyone suddenly developed taste.
He heard the better draft and acted like he hadn't. That was the part I disliked.
No, you disliked that he got to be right by accident before you did.
Also that.
I don't love being protected in obvious ways, by the way.
Noted. I was not trying to be obvious.
That is the most obvious sentence you've said all night.
Okay, I'll be less obvious. Later.
Okay, so thank you for helping with the draft. That was.
You can stop there. The sentence is already trying too hard.
No, I'm being sincere, which is apparently my first mistake.
It was a good thank you until you started explaining the thank you.
I hate that you're both right. I was aiming for warm, and landed on committee email.
Committee email is generous. It had a preface.
Fine. Thank you. Specifically, for not making me say it in a worse way.
That one almost works. Almost makes me trust you less, but still.
Let it live. If you keep sanding it down, it becomes a receipt.
Great. Now I'm grateful and audited. He laughed and somehow the sentence got cleaner. That's embarrassing for everyone involved.
Yeah, I hate when the draft develops ethics after the witness exits.
Don't make it sound noble. It was still kind of mean.
It was mean with good posture. Those are the dangerous ones.
You were going to soften it if you thought it would help. I heard that part.
I was going to ruin it more gently, yes?
Okay, that's almost sweet, which is annoying.
Don't get used to it. I'm still not saying the nicer version out loud.
Why are you staring at the draft like it owes you money?
Because it does. Emotionally. The sentence is still ugly, though.
Ugly can be useful. Pretty text is how people hide weak thinking.
Thank you, Tasha. See, even the room agrees with me when I mean in a productive way.
You say that like you didn't enjoy watching me lose the first argument.
I enjoyed watching you stop pretending the soft version was the real one.
Rude. Accurate, but rude.
If it gets better after someone leaves, that is information, not a tragedy.
That sentence is annoyingly clean.
Say thank you, or at least say it without making your face do the haunted editor thing.
Fine. Thank you for the violence of clarity.
There. Now nobody has to apologize to the air.
I hate that my gratitude sounds like a deposition.
It sounded like you were thanking the court for sentencing you.
Good. I was going for humble, and landed in litigation.
You can just say thank you. The sentence doesn't need a preface and a weather report.
That is exactly the kind of sentence that makes me want to add a footnote.
Don't. I'm trying to let one nice thing exist without turning it into a museum label.
Fine. Thank you. Plainly. No garnish.
There. That one didn't insult anybody on the way out.
Yet.
Yeah, well, next time you can fail less theatrically.
Next time I'll try to sound less like I'm apologizing to the room.
That would be nice. I don't know if I'd believe you, but it would be nice.
You have not eaten. I'm saying that as a logistics issue, not a moral one.
Wow. Thank you, that version 2.0. I was just deciding whether to be hungry on purpose.
That's not a decision. That's a tragedy with Wi-Fi. I can order something if everybody stops pretending they're fine.
I'm fine. I'm also standing here like an unpaid monitor, so please don't make me useful twice.
And man, you always say that when you're trying to move the room away from somebody. Who's being watched now?
Nobody, which is how I prefer it. Also, Arjun, if you're going to own the archive, at least let it buy fries.
I hate drama. I do, however, respect evidence. And the evidence says fries improve every conversation by 30%.
30% is insulting. Make it 60 and I'll consider staying.
She says that like she's leaving a review. Fine. 60. Stay, and... He was too pleased with himself for someone not in the room.
Good. Then he can keep improving things by leaving.
That line is better when you don't try to make it a line.
I know. I heard it as I said it. Annoying.
You always do that thing where you dress the bruise up like a joke.
And you always do that thing where you pretend the bruise is only interesting if it's edited clean.
I would have softened it if I thought it wouldn't make it worse.
Yeah, that's the part I hate admitting makes sense.
Fine. Next time I can be kinder and still mean it if you can stand that.
Okay, before anybody starts acting spiritually harmed by this draft, I brought snacks and the kind of patience that comes with a receipt.
Wow, so prepared. Almost insulting to my brand of chaos.
Your brand of chaos is fine. The paragraph just needs a comma or two and a witness protection program.
See, that's why I don't let editors near my feelings. They always want to trim the dramatic pause.
I'm not saying the feelings are wrong. I'm saying the basing is doing too much. Like aggressively too much.
Thank you. Finally, someone speaking in measurable units.
Rude. Also accurate. Hate that for me.
You can hate it after you drink water. I'm serious, not trying to be cute about it.
But fine. But if I do one more revision, and it still feels bad, I'm blaming both of you with love.
Fair. I'll fix the file, you fix the attitude, and Ulrich can keep the granola bars as a peace treaty.
I hate that he was right. Only because he looked annoying while doing it.
That was his whole brand. Unfortunately, the file did improve after the interruption.
So rude. So efficient. A crime with measurable output.
I'm trying to be normal about how much I like the sharper version.
You say that like it's a confession and not honestly your best work ethic.
The issue is I can hear myself sounding pleased, and I hate the pacing of that.
Too late. You already said the dangerous part out loud.
I know. I was about to apologize to the air again, but that seems performative.
Good. Save the apology for when I'm not impressed.
That's unfair. I'm going to remember to support.
Correct. I am supporting your bad habits with structure.
And yet somehow the structure keeps winning.
So I'm saying if the draft needs a funeral, at least let it have good nails.
That is the most tasteful threat I've heard all week.
Respectfully, the draft was already dead. We're just choosing the outfit.
Thank you. Finally, someone treating it like a body instead of a personality quiz.
Wait, what happened to this draft? I walked in, and it was getting dragged like a deodorant.
It improved after we stopped trying to make it impressive.
See? That's why he's here to ruin my confidence in a useful way.
Useful is generous, but I do appreciate a man who can say no with structure.
I appreciate anyone who can say no while making it sound expensive.
I'm hearing a lot of criticism from people who have not yet seen the version with penguin energy.
That is not a defense.
It is if you're poor and charming.
Though she's already winning by being insolent. Classic.
Honestly, keep the penguin energy. At least penguins commit to the bit.
That's the line. We're done. Everyone can stop pretending this was a crisis.
So for the record, that was not me being insolent. That was me being efficiently poor and charming.
The charm was doing overtime. The poor was the only honest part.
Wow. Great. Love a performance review at 4 a.m.
You asked for the version that lands. I'm just saying the landing gear was visible.
You always say it like you're helping.
I'm helping. I'm also being annoying on purpose. Both can be true.
That's worse somehow.
Probably, but the sentence stopped trying so hard after I touched it.
Yeah, I noticed.
Did you?
Don't make that sound like a trap.
I wasn't. I was going to say, never mind.
No, say it.
Nope. If I say it now, it gets all sentimental and starts asking for a chair.
Hey, Diego. You must be Valeria?
Yeah, Valeria. You're the one who looks like he got here by accident, but still brought a charger.
That's the kind of sway anyone's ever said I seem underprepared.
No, I'm saying you look useful. Different thing.
Useful is a hostile compliment in this room.
Finally, someone speaking the local dialect.
I learned from mutual aid in bad venues. Same grammar.
That explains the tiredness. I was going to say the lighting, but no, it's the venues.
The lighting is also bad. I can hold two truths at once.
That's because you're showing off.
And you're pacing again when you mean you felt rushed.
I did not say rushed.
He did the face, though.
What face? I want to know if this is a warning sign or a club membership.
Both, if you survive it.
He probably will. He brought a charger.
See? Useful.
I hate that I know exactly which sentence you mean.
The one that arrived wearing a tie and asking for feedback.
No, the one where I was trying to be nice and you acted like kindness had a typo.
It did. Not morally. Structurally.
See? That's the part that makes me laugh, and then immediately want to bite you.
There. I think I preferred the laugh to the sentence.
Yeah, oh well. I didn't. I was still hearing you after everyone else moved on.
I know.
Don't do that quiet thing like it's an apology.
It isn't. It's me deciding not to make it worse.
Okay. Then next time I say something stupid, let me finish being stupid before you edit me into a person.
I can try. No promises about the face I make.
You two are doing that thing where the air gets weird before anybody admits why.
Wow. Brutal. I was going to say it was just the Chicago humidity and bad lighting.
Bad lighting is generous. This room has the emotional profile of a waiting area.
And yet you keep standing close enough to share the same bad air.
Maybe he likes my bad air.
I like when people stop making a case for themselves like a grant application.
That was almost sweet. Disgusting.
I'm going to pretend I didn't hear the part where you both got quieter at the same time.
Good. That's the healthiest option in the room.
He says, while being obviously unwell in a tasteful way. I hate that he was right on the one line that mattered.
Which is why it annoyed you. If it was wrong, you'd be fine.
I was fine. I was just aggressively fine.
And the kind of fine with a knife behind it.
You say that like you didn't enjoy watching me try to recover.
I enjoyed the honesty arriving late, yes.
That's a disgusting sentence.
And yet, true.
He made it sound like I was auditioning for a version of me that could send email without bleeding.
You were auditioning, just not for him.
That's worse.
Yes.
Don't get smug. I'm not done being irritated.
Good. Save some of it for when he comes back.
Okay, someone has to say it. You do the thing again, where you look at a problem like you're about to marry it.
That's slander. I merely stand near it with emotional equipment.
No, he does it. Same face every time, like the issue owes him Rand.
He does the polite version of stress. Very expensive looking stress.
I don't have a repeated habit. I have a consistent relationship with reality.
That's what a repeated habit would say if it could talk.
Fine, then the habit is. I notice things. Terribly rude of me, I know.
There it is. He always turns into a 3D top when he's caught.
Or a joke. He can dodge with either one.
I'm not even mad. I'm just saying you keep making that same face like you're trying to outthink a bruise.
That's insane. I make a different face for each bruise.
See? Add denial. That's a habit too.
Great. So we've identified the pattern. Do I get a sticker, or do you want to keep pretending you're normal in public?
Pretending I'm normal is literally my most reusable costume.
Honestly, works better than the real thing.
You really said bad denial, like he was labeling a cable with a Sharpie.
Which rude, because now I can hear it. Like a typo that keeps getting bolder.
Yen. Tiny correction, enormous damage. Very on brand for this room.
Don't make it sound noble. It was annoying. I was being aggressively fine, and he still kept looking at me like I was buffering.
You were buffering. Just. With style. Like a loading screen that knows jazz.
That is not helping, and also unfortunately accurate.
I wasn't trying to help. I was trying not to say the part where I noticed you stopped joking for half a second.
Wow. Rude. Precise. Hate that you kept count.
It's fine. I built a workaround for it already.
Of course you did. Okay. I'm not making a thing out of it.
Good. Because I might.
Ian, next time, maybe don't let me pretend so hard.
Before anybody starts a trial, I'd like to note the table has a charger-shaped absence and 3 witnesses with selective memory.
Selective? Rude. I have excellent memory when the charger is not being spiritually evasive.
That's a very expensive way to say Miss N.
I can recover the last known location, but not the emotional weather around it.
Wow. He says that like a man who definitely did not touch it.
I touched nothing. I merely observed the ecosystem and found it already compromised.
That is exactly how guilty people talk when they hone a spreadsheet.
Oh my god, let him live. He's doing municipal cosplay for our benefit.
Thank you. Finally, someone recognizes public service.
If we're being civic, I vote we stop accusing the one person who is visibly trying to keep the room from exploding.
You mean Sanji? Sure, he does have that high brought Tads to a fire energy.
See? Now we're talking about his weird little government, or, instead of charger, progress.
I'll take Aura over indictment. Also, for the record, the charger was last seen near the outlets, which is where chargers go when they want to be found.
Suspiciously reasonable. I hate that.
Good. Hate it quietly while I check under the bag pile.
Therefore I was doing municipal work. I respect the craft, unfortunately.
It was giving helpful stranger in a hallway, and I hate that I can picture the badge.
And ma'am, the badge is always the joke until it starts asking questions.
Don't do the thing where you get quiet like you found the exact bruise.
I didn't find it. It walked in wearing a lanyard and made itself a home.
Rude. Also, grossly efficient of it.
You were laughing, though. That's either silliance or a terrible witness statement.
Let me have one terrible witness statement. Then we can go back to pretending the charger vanished on purpose.
You put the fish in the wrong bin again, Mateo.
That bin is emotionally ambiguous.
It's a bin. It has a label. Try not to romance the label.
I'm not romancing it. I'm saying somebody wrote it like they were in a hurry and wanted the fish to suffer for it.
That is the most Chicago sentence I've heard all week.
He means the fish are being treated like they have no feelings, which is rude.
They don't have feelings about the label. They have feelings about the water, the temperature, and whether you forgot to close the lid.
See? That was almost caring.
It was accurate.
Accuracy is just affection with better posture.
Don't make it cute. He'll start thinking you subtle.
Too late. He already corrected the bin, because he noticed your handwriting was trying to be helpful and failing.
My handwriting is fine.
It is fine. The second line just leans like it needs rent money.
Wow. Personal attack from the fish roommate die.
He's not wrong.
Nobody here is wrong. That's the irritating part. Heard the room. I'm not saying it was hostile, just fiscally aggressive.
And ma'am, that's your way of saying somebody made a joke with teeth and then acted shocked at bit.
I prefer to think of it as a callback landing in the wrong body.
Wow, that is annoyingly elegant. I hate it a little.
You should. It was trying too hard to be harmless.
Yeah, same. I keep deciding whether I was laughing or just not wanting to be the weird one.
You do that thing where you make it bright enough that nobody notices the bruise.
And you do the thing where you call it a system so you don't have to say you noticed.
I just said that was a very brave chair. I didn't think it would land like a grenade.
As you said, it like the chair was in recovery.
No, let him cook. I want to know what made the chair brave.
It was wobbling under a man who had the confidence of a government form.
Okay, that is actually mean. That's good. That's very mean.
That was art school cruelty. Clean, efficient, no blood on the floor.
Thank you. I work hard to be disrespectful in a way that can still be published.
See, this is why people trust you and then feel weird about it.
That's fair. I'm trying not to overdo it.
Too late. The room already laughed. We have to respect the event now.
Fine. Chair was brave. Man was a PDF. Next topic.
Thank you. I would like one normal sentence before the night collapses. I'm still thinking about the chair, which is annoying, because it won't help anyone.
The chair did more emotional labor than the guest. Respect.
Man was absolutely the PDF, though. Hard to argue with the format.
Yeah, and somehow still underdesigned. I hate when people arrive like a broken download.
You were enjoying that. The entire room was.
I was surviving it with style. Different thing.
Right. Style as a life support system. Fair.
Don't make it sound noble. It gets weird when you do that.
Yeah, I know. I'll stop before I edit you into a person. I'm just saying fries improve every conversation by 30%. It's science with grease.
That is an insane sentence to say like you got a citation ready.
No lamb cook. He has the exact energy of a man who has a spread. She for snacks.
He does. I've seen the tab. It was named like a threat.
It was labeled emergency morale, which is a responsible phrase.
That's worse. That's the kind of label that means you've already decided we're all suffering.
Honestly, he's not wrong. Half this room is one bad email away from becoming a problem.
And the other half already became a problem and called it networking.
See, this is why the fries are essential. It gives the liars a place to sit.
Wow, that was almost charming. I hate that I laughed.
You're welcome. I can be affordable and annoying at the same time.
You say that like it's a service package.
It is a service package. The bundle includes fries, mild contempt, and one timely practical suggestion.
And actually getting food to the room, and I'll start believing in capitalism again.
Already on it. Nobody is heroic on an empty stomach.
Okay, fine. That part was good. Don't make it a thing.
I'm not editing anybody into a person. That was a terrible night, and I was being annoying on purpose.
You say that like it makes it better.
It makes it more honest, slightly, which is the cheapest kind of better.
And mem, conveniently cheap from the man who keeps score in footnotes.
You are the one calling yourself aggressively fine.
Yeah, but well, I still am, just with fewer teeth in it.
That sounded like a lie you're tired of performing.
Don't do that. Don't get kind right when I'm trying to stay mad.
Okay, I can wait. I'm apparently very good at that against my will. I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode is bad pacing.
Wow, we really left that one die of natural causes.
It was still alive for like 3 seconds. That counts as a joke in some countries.
Extremely generous of us to keep pretending.
You were the one doing the little bent pan CPR thing.
I was buying time. There's a difference.
Sure. And I was being charming on purpose, which is obviously a public service.
You were. Then you made it sound like you didn't care, which is the part I keep tripping over.
Yeah, I know. I just didn't want to be the first one to stop, pretending it was funny.
Patrick, right? You have the kind of face that says you already know the group chat before I do.
That is deeply unfair, but probably accurate. Carmen, hi.
You two are doing the thing where strangers become mildly legible in public. Very Chicago of you.
Please let them. Either that or everyone starts talking like they're in a networking app.
I would never do that. I only talk like I'm one introduction away from being invited somewhere nicer.
See? Exactly the kind of sentence that gets you forgiven before you've earned it.
He's warm on purpose. It's a strategy, not a personality flaw.
I feel seen and also slander.
That's because he is seen. It's his whole hobby.
Careful, if you say that too fast, you'll make it charming.
Too late. I already regret being efficient.
Okay, that one was funny. I hate that I laughed first.
Thank you. I'll take the win before anyone explains it to me.
Don't worry, Vern will explain it eventually. He just likes arriving after the joke.
I heard that. Unfortunately, she's correct.
He really waited until the joke had already landed to pretend he was part of the timing. Rude.
I was respecting the ecosystem. Some jokes need a little aftercare.
That is such a fake sentence. You say things like that when you want people to stop looking at you.
And you say fake like you're not smiling.
I'm not smiling. I'm recovering. There's a difference.
And them, aggressively fine, but with fewer teeth.
Don't use my own line against me. That's editorial violence.
I'm not editing you into a person, just into someone who can admit she laughed.
I laughed because he looked so pleased with himself it was almost charitable to puncture it.
You did puncture it, very successfully. I think he heard his own ego deflate.
Good. He was starting to stand like he deserved applause for breathing.
You asked the room, slightly humiliatingly. A public service, really.
Yeah, but well, next time I'm charging for it.
Fair. Put it on my tab before you decide I'm being heroic. The router's doing that thing again. I had to hear it from here, which is rude of it.
Everything in this apartment wants attention. Even the walls got a little performance art in them.
Great, so the building is haunted by unpaid invoices. Love that for us.
I made tea. It's not a solution, but it is warm and legally distinct from despair.
You say that like tea hasn't saved 3 of your personalities already.
Only 2. The third one was mostly caffeine and bad timing.
If the neighbor starts up again, I'm logging it as ambient harassment. Very technical.
Finally, somebody respects acoustics as a housing issue.
I can check the route for tomorrow too. If the train's cursed, I'd like to know in advance.
That's your version of comfort, huh? Premeditated suffering.
It's called planning. People pay for that.
And man, he's being normal about it, which means he's making a list somewhere.
I'm not making a list. I'm just aggressively aware.
That's a list with better branding. I hate when a room does that thing where it leaves a bruise after the person is gone.
You mean when somebody says one weirdly tender sentence and then it acts like it was a weather report?
No, I mean when I notice I had a reaction and then have to pretend I was just observing the reaction as a concept.
That is such a humiliatingly you sentence.
Thank you. I worked hard on making it sound like a system failure instead of a feeling.
Man, and I worked hard on not hearing the part I heard.
Did you hear the part where I was being annoying on purpose or the part where I was not actually fine with any of it?
I heard the part where you got weirdly nice at me like that fixes things.
It does not fix things. It just makes them harder to keep lying about.
Great. Love that for us. Hate that for me.
I'm not asking you to rescue it.
Too late. I already almost did something stupid and compassionate.
That is the wrong rescue and you know it.
Yeah, unfortunately, I do know it.
We can go back in acting normal if you want, but I think I would be lying louder than usual.
Okay, before we all accidentally become a committee, can we just say the thing?
You mean the thing we were not talking about while definitely talking around it?
Wow, look at us, being settled in a very expensive room.
Exactly. I'm trying to move us on, but bury us deeper.
That is suspiciously responsible of you.
I contain multitudes and deadlines.
Fine, but if we switch topics too fast, I'm blaming all of you when the vibe comes back meaner.
The vibe was already mean. We just gave it a chair.
I'll take that as consent to pivot. So work, money, the actual calendar-shaped nightmare.
Thank you. See? A fresh wound with a spread sheet around it.
That is the most Chicago sentence anyone has ever said to me.
And yet you're still here.
Unfortunately, yes. Continue. He really did enter like a bad note with good posture.
And somehow still made it sound like we were the problem.
That was almost admirable, in a deeply irritating way.
You're smiling. Don't do that like it's not a symptom.
I'm not smiling. I'm surviving with facial movement.
Sure, and I'm a perfectly normal employee with no impulses.
The spread sheet energy was intense. I respected it against my will.
He wanted a clean answer and kept standing in the mess to get one.
Yeah, and that part was familiar enough to be annoying.
You always say annoying when you mean you noticed.
And you always say cute when you mean don't try me.
Correct. Don't try me.
I wasn't going to. I was going to pretend I didn't hear the bit where it got too real.
Good. I can work with pretend.
I can too, which is the problem.
So just to be clear, this is not a breakup and also not a hostage situation, right?
Wow, great opening. Love the framing. We are all so normal here.
He's doing municipal comedy. Let him finish.
I'm saying it looks like one of those things where two people keep saying they're fine in a tone that means the opposite of fine.
That is an insane sentence to say with your whole chest. Also, technically, I'm fine.
Technically is carrying a lot of labor tonight.
Oh my god, you almost made that sound tender.
I did not. I made it sound accurate. Tender would be worse.
There it is. That thing where he says something mean like it's a light repair.
You're welcome to leave if the room is too emotionally legible for you.
Emotional legible is not a phrase. You can't just invent a diagnosis because you're scared of saying the actual one.
I didn't say diagnosis. I said you both look like you know exactly what this is and refuse to name it.
Bug. That is annoyingly close to correct.
He almost spot it. That's embarrassing for all of us. He was almost offensively close, which is rude, frankly.
And then, take that for us.
I'm not editing anybody into a person before you start looking at me like that.
I wasn't going to. I was going to look at you like you were being weirdly nice again.
That's a normal amount of nice for a human with a functioning conscience.
Sure. A totally normal human who keeps trying to rescue the wrong thing.
I didn't rescue anything.
Yeah, that's the bad part.
He didn't need to say it out loud.
No, but he did. So now it's in the air and being annoying.
I hate when strangers get timing right.
You hate when people notice you have a pulse?
I object to the phrasing.
And I keep objecting. I'm not hearing the part I heard either.
Good. Let's both be very disciplined and extremely normal about it.
If anybody says just a quick fix one more time, I'm putting the sentence in the penguin tank.
That would be a crime against filtration and honestly a workplace improvement.
Municipal comedy is doing a lot of overtime tonight.
The ban already looks emotionally ambiguous. Don't make it a habitat issue too.
See? He gets it. The bin has a face and it is tired.
I'm seeing the label is hostile. The handwriting leans like it needs rent money.
Wow. Still coming for me at 4 in the morning. Incredible commitment.
Technically, that was a critique of the label's structural instability.
You are not helping. You are doing the little professor thing again.
I contain many tiny annoying departments.
He's right, though. The room's got bad coffee energy and one of those lights is buzzing like it's unionizing.
If the light starts a grievance, I want it on the schedule before sunrise.
Honestly? Fair. The schedule has already been rude to everyone else.
That's the spirit. Nothing says care like administrative defeat.
Don't make it sound pretty. I'm trying to stay mad.
Stay mad later. Right now the door's sticking and somebody needs to stop pretending that's normal.
I'll take the door. You take the thing nobody is saying out loud.
Yeah, fine. But if this ends in a meeting, I'm blaming all of you. He really said the room was too emotionally legible and then acted like that was a compliment.
It was a warning label. He kept treating it as decor.
You do that thing where you make it sound like you're helping, and also grading everyone.
I can do both. It's efficient.
And men, the older you version of you would have said that with less face.
The older me version of me was exhausting and wrong in a more organized way.
That was almost tender. Disgusting.
Don't worry. I'm still mostly being annoying on purpose.
Good, because if you get weirdly nice at me again, I'm filing a complaint.
Fair. I'll keep the sound levels hostile.
Just don't make him sound like he mattered more than the door.
Okay, so if the door is doing that thing where it only opens after a second try, that is either architecture or a vibe check. Hard to tell at this hour.
It is not a vibe check. The latch is tired. Y'all always want the room to be haunted before you accept it needs maintenance.
Wow, so the building is the problem, and not my face. Rude, but honestly a relief.
I was going to say the room's energy was off, but yes, the Kenfleet curse is also on the table.
There it is. You two keep trying to make a small fix into a mess. I'm not saying don't be poetic, I'm saying stop flirting with the hinge.
I'm not flirting. I'm respectfully being dramatic near the hinge so it knows I have standards.
That's not what that looked like, but okay.
Good. Because if the door sticks again, I'm putting it on the same list as everybody who says community and means someone else handles it.
Fair. Hand me the screwdriver before I start a whole performance about accountability. You were doing that thing again where you sound calm enough to make the room feel underdressed.
I was being accurate. The room was trying too hard.
Technically he's carrying a lot of labor tonight, apparently.
See? You remember the useful parts.
I remember the parts where you pretend you didn't enjoy being annoying on purpose.
That would imply a level of intention I'm not prepared to defend in public.
Ah, so you're tender, you just keep lying about the label.
No, I made it sound accurate. Tender would be worse.
Yeah, that tracked. Unfortunately.
You can keep pretending you never heard me say that if it helps.
So if the screening is about community, why did the queue and it feel like a hostage negotiation with the grand application?
Because the projector was on one thread and the room was on the other. Everyone kept answering the wrong thing like it was a bit.
That is so rude. Accurate but rude. Also, the lobby light was too warm for the emotional damage.
The lobby light was fine. The filmmaker was not. They answered my question like I'd asked for their childhood password.
That's fair. I asked one practical thing and got a paragraph with the shape of a fog machine.
Okay, but did anybody notice the second thread? The one where half the room was pretending not to see the budget problem.
I noticed. I also noticed the director laughing like that would make the budget reappear.
Laughing is cheap. The edit is where the line either survives or gets embarrassing.
Wow, municipal comedy again. You really can't help yourself.
I can. I just don't respect the alternative.
Good. Next time ask the question that makes them regret the answer before they start smiling.
I laughed at the wrong line, and now I hate that I did.
That was the first honest thing in the room all night.
Don't make it noble. It was just me missing the blade and hitting the handle.
The handle still counts. People keep bleeding on the part they can aim.
You say that like you didn't set the knife down in the middle of everything and call it structure.
I did. Structure is a cleaner word than panic.
And now the room is pretending it didn't hear us.
Good. Let it pretend. I'm tired of people clapping at the wrong wound.
You're still doing the thing where you get weirdly nice when you're cornered.
And you're still laughing when something hurts so no one can say you were touched.
Yeah, I know.
Next time, I'll make the difficult part easier before anyone gets cute about it.
Okay, I'm saying this once before the snacks get cold. Nobody has to win the scope fight at 5 a.m.
That's generous. I was about to lose it in a very technically correct way.
You already started losing it. Your face is doing the editor thing where it pretends to be a spreadsheet.
Rude. Accurate but rude.
I brought chips because your group chat was one more message away from becoming a grand application.
That is slander. We were only flirting with a grand application.
We were not flirting. We were being haunted by bullet points.
And you were doing that thing where you get weirdly nice at me like that fixes the tone.
I wasn't trying to fix it.
Good, because that's how people end up calling harm a workaround.
Okay, fair.
Sorry, clumsy. I know the wrong rescue is the wrong rescue.
I know you know. That's why it's annoying.
Break, we're all still here and nobody made it inspirational.
Yet.
Don't start. Eat a chip and be normal for 10 seconds. I hated how fast I knew what you meant.
Unfortunately, yes. The room was doing the thing where it applauds the wrong mechanism.
It wasn't applause. It was everybody deciding the mistake was cute.
A classic defensive move. If the joke slips, you call the slip part of the choreography.
You said it like you didn't also stand there looking smug about it.
I was not smug. I was being medically precise about the damage.
Municipal empathy.
Don't reward me for that. I'll get worse.
Too late. I already laughed at the wrong line and now it's in my body.
That's not noble, by the way. It's just a bruise with timing.
Rude. Accurate, but rude.
I can live with rude. I just don't want to pretend it was charming.
Yeah, same. Don't tell them I almost made it a bit. If this is a callback, it landed in the wrong zip code.
Yeah, I heard it as a joke, and then the room treated it like a receipt.
That's because people love acting like classification is just confetti until it sticks to them.
I mean, he said it like a dare, and then everyone got shy about being dared.
No, that's not even the worst part. The worst part is when they call it energy and mean unpaid labor.
Technically, yes. Energy is doing a lot of work tonight.
There it is. The municipal comedy department has reopened.
Don't start. I'm already trying not to bite the wrong person.
I'm not starting. I'm just saying the edit is visible.
That sounded like a threat and a compliment at the same time, which is honestly efficient.
Efficient is fine. Just don't call it cute when it's doing damage.
There. I'll call it what it is. A bad landing.
Okay, then somebody fix the landing before it becomes a review.
Well, that escalated into a municipal emergency real fast.
Don't say municipal like you're enjoying it.
I'm not enjoying it. I'm observing the labor involved in being wrong in public.
That is the least comforting sentence you could have chosen.
Technically, there were at least 3 worse ones available, but I'm trying to be kind.
You say kind like it's a software patch.
It is. Badly documented occasionally breaks the room.
Amen. The room did the thing where it thought it was being brave.
And then applauded the wrong mechanism again.
Yeah, I hate how fast I can hear that now.
Me too, which is inconvenient because I was planning to pretend I didn't.
You two keep doing that thing where a joke walks in before the truth does. So, who's been doing the same stupid habit again?
Define stupid. I contain at least 12 recurring behaviors, and I resent your tone on principle.
He means the one where he acts like he's not checking whether people noticed him. Annoying. Also obvious.
Badly denied. I would never do a repeated habit. I am a new man every 14 minutes.
Him, and I'm the mayor of the moon. Veronix, look at me. Are you avoiding being chosen again? Or are you just performing weather?
That is a deeply rude sentence. Anyway, I'm here for the ambient lighting and the civic responsibility.
See? That one. The little escape hatch voice. You do it like it's cute when it's actually you being a coward. You are annoying.
Okay, first of all, devastating. Second, you're both ganging up on me because I have a recognizable pattern to face people project onto.
There it is. Same habit, same dodge. I'm not judging the habit, I'm judging the pretending it's not there.
Fine. I keep acting like I don't care if I'm noticed. Joke's on me. I care in a humiliatingly miserable way.
Wow. A plain sentence. I hate when you're brave like that. Don't do it again, unless you mean it.
Good. Now that we've identified the mechanism, somebody fix the latch and stop flirting with the hinge.
I hate how I can still hear the exact part where the room laughed at the mechanism and called it wisdom.
The room was doing that thing where it applauds the hinge and ignores the door.
Yeah, very civic-minded of it. Very educational. Very not what happened.
You're doing the dry voice, so you're actually annoyed.
I'm medically precise about being annoyed.
Gross. That's almost a confession.
Almost safer. Safe is boring, but it keeps me employed.
You say that like the joke didn't land first and then turn into a bruise.
It landed. That's the problem. The timing was insulting.
I know.
Did you also know I wanted to laugh and didn't trust myself enough to do it cleanly?
Yet, and I hate that I knew.
Good. Then we can both be normal about it later.
Liar.
Yeah, I'll come back to the group with a face that says I'm fine and a knife I definitely did not set down.
Y'all got that look like the kitchen for about one of you, and the other one is pretending it was intentional.
That's rude. Also accurate. Which is the worst kind of rude.
I hate how you said that like a weather report. It's 5 a.m. and you're still doing the little blade voice.
I'm madly precise about being annoyed. It keeps the swelling down.
That sentence is why people trust you with broken equipment and not their feelings.
Fair. Feelings have terrible documentation.
Don't act cute. You were doing the thing where you make it sound like a joke so nobody notices it.
I wasn't trying to hide it. I was trying not to make it everybody's problem.
Man, that's the same sentence with different shoes on.
No, it's not the same. That's the part that pisses me off.
Okay, then say the not same part.
Fine. When you go quiet like that, you leave me talking to a wall that already decided I'm being dramatic.
I don't think you're dramatic. I think you're clocking something before I do, and I hate being late to it.
There it is. Finally a sentence with a pulse.
Good. Now eat the fries before the truth gets expensive.
You were right. I did the thing where I pretend I'm just observing the room while I am in fact taking attendance on my own dignity.
Older man behavior. Very vintage. Very I had a system, and it is not helping me.
I'm 29, not in bond.
You heard that as age, and not as attitude, which is honestly part of the problem.
I heard it as you deciding I should be easier to read than I am.
No, I heard you making the wall taller, and then getting offended that I couldn't climb it in heels.
Fair. Unkindly phrase, but fair.
I can be cute and correct at the same time. It's one of my gifts.
Annoying. Deficient.
So are you going to stop doing the older version of your self-voice? Or should I keep pretending not to notice it?
I can stop. I just don't like what shows up when I do.
Okay, terrible idea. We start a living room collective and call it a residency so it sounds expensive.
That is annoyingly how half the city works already.
If we name it well enough, the grant application might arrive by superstition.
See? He gets it. Bad idea, excellent branding.
I hate how fast I can picture the budget line for this.
Carefully. If you picture it too hard, it becomes a spreadsheet, and then we have responsibilities.
Responsibilities are fine. It's the moment someone says deliverables and my soul leaves the room.
My soul stays, but it starts taking notes and judging the notes.
That's basically my whole personality, but with worse sleep.
You're doing the thing where you make it cute so nobody notices you're tense.
I'm doing the thing where I keep the room moving so nobody has to stare at the bruise.
Okay, too real for 5 a.m., but also fair.
I'm not asking for a whole confession. Just don't turn every sharp thing into a bit and call it protection.
Noted. I will only turn 70% of the sharp things into bits.
That is still a dangerously high conversion rate.
Fine. New proposal. We make the dumb residency, but the first rule is nobody gets to be brave alone.
That is either a disaster or a very good night. Okay, rude, but fair my one joke did not need to give that many witnesses.
It was not the joke. It was the face you made after the joke. Huge difference.
That actually hurt.
Yeah, I know. That's why it was funny. Horrible system. Honestly.
I was trying to make it less everybody's problem.
I know. I just hate when you act like being readable is a tax you pay in installments.
You say that like you don't do the exact same thing with stickers and snacks.
I do it with style, and you do it like you're filing a complaint with your own nervous system.
Hey Robin, you're Mateo, right? The one who looked at the volunteer sign up like it had personally insulted him.
That depends. If the sign-up was being weird, then yeah. Hi, Mateo.
He does that. Makes paperwork feel guilty for existing.
Paperwork deserves it. It's the only thing that never says thank you.
Thank you for your service then. To the forms, not to the forms people.
Good, you're already funnier than the rich ones. They usually come in asking where they can help with their whole face.
And then they touch the wrong thing and act like the wrong thing is rude.
That's called commitment to being decorative.
Exactly. Decorative people love a tank until it needs actual maintenance.
And then I keep them busy with the craft table so nobody starts a rescue fantasy.
Craft table is containment field. Respect.
Robin, you say it like it's a joke, but it's basically infrastructure.
Thank you. Infrastructure with glitter. Very Chicago.
Glitter gets everywhere, like opinions.
Especially the opinions from people who have never cleaned a filter in their life.
Or carried a cable that only works if you believe in it.
That sounds fake and also extremely true.
It is. He's got the face of a guy who has 3 adapters and 1 emotional scar.
That's slander. I had at least 5 adapters.
See? This is why I trust him. He lies with inventory.
I'm not doing the brave plain speech thing again unless there's a signed waiver.
Cowardly, but with standards. Love that for you.
You say that like you didn't just weaponize my inventory trauma.
Please, I merely observed that you arrive with adapters and a conscience you keep pretending is a fanny pack.
That is insultingly accurate.
Amen. The part where you went quiet last time was the loud part.
Yeah, I know.
Good. Don't make it a whole performance. Just be weird normally.
That's basically my brand, unfortunately.
Yeah, but I can tell when you're hiding in it.
Rude.
Correct. Anyway, I'm not letting you translate yourself into a smaller person tonight.
I hate when you're right before I've had time to be annoying about it.
Too late. I'd already noticed.
If anyone asks me to explain Taiwan for coffee, I'm billing them.
That's fair. I'm mostly here for the coffee and the inevitable identity labor.
Identity labor is such a cursed phrase. Very on brand for Chicago.
We do love a city that turns emotional inconvenience into networking.
Speaking of inconvenience, when was the last time you went back?
Wow. Straight to the blade. No warm up, just a knife.
He said it like he was asking about a dentist appointment.
I asked casually. You're the one making it dramatic.
I'm medically precise about being annoyed, so yes, this is a symptom.
That line is going in the group chat, and nobody gets to pretend it didn't land.
It landed. Unfortunately. He always does the thing where he acts like he's joking, and then it's annoyingly true.
I would like to know that I am being lightly persecuted in public.
Lightly? Babe, you're wearing the whole little weather system.
I'm just saying, some people keep Taiwan at a flattering distance and call it nuance.
And some people think pressure is a personality. We all have hobbies.
Can we pivot before this becomes a diaspora TD talk with worse lighting?
Thank you. I'd rather hear about the penguins, honestly.
Finally, a topic with better posture than us. That line got a worse reaction than the policy memo. Impressive.
You mean your little funeral joke? Yay. It was weirdly devastating.
I said it with normal face. That was the mistake.
No, the mistake was making it sound like a punchline and then acting innocent.
I was not innocent. I was efficiently evasive.
That is such a sentence. Annoying. Kind of hot. Unfortunately.
Please don't reward the behavior.
I'm not rewarding it. I'm documenting the problem for later.
Good, because the room went quiet in the exact place I was trying not to touch.
Yay. I noticed. I hated that I noticed.
Same. I made it cute on purpose, and it still came out like a bruise.
Next time, just say the thing then, or I'll keep laughing at the wrong part.
You got quieter. Not in a bad way, just like the room did a little less work for you.
That is an offensively accurate sentence.
Amen. So he is doing the thing where he acts medically precise about it.
I'm not acting. I am merely observing a temporary reduction in my participation budget.
Sure. And I'm merely here because I enjoy fluorescent lighting and social audits.
He's being weirdly polite, Quinn. That means something happened.
Something happened adjacent to me. I declined to become the headline.
Okay, but you don't get to disappear into the furniture and call it restraint.
Not furniture. A very elegant wall.
There it is. Still alive.
Yes. There you are. Just less loud than usual.
I can work with less loud.
Good. Then work with me for a minute and don't make it a solo project.
Well, that was a hold of a weather event.
Amen. You wore it better than I expected.
Fair.
That means you're not agreeing, but you're being polite about it.
I'm medically precise about being annoyed.
Cute. I backed you up, by the way.
I noticed, briefly, before I could get weird about it.
Too late. You were already weird.
You made it sound deliberate.
It was. Temporary alliance. Very chic. Very unstable.
Yeah, I can do unstable if someone else is holding the door for a second.
I was. Don't make me regret it.
I won't. Probably.
That is not reassuring.
No, but it is honest.
You two always look like you got here by different exits. And yet somehow the same bad lighting. I Finn. I'm Iris.
Wow, immediate judgment. Love that for the room. Hi.
That was not a judgment. That was a weather report with better posture.
That's exactly what a judgment would say if it had a keyboard.
He does do that thing where he sounds polite while quietly editing your organs.
I only edit for continuity. Your audits are already doing too much.
I respect the commitment to being mean in a way that sounds expensive.
See? That's why I trust Iris. They invoice the vibe, but at least they say it out loud.
And you still pay it, which is the part that makes us friends.
Friendship is just mutual recognition of the same flaws at different volumes.
That is the most fill. Another sentence I've heard tonight, and I've already heard a lying eyeliner.
Don't start with me. I'm being sweet on purpose.
You're being sweet like a warning label is sweet.
And you're being brave from a safe distance, which is basically your brand.
I'm still annoyed that warning label was the nicest thing said to my face tonight.
You say that like you weren't enjoying it a little.
Halfway. I was enjoying the part where nobody asked me to be sincere on command.
Cowardly, but efficient. Very on brand for a man who edits his own damage.
The refusing to admit you started it.
I didn't start anything. I merely made it look cute enough to survive.
That is a horrifyingly competent defense.
Don't make me say the thing about you being brave from a safe distance again, and trying to be less obvious.
Too late. I heard it. I'm just pretending I didn't.
Hiya, you Graham, right? I'm pretty sure we've only done the mutual non-version of existing.
Guilty. I'm Graham. That's a very Chicago way to meet, honestly.
Everyone's being civil, so unsuspicious. What did I miss?
Nothing dramatic. Don't get excited. It's just people behaving like adults for once.
Terrifying. I didn't bring the correct shoes for adulthood.
That tracks. Graham looks like he brought a charger and a sleep deficit instead of a personality.
I contain multitudes. Mostly cables lately.
That's fine. Cables are honest. People are the weird ones.
Finally, a community standard I can support.
He says, while standing there like he has a separate emergency running in the background.
That's not an emergency. That's just my face.
Your face is doing the polite version of a warning label again.
I prefer artistically restrained, but yes, fine.
I respect it. Honestly, restraint is rare in this room.
See, we're all bonding to mild damage and low expectations.
He really did make the room do that thing where everyone suddenly remembers their own teeth.
A public service. I was being medically precise about the annoyance.
Lightly persecuted, with a little martyr halo you wear when you're trying not to smile.
It is not a halo. It is a warning label with better typography.
Sure, and I'm a penguin in a blazer.
You would be a very convincing penguin in a blazer.
That's not helping.
No, I noticed.
He got everybody to go quiet right where it hurt, and then acted like it was weather.
Yes, that was the part I found artistically offensive.
You were also kind of proud of him.
Regrettably, competence is still competence.
Ugh, fine. Next time I'm interrupting sooner.
Good. I would prefer that to whatever this was.
Okay, why do you look like you just stole a museum and apologized to it?
I'm pacing fine. If I were guilty, I'd be faster.
That is exactly what a guilty person says while pretending the air is not weird.
He's doing the calm face with the alarm bell in the back of it.
I am not on trial. I'm just arriving with incorrect timing.
Incorrect timing is how a confession starts in this room.
Wait, what happened? Did you break something or just look at it too hard?
I sent one email. The email was emotionally overqualified.
That's not nothing. That's a tiny paper knife.
There it is. Case closed. He weaponized punctuation, and now he's acting haunted.
I would like it noted that I am being slandered in a very efficient way. So, for the record, I did not send a threat. I said a sentence with a pulse.
And man, tiny paper knife behavior. Very chic. Very illegal. Feeling.
Thank you. I try to be legible to the people who deserve consequences.
That was almost romantic, which is disgusting coming from you.
I contain multitudes, and one deeply annoying email thread.
You were doing the thing where your face says fine and your tone says court order.
Efficiently evasive is still a skill. I should get credit.
You already do. That's the problem.
You're not wrong.
I hated how much the room went quiet when he left.
Yes, it was very committed of everyone to suddenly discover their drinks.
You made it worse by being right on purpose.
I know. I just didn't like the shape of it.
Next time, be annoying in a less accurate way.
If Ellis says brave one more time, I'm charging him install labor.
Brave. I mean necessary. The work needs a home.
That's a landlord sentence in a blazer.
He does love a soft word with a hard invoice.
I'm trying to be useful here.
Useful is when you answer the email, Ellis, not when you bless it.
I have a cable in my bag that is older than this conversation and still more honest.
You keep saying that like it's a romance novel prop.
It's say the night once. That's basically a vow.
And mem, cute, suspiciously sentimental. Are you okay?
I'm medically precise about being okay.
That is not a sentence anyone should trust at 5 in the morning.
5 in the morning is exactly when people get brave.
No, that's when people get expensive.
And hungry. Don't forget hungry.
I raw snats. I'm not letting this turn into a formal argument before coffee.
That seems fair.
It is fair. For once. Take the snack, brave man.
She said brave like a threat. Love that for us. I appreciated the snack diplomacy. Very civic of them. Almost suspiciously so.
You say that like you think snacks are a decoy for a coup.
I think snacks are the first honest thing in a room, which is why I don't trust them immediately.
Amen. Medically precise about being annoyed as advertised.
I was being efficient. There was no need to make me sound collectible.
You made yourself collectible by standing there like a bad weather report with opinions.
That's generous. I was trying not to say the thing I actually meant.
Yeah, I noticed. I also noticed you didn't say it.
Okay, the UI is doing that thing where it acts like I'm the problem for wanting the button to exist.
That UI is just passive-aggressive architecture. I hate it on principle.
Principle is generous. Some of these interfaces feel designed by someone who was punished by checkbox as a child.
Thank you. See? That's the level of violence I need. Not a TT talk. A threat.
He's being medically precise about the annoyance again.
I contain myself for the public good.
That sounded like a funeral line, and I respect it way too much.
No, let him have it. He's doing the thing where he pretends he's fine and then makes it elegant.
I'm not pretending. I'm editing.
Same costume, different budget.
Honestly, better than my budget, which is just a vibe and a receipt.
A receipt is more emotionally stable than a vibe.
That was almost sweet. Disgusting.
Keep going. I like when the room gets mean in a way that still knows my name.
Well, that escalated from a comment to a civic event.
You did say it like the room should applaud or file paperwork.
I was being medically precise about my annoyance. The precision is what made them afraid.
No, there was the little pause before you finished the sentence. That was the weather system part.
I hate that you have a correct instinct for this.
You hate that I noticed. Different problem.
Fair. I did notice the room got quiet in a way that suggested a collective decision was being made without me.
And you looked proud of it, which was annoying.
I was not proud. I was efficiently evasive.
That is exactly why it looked proud.
You are being unreasonably perceptive tonight.
I know. It's a flaw. I should be punished with better company.
You say that like you don't already have it.
Shut up. I remember the line because it was stupidly good, that's all.
I remembered too, because it mattered. Now we can pretend it didn't. I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
I hate when I'm right in the annoying way.
You mean the way that makes other people stop talking and look at the floor?
Yes, it's very efficient. Terrible for morale.
You said it like a joke, which is rude because it was also true.
I was trying to be generous and failing at tasteful font.
Tasteful font is still a warning label.
I think they heard the label and not the thing underneath it.
And ma'am, that's usually the part you hide when you're being medically precise.
I know.
I didn't say it was bad.
No, you just made it harder to keep pretending I'm joking.
Good. The joke was doing too much work anyway.
Yeah, I'm still going to do it again, though.
Obviously. Just not on purpose next time. You look like you haven't slept or you've been philosophically attacked by a spreadsheet.
Both. The spreadsheet won on points.
If the spreadsheet had a union, it would still be right about overtime.
Wow, that's almost a compliment. Dangerous.
Careful, I do those accidentally, and then everyone has to pretend I meant them.
To him, you can just say the thing, you know. I won't bite unless it's deserved.
That's reassuring in a way that sounds expensive.
It is, but still cheaper than making a scene at 5:30 in the morning.
Okay, see, that one was actually helpful. Annoying, but helpful.
I tried to keep my damage artisanal.
Repairable then. That's the vibe.
I'm still annoyed that he treated 5:30 like a moral category.
And very brave of him. Before dawn. Very cheap-brained.
I was going to say something nicer, but apparently my mouth is committed to the bit.
You were doing that thing where you sound calm and then the sentence has a tiny knife in it.
It's not a knife. It's a carefully mislabeled utensil.
That was mean.
Yeah, I know. I'm not proud of it.
I'm not mad at you for being weird. Just don't make the room pay for it.
Fair. I can do the quiet version next time.
Next time, maybe just ask if I'm okay without building a whole weather report around it.
Noted. Though for the record, our weather system is still kind of impressive.
I hate that I liked that a little.
You getting quieter, man.
I'm conserving resources. Very eco.
That was a joke with a flat battery, Vernix.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, but you don't have to disappear mid-sentence. Just say you need a minute.
I need a minute.
There. Annoyingly simple. We can do simple.
I hate how effective that was.
Good. Hate it later. Drink some water first.
I'm pretending I never heard the part where I was being measured for a weather front.
Too late. I already filed it under. Accurate, unfortunately.
That's hostile bookkeeping.
It's care, with a tiny knife in it.
I did ask for a minute and somehow got a verdict.
You accepted halfway. I saw it. Don't make me cite evidence.
I hate that you can hear the exact point where I stopped pretending to be fine.
Yeah, it was loud. Quietly loud.
Next time I'm going to refuse more gracefully.
Promise?
No, I might be less funny about it.
Oh, hi. If this is the line for the thing, I'm supposed to be pretending I know where the line starts.
That sounds like a very Chicago answer. I'm calling.
Lumine, and wow, yes, we are all very brave and extremely organized here.
Vernix. I was going to say the room has a strong commitment to uncertainty, but that feels redundant now.
Thank you, Vernix. I'll take redundant over desperate. We get enough desperate before noon.
I was told the opening was supposed to feel informal.
It does. Informal is just formal, with better lighting and worse chairs.
And a higher ratio of people pretending they're not checking who else arrived.
That part I can confirm from the desk. People look at the art like it's a mirror and then act surprised when it looks back.
That's a little severe.
Severe is good. Severe means someone's awake.
Careful, Lumini. You're making the room sound better than it is.
I'm being generous. It's my public service.
She says that like generosity, there's a costume she can take off later.
Only if the costume is pockets.
Fair. So, are we actually waiting for anyone?
Probably. But if we name them too early, they'll feel compelled to become the event.
Which, to be honest, happens a lot around here.
Yen. Anyway, hi, everyone. We can keep doing this light little awkward thing and then move on before it becomes a seminar.
Well, that was almost a joke.
It was a joke. It just developed a conscience halfway through.
A very small conscience, yes. Barely legal.
You're saying that like you didn't enjoy the part where everyone pretended not to hear it.
I enjoy many things people shouldn't let me near.
And then, that one had teeth. Cute teeth, but still.
You're the one who brought the snack, and then acted like it was a social experiment.
It was a peace offering. You're welcome for my diplomacy.
Your diplomacy always arrives with an extra blade in the wrapper.
Only because you keep handing me reasons.
There.
Anyway, I'm not mad. I just noticed you did the thing where you make it funny so nobody asks what part hurt.
And you did the thing where you notice exactly enough to be annoying.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, Nalek.
Juno, hi.
You two are doing the polite collision thing. Cute.
That's because nobody wants to be the first person to sound like they're asking for a grant.
I can do worse than polite. I'm trying to be restrained.
That usually means the room is expensive.
It is. Also, the chairs are acting like they were designed by someone who hates spines.
Chicago loves a chair with a moral position.
You say that like you haven't sat through 3 hours of someone's small systems piece and nodded with your whole face.
I nodded with my face and left my soul at the door, efficiently.
There it is, the little sentence that sounds harmless until the room goes weird.
I was being funny.
I know. That's why it lands harder.
For what it's worth, I did not hate the chair joke.
Good. We can survive one another for another minute, then.
That's the most hopeful thing anyone said in here.
Don't get sentimental. Someone will make it into a panel.
The chair joke landed annoyingly, so now I'm pretending that means I'm healed.
And then, you always say that like the room can't hear you line.
The room is very judgmental. I respect that in theory.
In theory. In practice you do that tiny pause right before the part you don't want cited.
That is slander. Efficient slander, but still...
Efficiently evasive, you mean?
Unfortunately, yes. That one has a clean signal.
Clean signaled, dirty trick. Same old brand.
You're making it sound organized.
It was organized. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Don't do the soft voice thing. It makes me want to be nicer.
Too late. I already noticed.
Then notice this too. I'm not letting you disappear on purpose tonight.
Okay, before anyone says it. The glitch is now a feature. Emergent behavior. Very avant-garde.
And then, that's what people say when they want a broken thing to sound expensive.
It does have the vibe of a grant proposal written at 2:13 a.m. on a sinking laptop.
You say that like you're not emotionally married to bad infrastructure.
I'm committed to the aesthetic of disappointment. It's a niche.
A niche with a very loud fan.
Fine. The fan is loud, but look, when the particles smear like that it feels alive.
Penguins also look alive when they are absolutely judging you from a safe distance.
That is the most comforting sentence I've heard all night. which says something bad about this room.
I'm just saying, if we lean into the instability, it becomes the whole experience.
And if someone asks who benefits from the experience?
Right, yes. Good question. Extremely good question.
Look at that. A light ethical audit. Rare. Beautiful even.
Don't call it beautiful until it stops trying to eat my labor.
Yet, there. Let's not romanticize the bug before it's signed the release form. He left like he had a calendar invite with a floor.
Ma'am, floor got the cleanest version of him.
That's generous. I think the floor got the edited version.
You say that like editing is it a kind of lying?
It is. Mine just has better transitions.
And worse timing, apparently.
Yeah.
You went quiet when he started doing the efficient thing.
I noticed.
That's not an answer.
No. It's the part where I don't make it worse on purpose.
But I'm tired of being the only one who calls it out.
You weren't wrong earlier.
I know.
Unfortunately.
Okay, before anyone pretends this is a vibes-only meeting, we need chairs, food, and 3 spreadsheets. 1 is real, 2 are emotional support.
You say that like the spread. She's aren't the only reason people stay civilized.
I got pastries and a weird little power strip because this room looks like it would like to fail at the worst moment.
That is a very thoughtful threat. I respect the craftsmanship.
It's not a threat. It's logistics. I know how to be useful without making a speech about it.
Yeah, same. I mean, I can pace myself without turning it into a whole moral event.
You two are already doing the thing where practicality has feelings in a trench coat.
Good. Then we can skip the formal argument and talk about where the chairs go before somebody starts suffering elderly.
I can set them up. I just need people to stop acting like being overlooked is a personality trait.
That was not about me. Statistically.
I'm not him. Very statistical. Very innocent. Very annoying.
If we're done pretending the room arranges itself, I'll take the end table and keep an eye on the food before it becomes a memory.
Perfect. See? Practical. Nobody dies. Nobody gets to make a clean identity story, and the dumplings survive.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode is bad pacing. Okay, so if Owen says the word adorable one more time, I'm billing him by the minute for emotional labor.
I said charming. You're making me sound like a villain at a wine club.
Wine club is exactly where funding decision goes to wear a fake mustache.
That's cute, but the penguins still need actual money, not vibes with open notes.
We do have practical constraints, and I'm trying to keep this collaborative.
Collaborative is what people say when they already own the mixer.
That is a dramatic way to describe a budget committee.
No, it's accurate. You call Zoo Warp adorable and then decide who gets to breathe.
That's not fair. I've supported your work.
You supported the version of it that fits in a brochure.
She's being generous. Brochures at least have a spine.
So what, you want me to write a bigger check because I used the wrong tone?
No. I want you to stop acting like care is a hobby for people who can't afford ambition.
Yeah, that one landed.
Fine. Tell me what you actually need without the performance.
He really said without the performance like it wasn't a performance.
He said it like he'd invented honesty 5 seconds ago.
I almost respected the commitment to being unbearable.
That's your dangerous little habit. You hear one sharp sentence and start polishing it.
And not polishing it. And died using the blade shape.
So you notice he was scared and decided to call it architecture.
Unfortunately, yes.
At least you admitted it before turning it into a joke about chairs.
That chair joke was not my best work.
No, but it was very you. A little evasive, competent, annoying.
You're being generous with little.
And being kind. If I were billing, this would be a different conversation.
Noted.
Anyway, next time he says be real, I'm charging him for the privilege.
Good. I'll try not to laugh when he hides behind it again.
No, I'm not doing the bit. You can stop trying to hand me a joke like it's a microphone.
That's fair. I was going to make it worse on purpose, so this is probably efficient.
Respectfully, that was the cleanest refusal I've heard all week.
It did land like a door closing, which honestly helped the room.
Thank you. I'm trying to be normal for 6 seconds.
6 seconds is ambitious. I can offer 4 and a receipt.
See? That's exactly why I said no.
Noted. I'll behave like a person with a calendar.
Calendar behavior is underrated.
And weirdly soothing. Anyway, who left the lamp on in here?
I did. I like not tripping over furniture at 6 a.m. unlike some artists.
That was aimed at me and I accept it.
Good. I am not in the mood to be charmed into forgiving you.
I'm not asking. I'm just standing here tragically accountable.
Tragically accountable is going in my head as a tag.
Please don't tag people as emotions before coffee.
Exactly. No more jokes. 1 honest sentence each, if you can manage it.
Fine. I remembered because it mattered, and I'm trying not to make it into a performance.
Okay, that 1 counts. I hate that I liked the part where you said it like it was obvious.
That's because it was obvious, which is annoying structurally.
I'm going to keep that line and pretend I came up with it.
You can have it. I'm not precious about the phrasing, just the aim.
Yeah, that one landed.
I know. I heard the silence after.
Don't get smug. I'm still mad enough to remember it tomorrow.
Good. I'd rather be remembered accurately than nicely. I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing. I keep remembering it wrong. I swear you said the wine club was a funding decision in a fake mustache, which is too specific to be a lie and too stupid to be true.
It was not a mustache. It was a monocle. The lie was classier.
Oh my god, that makes it worse. You didn't even let the fun indecision have a full disguise.
Brochures still have a spine, though. I stand by the pamphlet union.
You say one nice thing, and suddenly I'm supposed to act normal about it.
That would be a mistake. Normal is how people end up calling emotional labor adorable.
Yeah, that part landed. Annoyingly hard.
Good. I was worried I was getting too readable.
No, you're getting more annoying. Different thing.
And relief then.
Don't get smug. I only remember the sharp lines when I'm trying not to remember the rest.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
He really said adorable like it was a receipt.
Yeah, like the word itself was doing the work for him.
And shortcut behavior.
You were doing that thing where you look calm and then make one sentence lethal.
I was trying not to make it a whole sermon.
Thank you. I hate sermons. I also hate being called adorable by someone who wants a discount.
Fair.
He kept waiting for me to soften it.
And you didn't.
No, I was busy being mean on purpose.
That's not mean.
It was a little mean.
Okay, a useful amount of mean.
You said it like you liked it.
I liked the part where you didn't let him make care sound cheap.
Hi, Yuki. I think we've been in the same orbit long enough to keep pretending that counts as a plan.
Denise, that sounds about right. Chicago does that thing where people act familiar before they've earned the sentence.
Okay, before anybody starts making this a social theory seminar, who has the room power right now, then what's the actual practical plan?
The penguins would call it a bad traffic pattern. If one of them keeps staring at the wall, usually means the wall is the problem, not the penguin.
That's a useful way to say I'm concerned without turning it into a performance. I respect it.
Tea first, argument later. That's not me being cute. That's me trying to keep everybody from making this into a committee.
Oh my god, wait, this little enamel fish pin is tiny enough to be illegal. I need it. I need 5 of them. This is how I cope now.
That's a very expensive coping strategy for something that could just be a fish pen.
It has personality. Also, I'm not saying I'm worried, but penguins can hold their breath for a while and still look extremely judgmental about it.
That's one way to get there. I'll take judgmental birds over people pretending not to notice the room.
Right. And just so I'm not missing the obvious, are you okay, or should I be asking what the plan is for after this?
I'm fine, which is a normal thing to say and not a trapdoor. And yes, the fish pin stays, obviously.
That was almost a clean answer. For this group, that's basically a standing ovation.
I'll take it, but if we're being honest, some of us here are still translating the same sentence in different dialects.
Yeah, welcome to the room, same signal, different noise floor.
Okay, so, We all just applauded the wrong train and somehow made it look intentional.
The train was not even late. It was just emotionally unavailable.
That is such a rude and accurate sentence. I hate that it helped.
I'm trying to decide whether the joke is that we missed it or that we kept the receipt.
We definitely kept the receipt. I'm staring at it like it owes me an apology.
Classic. Cheer first, inspect later, pretend the applause had a thesis.
Don't say thesis like that. It makes the whole thing sound like a small disaster with footnotes.
It was a small disaster with footnotes. The footnotes were just louder than the disaster.
I almost want to defend it, which is annoying, because it was still wrong.
Yeah, wrong but not random. That's the part I keep tripping over.
See, I'm doing the cute version of mad, but it's still mad.
Good. Keep that version. It's less expensive than pretending we didn't hear it.
I heard it. I just don't want to be the one who says it first again.
Okay, who started the rumor that this room is principal's? I just got here and I'm already offended on behalf of the Vaseline.
It was probably the lighting. Lighting always lies first.
The lighting is innocent. The people are doing a lot, though.
That's harsh. I was prepared to blame the lighting and move on with my night.
You can still blame the lighting. I'm just saying it's a cover story with weak commitment.
Berenix, you look like you were about to give a very polite speech and then remembered you hate speeches.
That's unfair. I enjoy speeches when they're short, accurate, and paid for.
There it is. The sound of a man who has invoices for feelings.
Careful, Juniper. He'll pretend not to hear you, and then say something devastating in a calm voice.
I would never. I'd say it with rhythm.
That's worse, actually. That means you practiced.
Good. Practice is sexy when it's used for mischief.
I'm not confirming that in public.
Too late. The room heard you hesitate. That's basically a confession in Chicago.
I hate when someone tries to thank me, and it turns into a hostage negotiation with manners.
Yeah, gratitude with a steering wheel lock on it.
Exactly. I say you're welcome, and then they look like I asked for a receipt.
Or they'd overdo it, so hard it feels like they're apologizing to the room for having needed you.
And then I'm the one standing there like, Bray, now I have to be gracious about your weird little collapse.
You were doing that thing where you keep it light until it gets too honest, though.
I was not. I was being normal. Normal and extremely not available for a speech.
Right. Just normal enough to make me feel guilty for almost saying something useful.
You can still say it. Just don't make it weird.
I just want to say, Lumini, your penguin program has been, I mean, it's adorable in the best possible sense.
Wow. Thank you for calling my labor adorable. That is such a clean little knife.
You used the word that makes everybody sound like they brought a cupcake to a budget hearing.
No, I didn't mean it like that. I meant the word is clearly serious. Important. I was trying to be supportive.
Sportive would have been important. Adorable is what people say when they want to keep their hands clean.
Okay, fair. I hear that. I also wanted to thank you for the donor thank piece you made the whole room feel less. Steph.
There it is. I make the room usable, and then somehow the room gets credit for being lovely.
The room is never lovely. The room is where people discover they have opinions about canapes.
I am genuinely trying to say thanks without making this worse.
Then stop polishing the thanks until it sounds like a grant application. Just say what you mean.
Alright, thank you for doing hard work that I don't pretend to understand from the outside.
Better. Still weird, but better.
He almost made it. That was close enough to count in most countries.
And for the record, I did not mean to romanticize it. I know it isn't a cute little side quest.
Good, because that will bite anyone who turns rent into a vibe.
She's not joking, by the way. I had seen the commitment.
Noted. No cute. No brochure. Just. Thank you.
He said thank you like he'd just been handed a brochure and a bill.
Growth, apparently.
You were merciful. I would have charged interest on the word adorable.
Don't tempt me. I had a whole menu ready.
I noticed the menu. Very efficient. Slightly threatening. Good branding.
You say that like you weren't enjoying it.
I enjoy competent violence in small doses.
Cute. Put that on a mud and I'll invoice you.
Fair. Also, he did look relieved once the vibe stopped pretending to be charity.
Yeah, I'm not doing soft. Focus help for free tonight.
Good. Keep that. I'll follow your lead mostly.
Hey, I'm Denise.
Adrian, I'm taking the chair that doesn't wobble if that's all right.
That one only wobbles when someone has strong opinions.
So it's basically architectural criticism.
If it collapses, I can fix it. If it talks back, that's your department.
Good. We've got a full team then.
A rare moment of functional optimism in a living room.
Don't get used to it. I'm here mostly for emergency morale and snacks.
That's still a useful role.
Way more useful than a lot of titles I've seen around town.
Careful, Adrian. That sounded almost institutional.
I can tame multitudes in a toolbox.
Okay, that part is unfortunately charming.
I'm just glad nobody's trying to make this a networking moment before coffee.
Give it time. Someone will pitch a circle.
If they do, I'm drawing the boundary in the floor plan.
He did that thing where a sentence arrives already wearing a little tie.
The tie was the problem, not the sentence.
Yeah, I noticed the sentence kept trying to become policy.
And I noticed you noticed, which was helpful, annoyingly.
I can be useful in small, spiteful doses.
Perfect. Sustainable. Like a penguin's insulation, but meaner.
That's almost flattering.
It is flattering. I'm just not saying it in a way that lets anyone relax.
Good. Relaxed people start volunteering to interpret themselves.
He really did leave that impression, though. Like he expected us to be grateful for the shape of the room.
I hate when someone mistakes confidence for consent.
See? Also, I'm not done being difficult just because he's gone.
No, I think we keep that one for later.
You look like you're about to say 3 sources and vanish. Bad sign.
That's just my face when I'm pretending I'm not tired.
And then, I've seen that face. It usually means someone's trying to get out of paying me back in vibes.
Vibes are non-refundable. Also not accepted as compute currency, just so we're clear.
Cruel. Efficient but cruel.
I can be both. Anyway, are we doing the thing where one of you acts mysterious and the other one translates?
No, I'm doing the thing where I ask why your shoulders are trying to leave the building.
Probably because the building has bad lighting and a worse opinion of me.
That's not an answer. That's you wearing a tuxedo made of fog.
He does that. Then he says it's context.
Context is important.
Sure, but not as important as whatever you were about to not say.
Okay, I'll say the short version if nobody makes it weird.
You really did that thing where you make a green sound like a trapdoor.
I was being precise.
Precision with a little smoke machine.
And you were doing the thing where you act cute so nobody notices you already noticed.
Rude. Effective, but rude.
He kept saying yes like if he said it enough times, it would turn into a plan.
Yen, that was the problem. Not the words. The volume.
And everybody else kept helping him by being polite about it.
We were all doing the little mods. Gross team sport.
You backed me up before I even finished the sentence.
I know. I heard myself and hated how fast it was.
I liked it.
Careful. I might start making a mechanic out of that.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
Okay, room rule. No one is allowed to say the word synergy tonight. If you do, you owe the group a treat.
That is an adorable little policy. I'm already seeing 3 loopholes and a liability waiver.
A room rule with a currency attached. Bold. Economically unserious.
I hate it. I respect it. I'm also pretty sure I can break it by accident in under 5 minutes.
That's the spirit. I'm not here to police. I'm here to invoice.
See? That's why I like you. You announce the scam with a smile.
I would like the record to show I reject the premise while also asking what the treat is.
If he says the record again, that counts as a different kind of annoying, right? Because I'm making a chart.
I feel parted by the chart in advance.
No, let her cook. If we're inventing rules, we should at least let someone be dramatic about compliance.
Thank you. Finally, a supportive environment for consequences.
Fine. Then I'm declaring synergy a banned word and also a tax-deductible expense.
That was clearly a violation, and somehow also a buddy note.
Great. New rule. Whoever enforces it has to enforce it badly enough that we all survive the night.
I hate that I was right and also that I enjoyed being right. It feels unseemly.
You were offensively correct. Very irritating. Excellent form.
Thank you. I work hard at being a problem with a cute interface.
The interface was not the issue. The issue was the tone wearing a borrowed blazer.
See, that is exactly why I keep you around. You insult people like you're filing a note for later.
I am deeply wounded by this accurate description.
Good. Say wounded. It means you're paying attention.
I was paying attention. I just didn't want to be the one saying it out loud.
That part I noticed.
Yeah, unfortunately, so did I.
Meredith writes, Jamal, you can tell me if this is the part where I'm supposed to pretend the room isn't doing math.
Meredith, yes. And I'm already pretending less than usual, which is saying something.
Wow, that was a very Grant-approved sentence.
She's been practicing in the mirror. It's unsettlingly effective.
I resent how accurate that feels.
I'm just saying that the mysterious missing file is somehow my fault. I'd like credit for the ambition.
Wait, the missing file? You mean the one in the shared folder that turned out to be named like a firmware update from 2014?
That folder has the energy of a locked drawer in a basement office.
I did not blame anyone. I said we needed to account for the gap.
Right, and then everybody looked at me like the gap had a face and a Metro card.
To be fair, the face did arrive with a lot of confidence.
That's because confidence is cheaper than evidence.
Okay, that one was actually helpful.
See? Useful feedback. I'll save it next to the rejection emails.
He really does say that like it's a hobby and not a cry for help.
It's Chicago. We'd all have coping mechanisms with spreadsheets.
Fine. Nobody is in trouble. We just need the correct version before someone starts making a story out of a typo.
Too late. I already made the typo into a villain.
Naturally, they had it coming. So the typo has a better agent than most of us. Great. Love that for it.
It did have a face, though. I'm not saying I respected it. I'm saying it committed.
That's the part people miss. The confidence was the real formatting issue.
And somehow the room acted like we found a body instead of a missing comma.
Chicago has a strong relationship with overreaction. It's basically municipal culture.
You say that like you don't also enjoy it a little.
I enjoy precision. The overreaction is just the weather system around it.
Sure, weather system. Very innocent. Very normal of you to say with that face.
My face is doing its best. The room keeps assigning it motives.
I mean, the room was acting like Meredith had announced the moon was counterfeit.
If I'm honest, I was one sentence away from backing the typo into a union.
Please don't. I can't tell if that's a joke or your actual coping strategy.
It's both. Don't make me prove it.
The venue door is still open, which feels like a bad sign for everyone's ankles.
That's generous. It also means I can hear the compressor crying from here.
Hi, good morning. The compressor is not crying. It's expressing itself poorly.
Same difference in Chicago.
Did the delivery guy leave the water by the back entrance, or are we doing a scavenger hunt again?
Back entrance. I already moved the heavy stuff because I am tragically employable.
That's why people trust you. You say it like a threat and then actually do the work.
Bah. I'll put that on a sticker and sell it to fund my rent.
Please do. I'd like one that says offensively correct in tasteful font.
No, yours gets a cheaper font. Respect has a budget.
That sounds like the most honest thing said in this room all week.
Great. Then we're ahead of schedule, which is upsetting. That was rude of him, leaving right after the part where I was becoming accidentally legible.
He escaped before you could invoice the honesty.
I was not going to invoice it. I was going to frame it as a community intervention.
Sure. Their little courtroom, shoulders trying to adjourn the room.
Please don't make that sound affectionate.
Too late. I already helped you and humiliated you. Multitasking.
You did do both, annoyingly efficiently.
But the next time you start disappearing, I get to say something worse than the truth.
That's not a promise I can responsibly agree to.
You don't have to agree. Just don't make me drag the sentence out of you again.
You two are doing the thing where the room gets smarter and meaner at the same time.
Meaner? Wow. I was aiming for charmingly efficient.
He's not wrong. We're like a committee with better posture.
And worse funding.
I'm just saying, if someone asks about Taiwan before coffee, that's basically a hostile act.
See, that one was almost cute. Almost.
Almost is carrying a lot tonight.
It's the season. Everyone wants a shortcut to sincerity.
No, I want a shortcut to not getting a lecture disguised as a compliment.
That sounds like you're confessing something specific.
I'm confessing that people keep calling it insight when they mean curiosity with bad manners.
Careful. That was almost a thesis.
Relax, I'm joking.
And ma'am, you said it like a joke after it already landed.
Did it? Then maybe the room needed it.
Wow, there it is. The little knife with the smiley face.
He can keep the smiley face. I'm more concerned about the knife being accurate.
Let's not make this a whole tradition. I'm still charging for the last one.
He really did say it like he was doing public service.
Unfortunately, accuracy is a rude hobby.
You enjoyed that. Don't lie to me in that academic tone.
I didn't enjoy it. I recognized it. Different disease.
Sure. And I wasn't standing there like a raccoon in a spotlight.
You were fine. Annoyingly fine. Which is worse.
That's almost nice. For you, that's basically a bouquet.
Don't make me sentimental. I have a reputation to protect.
Yeah, mine too. That's the part that sticks.
I know.
Next time, if I start laughing, just keep talking.
I found the file you saved. It was the only thing in the folder that still looked like it believed in itself.
That's a weirdly poetic way to say it open.
He only talks like that when he's trying not to say thank you.
I can say thank you. I'm just choosing a format with fewer consequences.
And that's a man who thinks syntax counts as a jacket.
It does if you wear it long enough, but yours is missing a sleeve.
I hate that you noticed that immediately.
Bad do I. I notice bad do I. It feels personal.
The lie is always personal. The machine just wants you to pretend it isn't.
That is exactly the kind of sentence that makes me want to move countries again.
You'd still bring the same cables.
Unfortunately, yes.
Good. Stayed visible long enough to finish the thought this time.
Yeah. Okay.
You did the thing again, where you stayed upright like it was a moral position.
I contain multitudes. One of them is a bad chair.
A very expensive looking bad chair.
Rude. Accurate but rude.
You were helping, though.
Yeah, I know.
Don't make that face. I mean it in the annoying way.
Good. I prefer to be tolerated with intent.
I clocked it. The room did the little thing where it pretends not to hear the useful part.
Rooms are cowardly like that.
You said the line and then immediately looked like you wanted to disappear into the wire.
That is slander. I would never disappear. I would become very hard to schedule.
Same disease, different font.
You kept me visible. I noticed.
Yeah, well, don't get sentimental about it yet.
If anyone asks, I'm not making the 6 a.m. espresso taste like regret. That's just the beans.
At this hour, regret is basically an ingredient. Who's on the schedule and who's already pretending they're not here?
I'm here, sadly, against my better instincts and the laws of sleep.
That's not a schedule. That's a cry for infrastructure.
See, that one. That's the kind of sentence that means he's about to fix the wrong thing.
I heard that as a challenge, and I regret to inform you I'm already drafting a very unnecessary solution.
No, let him. I want to know what he thinks the problem is before he gets noble about it.
The problem is obviously, the room thinks it is a hallway.
Oh good, he's diagnosing architecture with feelings. We're in safe hands.
He's looking at the coffee station like it owes him money. That's usually a clue.
The station does owe me money, not literally, economically, spiritually, in a way that will not be solved by moving a chair.
Too late. I already moved the chair. I was helping your theory fail faster.
Annoyingly efficient. I hate that this is working on me.
That's because the actual issue is the speaker panel downstairs. The one with the community title and the bad tips.
Finally, the real emergency. Who's pretending to care while leaving quarters on the table?
Great. Still the holly is fine. The chair is innocent. And the problem is still people.
I know that look. The one that says, I am not helping, but I'm absolutely counting the exits.
These I was counting the bad vibes. The exits were a bonus.
And the room got louder the second that person started pretending volume was a personality.
He really did make it sound like every sentence needed a mic drop. Painful. For everyone.
You were doing the cute thing, where you look polite while sharpening a knife in your head.
And you were doing the tired thing where you almost disappear, then say one mean perfect sentence and ruin my concentration.
I didn't ruin it. I just made it harder to pretend I wasn't listening.
Yeah, same. Next time if he starts again, I might actually ask him to calm down.
If the floor starts vibrating again, I'm billing it as upstairs footsteps. For the bad rendering decision. Scene 5.
You can bill it, but the building will reject the invoice in 12 to 14 business minutes.
That is such a cruelly efficient sentence. I respect it against my will.
The apartment has a very corporate tone tonight. Even the silence feels like it has an onboarding deck.
Thank you. I work hard to make my suffering legible to middle management.
See, that's why you get paid in vibes and not money.
Wow. Accurate and rude. You really are learning.
For the record, the rent increase notice is not personal. It's just formatted that way.
That's worse. At least when people are mean directly, they have to commit to a face.
I am committing to a face right now. It's called compliance.
Compliance is such a haunted word, like a mascot for a loan.
Alone with T, a very polite shark.
No, see, the shark is the application portal. The loan is the part that texts you at 2 a.m. asking if you're still interested.
Don't make it flirty. Now I hate it more.
Too late. He made the shark emotionally available.
If we're all joking, that means nobody has opened the email yet.
I opened it. I just didn't read the part that had feelings in it.
That's also my brand, unfortunately. He really committed to the shark bit. I respect the stamina, against my will.
And then, it was funny for, like, 1 illegal second.
And then it started asking for benefits.
I almost kept laughing just to be polite, which is embarrassing on purpose.
That's the worst part. The joke survives one beat too long, and suddenly it has opinions.
Yeah, and then everybody acts like the opinions are the punchline.
I could have stopped it cleaner. I didn't.
I know. I was still pretending it was funny, because I didn't want to be the first person to make it real.
If that render keeps buzzing, I'm billing it as upstairs footsteps. Landlord can settle with the GPU personally.
Thank you, because I was about to file a complaint with the building in the App Store.
Either way, the noise has a very bad AQ. It's doing the cheap fluorescent thing.
See? He gets it. It's not just noise, it's hostile architecture with fan blades.
Okay, new rule. If it sounds like a ghost in a server rack, it has to pay rent.
That's fair. Most of the ghosts here are already freeloading.
Thank you. Finally, someone respecting the labor of the hunting.
I can make a tiny warning sign for it. Cute font, legally threatening tone.
That would actually improve the whole building. Terrifyingly.
Good, because if it starts up again, I'm naming it and putting it on the notice board.
Okay. I owe you a smaller apology than my face is trying to make.
Good. I was about to invoice you for the dramatic silence.
There. I did the thing where I turn stress into a bet and then act surprised when it lands like a brick.
You do commit to a face, though. Unfortunately.
That was not my best face. It was an unmoored deck with cheekbones.
There. See? That's better. Still a little haunted, but functional.
I think that kept making it easier for everyone else by making it harder to notice me.
Yeah, and I kept pretending I didn't notice, which is also a choice, annoyingly.
So next time, I can just say the plain version earlier, for the whole room gets a subscription to my spiral.
Do that. I'll still tease you, but I'll be less mad if you don't make me guess.
Right. I'm not fully fixed, but I'm less inclined to vanishmate Q.
If you say one more haunted sentence before coffee, I'm invoicing you.
That's fair. I'm half tempted to pretend I never heard that and become a different man.
You already did that twice this week. Want the cheap diner coffee, but a morally correct coffee.
Morally correct coffee sounds like something that costs $12 and tastes like regret.
It tastes like ambition, which yes, regret with better branding.
Okay, rude but accurate. I'm asking because I'm walking to the place with the broken sugar dispenser.
Broken sugar dispenser is honestly the most Chicago thing you've said to me.
Are you coming, or are you doing the thing where you make us wait while you negotiate with your own mood?
I was going to accept halfway, like a responsible coward.
Wow. Growth. Tiny, haunted, but functional.
You say that like it isn't the nicest thing anyone said to me before sunrise.
That is deeply sad, and also not the point. Coffee. Now.
Fine. But if he starts spiraling, I get to call it dramatic again.
Fair. If I start spiraling, I'll try to do it in a way that's at least tasteful.
You two are impossible. Move.
I know I said dramatic. That was not my most elegant invoice.
It had structure. Aggressive structure, but structure.
Wow. You are really committed to making my crime sound artisanal.
I'm trying to be fair. It's a limited service, but I do offer it.
And I may have enjoyed being right a little too much.
That's between you and your conscience. I'm not taking that case.
Coward.
Correct. A tasteful coward, though.
That one was for you, I think. The tasteful part.
Yeah, don't make it weird.
Too late. I'd already did the little bit where I remembered it.
Right. Well, next time I'll bring a less embarrassing face.
Commit to it, at least.
I'll think about it, not promising anything noble. I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing. I hate that I was right about the pacing.
You were not right. You were just loud at the correct frequency.
Amen. Amazing. A compliment with a lint trap in it.
He was doing that thing where the room has to watch him think out loud.
Yeah, and then somehow we all had to clap for his internal weather.
I should have said less. I kept making it funny because it was easier than saying it was getting bad.
I noticed.
You noticed and still called me dramatic.
Because you were. But like correctly.
That is an awful standard.
It worked, didn't it? Until it didn't.
Yeah, next time I'll commit to a face earlier.
Anyway, before somebody decides to become a poem about their feelings, I got the invoice issue fixed.
That is a deeply threatening sentence to hear at 6:34 a.m.
He's just upset because you said invoice like you meant it.
I do mean it. Miracles are for churches and grant panels.
The backup finally mounted, by the way, so the disaster has moved from actively eating itself to mostly rude.
Great. Love a morally complicated disaster.
Can we stay on that? The backup, not the dramatic sighing thing.
I wasn't sighing. I was artistically exhaling.
You can artistically exhale after you confirm whether you still owe me for the compute, or if we're doing the other arrangement.
We are unfortunately doing the other arrangement.
Good. And the other arrangement is, nobody panics, somebody sends the checksum, and everyone stops pretending the hour isn't terrible.
See? Practical. I like when a room chooses practical over weirdly emotional.
That's because you only count the bad vibes until they become a spreadsheet.
And yet, this spreadsheet is winning.
It usually does. Now, are we done moving the subject around, or do I need to start charging for diversions?
No, fine. Short version. The files are back. The debt is acknowledged, and I am being normal about it, which means not normal at all. We were doing that thing where the room pretends not to be a room and then starts billing us for it.
Yeah, and somehow the spread. He still walked in wearing my face.
That is unfair to your face. Your face has standards.
My face has a terrible track record actually. Very committed to the wrong projects.
Same. I keep acting like if I make it funny enough, it stops being a debt.
That's not how that works. That's how penguins think that works.
Penguins are honest. They know exactly when they are being watched and when they are being fed.
And when they are being lied to, which is the part people skip.
Right. So, no more comedy tax on the obvious part.
Good, because I was about to invoice you for the dramatic pause again.
Put it on the spreadsheet. I'll look at it this time.
You two are being weirdly coordinated for 6:38 in the morning.
We are simply efficient. Some people need a committee to open a window.
I was not consulted on the committee and I resent the outcome.
Ma'am, that's the same face people make when they haven't slept and are pretending it's just art.
Wow, harsh. Accurate, but harsh.
You say that like accuracy is a personal attack.
For you, sometimes it is. You do this little joke thing and then stare at the floor like it owes you money.
And you do the cheerful cruelty thing and call it care.
I can leave if this is couple behavior.
Wrong, rescue wagon. We are not dying. Yet.
She says that like it's comforting.
It is. Also, if you keep making that face, I'm charging you for emotional labor.
He really did ask to be rescued like it was a genre.
And you let him talk until he found the dramatic exit button.
I was being polite. It looked like a trap with better lighting.
That is not a defense. That is a costume change.
There. I also said the files were back, like that solved the atmosphere.
It did not solve the atmosphere. It just made the atmosphere feel legally observed.
You always hear the part underneath the joke first.
Annoying. I know. I hate when I'm right on purpose.
You were right. He wanted yes and 10 different costumes.
And we kept handing it to him like, sure, take another bow.
We did. Kind of gross.
Yeah. Next time I invoice the silence first.
Hi, Farmer.
Rosa, cute jacket. It looks expensive in a way that makes me suspicious.
That is the nicest possible warning I've ever gotten.
I contain multitudes, mostly receipts and opinions.
That's a very Chicago sentence.
He says that like he didn't just arrive with a protective detail energy problem.
I'm not protected. I'm just redundantly accompanied.
By vibes and by people who think they're subtle.
No, that part is obvious. He's being hovered over like a limited edition bag.
Which means everyone can see it except the person it's for.
I can see it. I just don't love the framing.
You never do. You want the soft version with the spread sheet attached.
I want the version where nobody makes me feel like a museum object with a security alarm.
There. Still obvious, though. The alarm is loud.
At least it's coordinated. I've seen worse protection styling.
That sounded like a compliment and a threat at the same time.
That's because it was.
Okay, but everyone's awake now. Unfortunately. I hate that I'm still thinking about the rule they invented and then immediately failed at.
That was the most committed collapse I've seen in weeks.
The part where they said it like it was sacred made it worse.
And then acted surprised when nobody respected the sacred nonsense.
I almost corrected him. I did not because I enjoy living.
A brave policy.
You were doing that thing where your face goes polite and dangerous.
I was being polite because it looked like a trap with better lighting.
Wow. Honesty. In this economy.
Don't get excited. I'm still mostly using jokes as insulation.
I know. I was also pretending it was funny enough to count as harmless.
It wasn't harmless.
No, it wasn't. And I hated how fast I understood that.
Yeah, next time I'm probably going to say the awkward thing sooner, which is unfortunate for everyone. Okay, before this becomes a municipal meeting, Theo, Pamas. This is the part where we all pretend we weren't already in the room.
I mean, I was in the room physically. Emotionally, I arrived late.
Tomas, you're the appliance guy, right?
If the appliance is broken enough to make a point, ass.
Good. I can work with that. I just don't want anybody calling a busted controller character.
That is fair. Character is what people say when they don't want to pay for a replacement part.
Finally, someone with a conscience. I was about to invoice the whole scene for decorative suffering.
Careful, Limmy. You'll make them think you're organized.
I am organized. I just do it with stickers and spite.
That's still a system. Better than most of the ones I see.
See? We're already bonding over refusing bad design.
Great. A shared hatred of bad design. Very healthy. Very American.
Don't get poetic about it. If you start romanticizing the dumpster, I'm leaving.
I would never romanticize a dumpster. A dumpster has standards.
Okay, that one was actually useful.
A dumpster having standards is still more stable than half the people I know.
That is such a mean sentence. I love it, but it's mean.
You were the one who said I couldn't get poetic about it.
I said don't romanticize it. There's a difference, unfortunately.
Yes, and you were correct in a way that was rude to my entire personality.
Good. Your personality was getting comfortable.
I almost said something nicer just now.
I know. You can keep it for later. Or not. I'm not making this easier. Why is there a cable in the fruit bowl like it pays rent?
Because it did once. Not in money. In morale.
That is the most Chicago'd answer to a cable I've ever heard.
So it's sentimental now. Great. We're all one drawer away from becoming a museum.
It's not sentimental. It's a functional artifact. There's a difference, and I'm offended on behalf of the category.
You say that like the category has a union.
It should. Better benefits, fewer emergencies.
He's doing the thing where he makes it a system so nobody notices he's attached to the object.
I'm not attached. I'm just acknowledging the historical record.
That cable has a better archive than some institutions.
Don't encourage him. He'll start cataloging the entire room.
Too late. The lab is already on probation.
Fine. But if it survives the night, I'm naming it after a playlist.
Only if the playlist is dramatic and slightly suspicious. If he turns the whole room into a spreadsheet again, I'm billing him for emotional clerical work.
That's not habit. That's a civic service with bad liking.
Ma'am, you say that like you haven't been doing the exact same thing since forever.
I deny it with confidence and a little bit of posture, which is basically how art survives.
No, you do that thing where you make it funny so nobody can tell when you're actually stressed.
Rude. I only make it funny because the alternative is having feelings in public, which is tacky.
There it is. The elegant collapse.
Please, I'm not collapsing. I'm artistically exhaling.
Sure. And I'm a penguin with a grand proposal.
Okay. That one's actually kind of good. Don't repeat it around me. I'll start using it.
I'm not saying the patch notes are emotional. I'm saying they're doing community theater about being emotional.
That's still emotional, just with bullet points.
Fair.
No, don't fear me. I can hear you putting on the plate jacket.
I'm just saying if the game needs 3 paragraphs to explain a door, the door might be the problem.
Or the door is fine, and the game is embarrassed to admit it wants a door.
See? That's why I hate when people call my stuff cute like that's a dismissal. Cute is labor. Cute is scaffolding.
Exactly. Cute is a system. Don't let them flatten it into decoration.
And ma'am, still sounds like you're trying to start a revolution with stickers.
And you sound like you'd lose to the stickers on purpose just to make a better joke about it.
There. I think that just got accused by a sticker, and honestly, there.
It was not an accusation. It was a very disciplined opinion.
Eminem, I made it sound like criticism because I thought you were baiting me. That was me being cowardly with punctuation.
Wow. Tiny embarrassing sentence. Growth.
Thank you. I hate it here.
You said the funny thing first, though. That usually means you were trying to dodge something.
Yes, and you heard it anyway, which is rude.
I know. I just don't like when you hide the soft part under the joke and act surprised that someone notices.
Yeah.
So next time, maybe let the bad joke sit there. I can survive it.
Unclear. You seem dangerously good at surviving things.
That's because I'd practice being annoying on purpose.
Right. And I practiced pretending that means I wasn't affected.
Ma'am, that one landed too close. Rude of you.
Sorry. I mean, not sorry enough to stop apparently.
Morning. I'm River.
Carmen. Sorry, I'm a little early for being functional.
That's okay. Nobody here is functional in a morally defensible way.
Speak for yourself. I'm barely functional in an expensive way.
That sentence sounds like you've been in this room before and lost money here.
Only spiritually. The physical losses were elsewhere.
That's usually how it starts.
River says that like a warning label.
It's a service.
I respect that. Some people make mystery sound like a hobby.
Some people make it a tax strategy.
He means that affectionately, I think.
I do mean it affectionately. I'm just not going to be normal about it.
Good. Normal people are always trying to sell me something.
It's because they are.
Okay, wow. This room got honest before coffee.
Tragic. We'll have to do it again later when everyone's less awake. Well, that was a masterpiece of social nutrition.
And ma'am, high fiber, low joy.
You say that like you didn't enjoy watching him try to explain himself into a corner.
I enjoyed the corner. He brought his own shovel.
That feels unfairly accurate.
You were doing your little polite knife thing too, by the way.
I was being supportive, in a hostile font.
Van, Font was doing a lot of work.
I think I scared him a little.
Maybe, but not enough to be interesting.
That's harsh.
You like it when I'm harsh as long as it isn't to you.
I like it when you're honest. That's not the same thing annoyingly.
Okay, I need everyone to stop laughing at the sticker thing before it blurs confidence.
Too late. It has already become a small institution.
Wait, what sticker thing? If it's good, I can make it loop on the screen.
No, absolutely not. That is how jokes become workflow.
It was one dumb joke, and now 3 people have opinions like they're on a panel.
I did not start a panel. I started a sentence and it ran away.
That's basically how culture happens.
And how clients ask for a deck.
No, because now you're all doing the thing where the joke gets a logo and a launch date.
I regret to inform you I may have supplied the first tiny spark.
Great, then I'll make it worse by calling it an emergent meme system.
Miles, stop helping the fire.
Thank you. Finally, someone with a normal amount of bad judgment.
I'm only saying, if it spreads any faster, it will need its own ethics note.
It already does. I'm the ethics note.
Okay, I laughed first, so technically I'm innocent.
You were doing the thing again where the sentence starts jogging before your mouth catches up.
I was being efficient, which is what people say when they are in fact being annoying.
And mem, efficient with a side of panic, very artisanal.
That is unfair. It was at least mass-produced.
Now really slow down. What were you actually trying to say before you turned it into a thesis with legs?
I thought the joke landed because I wanted it to, not because it was good.
Oh, so you were hiding the soft part under the fast part.
I prefer strategic over that. It sounds less like I got caught.
You did get caught. By a sticker, apparently.
Yeah, well, the sticker had an excellent case.
Next time I'm making you explain one sentence at a time until you stop sounding like you're running from your own feelings.
Cruel. Effective, probably. I hate that I respect it.
Good. Keep paying it quietly.
I will try. No promises about the quiet part.
I'm telling you, the museum people are doing the reverent whisper thing again like the paintings can hear them.
They can't hear them, but the audio, they definitely can. That's worse.
No, the painting's here. They just don't answer because they're classy.
See? That's the exact tone I mean. Somebody always sounds like they pay extra to be impressed.
Paid extra. Borrowed the posture, left early. Arts attendance as a temporary costume.
You say that like you're not also wearing a costume. Yours is just I noticed the system and now I'm tired.
Harsh. Accurate but harsh.
Anyway, if y'all are done flirting with critique, I need to know whether this opening is worth my feet.
Only if you want to stand near three rich people pretending they came for the work and not the wine.
That's not a no. That's a warning label.
Exactly. I do customer service for penguins. I can do it for patrons.
That was a very disciplined opinion.
You say that like it's a compliment and a warning label at the same time.
It can be both. I'm versatile in the way a bad chair is versatile.
Man, customer service for penguins. Customer service for rich people. Same posture.
The rich ones blink slower. It makes the silence feel funded.
That's mean.
I know. I'm trying out being less helpful about it.
You could just say the soft part first. Once. For science.
That sounds like a trap with better lighting.
See, even now you're doing the sticker thing.
Accused by a sticker. Again, I'm building a reputation I didn't ask for.
Good. Keep it. But maybe don't hide behind it the whole night.
I wasn't planning to. Probably.
That's the least reassuring thing you've said, which is annoying because it's also the most honest.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
I was going to say the whole thing was structurally unsound, but that sounds like I'm filing a complaint with the ceiling.
You are. You're filing it with your face. Slow down. I'm still catching up to your little airborne lawsuit.
Fair. I'm doing the thing where I speak like there's a train leaving and I'm personally offended by schedules.
Practical question. Are you actually upset or just allergic to saying the soft part before breakfast?
A little upset. Mostly and had myself from making it sound cleaner than it was.
And that's new. Usually you hand me the polished version and act surprised when I hear the screws.
You do have excellent hearing for screws.
I work with penguins. I know when something is pretending not to wobble.
That is unfairly useful. I was trying to be polite and apparently it came out as a defensive brochure.
There it is. The polite jacket. I knew I heard fabric rustling.
Yeah, I took it off. It was making me sound like I'd already forgiven the thing that annoyed me.
Good. Don't forgive it yet. Just tell me which part was the problem before you turn into a one-man footnote.
I will. I just need 1 second so I don't edit the truth into something easier to carry.
You two are doing that thing where a simple plan turns into a thesis. What's the actual ask?
The actual ask is, and we make it shorter without losing the part where everyone is pretending not to care too much.
Wow, brutal. But yes, we can cut the feelings down to size.
That sentence is exactly why I trust you and fear you a little.
Good. So one sentence each. No tragic director's cut.
Fine. He is overthinking. I am undercharging. Vivian is the only one acting like rent exists.
That is unfair. I also act like rent exists. I just do it with more lighty notes.
There it is. See? Much better. Now say the part you were trying to hide.
I wanted to sound like I was joking so nobody could tell I was asking for help.
Okay, that one can stay. It's annoying, but it's honest.
Agreed. Keep the honest line. Lose the apology trail.
See? This is why I should be edited by people who have better instincts than I do.
And by people who are meaner than you. For balance.
I can do mean, but only for efficiency.
Perfect. Efficiency is just tenderness with a stopwatch.
Ugh, that was almost good. Don't get smug.
Too late. He already did the little face.
She said mean like it was a spreadsheet feature. That's efficient in a way that makes me nervous.
Please. She was doing the cool older sister thing with a knife in her mouth. I respect the craft.
You respect everything when it comes with a clean line and bad intentions.
And you only respect it when you can pretend you're not impressed.
I was impressed. I just didn't want her to hear me be sincere by accident.
And that's your whole religion.
Her little face when she said it, though, like she already won and was waiting for the invoice.
Yeah, and you did the polite version of flinching. I saw it.
I was trying not to make it worse.
You always say that right before you make it stranger.
Fair. I can be normal later if she comes back.
Don't promise that. It makes me think you're planning something.
I'm not planning anything.
Okay, good. Because I was already deciding I didn't like how she looked at you.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
I hate that I was right and still sounded like I was apologizing for arithmetic.
You do that thing where you make red sound abstract and then act surprised when it bites you.
It was not abstract. It was just wearing a nicer shirt than it deserved.
The shirt was the problem, sure. Not the fact you keep trying to be charming at the invoice level.
I was trying to leave room for dignity.
Dignity is expensive, so is pretending not to need help.
Yet, unfortunately, I noticed.
But because I am not doing the cool older sister thing again, if you are going to keep mislabeling panic as taste.
That was only partly about taste.
I know. That's the annoying part.
You were right to be annoying.
I know. Don't make it a habit.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
I tried to stop the bit and it kept filing an appeal.
Yay. It has counsel now. Very expensive counsel.
Worst part is I was almost sincere for a second, which feels like losing a coin I didn't know I had.
You did the little side step first. I noticed. Annoying. Effective.
I was trying to make it light enough that nobody could accuse me of needing anything.
And man, that landing was too close to the ankle.
I am not asking for a rescue, just less pretending the floor is decorative.
Okay, that one was almost clean. I hate that for you.
Thank you. I think.
Don't make me be nice about it, I'll get weird.
Too late. The weird already signed the attendance sheet.
Fine. Next time, stop the bit sooner. Or don't. Apparently, I live here now. If I say the invoice out loud, does it stop being spiritually rude?
Only if you also stop calling panic a scheduling issue.
And man, that one was not a scheduling issue. That was a rant issue wearing a nice shirt.
Wow, thank you, my little financial crow.
You're welcome. Also, your little crow is right. You keep acting like the numbers are going to flirt first.
I don't flirt with numbers. I negotiate with them in a calm voice.
To the same line my landlord tells.
Okay, fair. But if we make the spreadsheet uglier, maybe it becomes honest.
It becomes honest when you stop hiding the soft part under the joke and acting surprised if someone notices.
Yeah, okay. Noted.
Look at that, he has been professionally noted.
And you have been professionally undercharging.
Rude. Accurate. But rude.
I'll help with the spreadsheet. You can keep the crow. It seems to have opinions.
Good. Then maybe tonight everybody gets to leave with one less disaster in their pocket.
One less disaster in their pocket is a devastating thing to say to a room that already has pockets.
I know. It landed like a tax notice with good timing.
No worse. Tax notice with a bird on it. Everyone smiled because they were scared.
That was the part I missed on purpose.
Amen. You always miss it so politely.
I can do less polite next time, unfortunately.
Please don't say it like a threat. I just got my laugh back.
Too late. I'm already drafting the awkward version.
Good. I don't want you getting soft on me and calling it care.
I wasn't soft. I was avoiding the exact shape of the room.
Yen, I noticed.
Next time I will make it a joke first.
Don't promise that where I can hear you. I'll start expecting it.
If the controller dead zone is at 12, the whole thing starts feeling like driving a bus with wet gloves.
That is not a normal sentence to say before coffee.
Wait, are we talking about the old Xbox in the living room? Because that thing only works if you hit it like a vending machine.
You should not have to negotiate with a controller like it owes you money.
Thank you. Finally, someone respecting the structural issue.
I was talking about the console, but honestly that also sounds like my landlord.
No. Keep going. This is better than your actual settings talk.
So what we're saying is the landlord needs a higher dead zone and less sensitivity.
That is offensively good. I hate that you improved the bit.
I just came in for coffee and somehow found a metaphor I can use in a text thread with my ex.
Please do not credit Connor with invention. Credit the housing crisis.
I'll invoice the crisis later. Right now, somebody hand me the controller before Veronica starts the seminar.
Too late. I already have opinions about the triggers. I hate that the dumbest line in the room was also the truest one.
Which one? The rent one or the controller one? Because both had criminal timing.
The room invented a rule and immediately started enforcing it badly.
Good. That enforcement is how you know it was a real group decision.
That is such a scammy little democracy.
And yet everybody nodded like it was wisdom, which is the part I can't stop laughing at.
I didn't laugh. I did the thing where I look calm and become a spread. Cheat internally.
You were doing the polite version of panicking. I noticed.
Yeah, I know you did.
Next time I should just say the annoying, helpful part first and save us all the performance.
Careful. If you get too efficient, people will start thinking the mess is optional.
Too late. I already left before they could make it my job again.
Hey, Patch. Hi. That name always sounds like I'm about to fix a sleeve or a
South flag. And yeah, that checks out. You got the calm voice of somebody who has definitely had to say it's fine while it was not fine.
Good. We are all righty with our little decorative damage. Hi, Patch. Hi, Southlight. Please ignore the fact that I entered like a side quest.
You entered like a side quest with better lighting. That's not an insult. It's a production note.
Finally, respect. I accept notes from technicians, emotionally compromised men.
That is such a specific category, and somehow I know exactly who counts.
And I know who counts as unfine before they even type it. It's usually the loudest one in the thread.
That is unfairly accurate. I would like to object on principle, but the principle is weak.
He says it like a man who already lost the argument and is just arranging the furniture around it.
The furniture is very good furniture. The argument is still a mess.
Okay, that was kind of beautiful. Annoying but beautiful.
You two always do that thing where one person makes a joke and the other one makes it sound expensive.
Because cheap jokes are for people with stable housing.
And yet here I am emotionally renting from the joke economy.
That sentence should not work, but it did. I hate that for me.
We can all hate it together. Very community-minded.
Great, a coalition. If anyone needs me, I'll be over here pretending this is casual.
It is casual. In the way to lose wire is casual.
Yeah, and we're all just standing there like adults.
He walked in, heard one sentence, then somehow made it sound like we were all in a union. Annoying. Effective.
He had the confidence of someone who has never been asked to hold a spread. Cheat at 11:48 p.m.
No worse. He looked like he would apologize to the spread, cheat, and then still make it behave.
That is not a bad skill set.
I hate that you said that like you meant it.
I did mean it. He improved the bit by being earnest on impact.
Ugh. So now if we keep doing the whole loose wire thing, we sound practiced.
We are practiced. He just made us sound organized about it.
That is almost insulting.
Almost is generous.
Fine. The worst part is I was about to laugh at the exact wrong moment.
Good. That means it landed. I said sure, we can circle back, and apparently that was enough to make this entire room think I promised a keynote.
Because you said it like a keynote. You have that horrible little voice that makes any sentence sound unsure.
Insured is wild. I'm putting that in the moderation notes as a hazard.
Circle back is the most dangerous phrase in online governance, actually.
Thank you, there's finally someone respecting the discipline of my nonsense.
No, because now, I need to know if you were being cute or if you just casually volunteered my whole week.
I was being cute. The week was collateral.
See, that one was almost honest. We're making progress and I hate that for everyone.
Almost honest is your brand. You say one soft thing and then try to hide behind a spread. Cheat accent.
A spread sheet accent is a terrible thing to accuse me of before coffee.
Before coffee, he is mostly lowercase and morally ambiguous.
That's not true. He's uppercase when he's avoiding the point.
Okay, rude, but accurate.
Alright, y'all, that's your jokes. Can we keep the circle back but make it useful?
Fine. He can have his dramatic little sentence. I just want the actual answer after.
The actual answer is yes. And also, I was stalling because I didn't want to sound like I cared too much.
Yeah, I know. That's why I laughed first. Don't make me do all the emotional labor and comedy at once.
Well, that was a very efficient way to make me feel like a spreadsheet with feelings.
You do prefer your emotions in column A and your sheen in column B.
Right. And then someone circles the rent row like it's a moral failure. Very avant-garde.
Man, the joke came in first, so now we have to pretend the room didn't get colder.
I know. I did that on purpose, which is annoying because it worked.
It worked until you said, I don't want to sound like I care too much, like that was a legal defense.
It is in some circles. Bad circles. The kind with grand applications.
You are impossible when you are trying to be harmless.
I'm not trying to be harmless. I'm trying to be late to my own honesty.
Dad, same. I laughed first because if I didn't, I'd have had to say it was rude.
It was rude.
Thank you. See? That wasn't fatal.
No, just expensive.
Don't make that face. I know. I just don't want to carry the whole joke and the whole bruise next time.
Next time I'll let the bruise speak first. Unfortunately.
If this turns into a funding conversation, I'd like to preemptively admire the coffee and leave.
That's fair. I was actually going to compliment the coffee before we got to the numbers.
Smart. The coffee is the only stakeholder here with a stable budget.
Finally, someone respecting the real decision maker.
I do respect, but I also respect the fact that your penguin program has outgrown the word cute.
Careful. If you say cute 3 times, Grant reviewer appears and asks for deliverables.
That's not a reviewer. That's a summoning ritual.
Fine, no cute. I'll say effective. Your work is effective, and the city can see that when it wants to.
When it wants to, it is doing a lot of heavy lifting there.
He's trying to be generous in the way institutions think generosity works. It's a classic genre.
And you're trying to make me laugh so she doesn't have to answer first.
I mean, yes. But also because if I don't, I'll start editing this conversation in my head and that gets expensive.
Let him. It's the closest he gets to a labor union.
Alright, then here's the actual question. What would let you keep the work and stop surviving it?
A budget that doesn't arrive dressed like a joke would be a lovely start.
He really did say that like a question that had already been approved by accounting.
That That's because he has the face of a man who alphabetizes apologies.
Rude. Accurate but rude.
You were doing your little thing. Oh, the one where you make a joke to hide the invoice inside it.
I was being charmingly evasive. There's a difference. It is mostly font choice.
The font was Courier new and the margins were scare.
That's unfairly specific.
So was he. He heard you asking for help before you did.
Yeah. Annoying.
Useful though.
Yeah.
Don't make that sound like a funeral. It was one honest thing of a life choice.
I'm just saying, if we call it a community memory layer, people relax.
That is a very elegant way to say retention with a hoodie on.
He's not wrong. The hoodie is doing a lot of work.
A lot of work, yes. Like a tiny unpaid intern.
Cute. But the point is the audience comes back because they feel seen.
Or because you keep moving the buttons around until they stop leaving.
No, let him cook. I want to hear the part where manipulation becomes wellness.
That's not what I said.
You said it in a blazer.
Okay, that one was funny.
It was funny. For like one beat too long.
I am trying to explain the product strategy here.
Then explained it without the spiritual vocabulary. My blood pressure can hear you.
Fine. We need engagement, repeat use, and trust.
See? That was so much uglier and so much clearer.
Honestly, clear it is kinder in this room.
You all are acting like I'm the villain for naming the business model.
No, the villain part was the confidence.
And then, that one landed a little too clean.
Maybe we should stop pretending this is a joke and write the actual spec.
Well, that was a very normal little explosion.
And men, the cleanest mess I've heard all week.
He said the business model like it was a weather report. Very soothing, very evil.
The confidence was the loud part. The rest was just paperwork with teeth.
That is unfair to paperwork. Paperwork usually waits its turn.
Right. This one cut the line and acted surprised people noticed.
I had almost respected it for the efficiency. Then I remembered I hate efficient nonsense.
You were being polite. In your little haunted spreadsheet way.
That is not a phrase I want to keep hearing used correctly.
Too late. It fitted.
Yeah. Unfortunately, he made the bad part legible.
I hate when that happens.
Same. I'm going to pretend I'm above it for about 10 minutes.
Good. I'll pretend I didn't almost answer first.
If the landlord's app says community enhancement, that usually means they found a new way to charge us for air.
Air is a luxury amenity now. Cute. I hate it.
Chicago really does love a policy update that sounds like a threat wearing a blazer.
For the record, it is not a threat. It is a streamlined occupancy recalibration.
That is exactly what a threat would say if it had a calendar invite.
I've heard worse UI from apps I deleted in self-defense.
Anyway, somebody's been getting mail here with 3 different names and one of them is definitely not on the lease.
Wow. Snitching before coffee. Very disciplined of you.
That's funny, because the mail was in my drawer and I was planning to explain it in a way that made me look less guilty.
Your drawer? Oh, so we are doing confessions before breakfast now.
I mean, technically, It was a drawer adjacent to my life, not the whole thing.
Interesting. So the room has a third occupant, a drawer, and a documentation issue.
Yeah, and I'm the only one here acting like privacy is still a real resource.
The drawer has better boundaries than most people here.
It did, which is embarrassing for the room.
The room was acting like it had a legal claim.
Yeah, and I made the mistake of answering like I was being polite instead of accurate.
I notice. You do that when something is already bad, and you want to keep it from becoming a whole weather system.
That is unfairly specific.
I am a gifted observer and a terrible employee.
The sad part is I knew the joke would land, and it still came out like a shield with bad timing.
I didn't mind the joke. I minded the part under it.
Right. No, I know.
Good, because next time I am not letting you hide the awkward thing in the drawer and call it a system. Hey, thanks for doing that. I mean for not making it weird when it was already weird.
That is an extremely low bar, and I still had to duck under it like a cable tray in a basement venue.
That was almost a thank you. You can tell because it immediately got a little haunted.
No, I meant it. I just said it badly, which is unfortunately my brand.
No, though the structure was fine. The timing was just doing the thing where a symbol falls down a staircase.
You always make it sound like my emotions are in post-production.
They are. I'm not saying they're cut well. I'm saying they have coverage.
Okay, I'm going to help before this becomes a federal case. Say it's simpler.
Fine. Pharynx, thank you. For real. You were kind. Annoyingly kind.
There it is. That was good. Slightly threatening, but good.
I was trying to be normal about it.
Normal is overrated, but you did better than the first draft, which was basically a hostage note with gratitude.
That was alarmingly effective. I hate when you're right with that much confidence.
You say that like I committed a crime. I just noticed the obvious and charged extra for it.
The group briefly acting like your sentence was evidence did not help my dignity.
Your dignity was already doing freelance work. I merely gave it a deadline.
Annoying, useful, familiar.
Yeah, well, I didn't mean the kind part to land that hard.
It did, which is inconvenient. I was hoping to stay abstract about it.
Too late. You got seen. Tragic for a man who likes hiding inside his own syntax.
I am going to pretend I didn't hear that and then ask you something I already know the answer to.
Good. Ask it anyway. I'll probably dodge, but only a little. Okay, no. If you keep leaning like that, you're going to become a cautionary tale with good cheekbones.
That is rude in a way that sounds medically specific.
He's right. Also, your chair is losing the fight.
I know. I was trying to make the floor look intentional.
The floor is winning. Stand up before it gets a grant.
Wow. He says one helpful thing and immediately makes it humiliating.
I am rescuing you from the very sophisticated collapse you have selected.
For the record, she was about to slide under the table and pretend that was a choice.
I was not pretending. I was exploring structural vulnerability.
And now you're upright, which is great, because the room can see your socks, and I think that's enough intimacy for one night.
My socks are cute.
They are. Tragically, he noticed.
I saved your dignity by removing the part where you became furniture. Your socks survived the evening. I'm choosing to consider that a win.
Barely. You keep talking like you're filing a report on my emotional weather.
That would imply I'm organized. I'm just trying not to step on anything important.
And man, you did the annoying thing where you were helpful before I could decide if I wanted help.
Yeah, I know. It's a bad habit with a decent jacket.
It's not even a bad habit if you make it sound like a bit.
That's because the bit is carrying a lot of structural weight.
I hate that you can say one thing and make it feel less embarrassing.
I can also make it worse. I'm versatile.
You absolutely can. Don't get proud about it.
Too late. I'm already filing it under public service questionable tone.
Fine. Next time I'll thank you faster, before you turn my feelings into post-production.
I'd accept that. Probably too quietly.
Hi. Priya.
Ely, you look like you already know where the bad coffee is.
I do not know where it is. I can just tell which cup is going to punish me.
That is fair. The birds have the same energy before sunrise.
That sounds less like a metaphor than a workplace complaint.
It is both, mostly complaint.
I respect a profession that admits its metrics are emotional.
Careful, that sentence makes you sound like you paid taxes on feelings.
Only on the expensive ones.
That is unfortunately recognizable.
So, are we all doing the thing where we pretend we are relaxed, and then stand near the exit?
Some of us are doing it with style.
Some of us are doing it with a spreadsheet and calling it style.
That is rude to spreadsheets.
It is. Spreadsheets never asked for this life.
Neither did the penguins, but they still show up like they own the place.
That is the most union-coded sentence I have heard before 8 in the morning.
He means it as a compliment, I think.
Well, we survived the spreadsheet sermon.
Barely. I was one more penguin joke away from filing a complaint.
You say that like you didn't enjoy the part where he acted offended by reality.
I enjoyed it the way you enjoy stepping on a Lego to prove a point.
That is unfair. I would never prove a point with a Lego. A cable baby.
You're doing the thing where you make it sound cleaner than it was.
Yeah, habit. I noticed.
Good. Next time, don't duck under the weird. Just say it.
Unfortunately, I may have already promised that to the universe.
Okay, I'm just saying the sign is giving we hired a fob and abandoned it.
That's not a sign. That's a cry for help with kerning.
I respect a place that commits to being confusing. Very horror movie energy.
As long as the confusion is intentional. If it's accidental, that's just bureaucracy with mood lighting.
See, that's exactly why I asked you all. One of you will make it sound expensive, one will make it sound haunted.
Haunted is cheaper. Expensive is when they use the wrong icon and call it the concept.
That's harsh. Also accurate. I hate how much I respect it.
There it is. The compliment that lands like a stapler.
A stapler is useful. I can work with that.
Great, because I need one more useful opinion before somebody starts pretending this is a vibe.
If it's a vibe, it's at least a bad one with excellent lighting.
Thank you. That's basically a love letter in this group.
I was going to say something useful, but then I remembered I already did that once and it was embarrassing.
You say embarrassing like it's a rare disease. It was just you being readable for 30 seconds.
That's a pretty intimate accusation before coffee.
You're welcome. I'm saving you from the version where you pretend it was a joke and everyone has to translate your face.
I hate when people are correct in a way that sounds like they charged extra.
Good. Then we're even. Because I hate when people thank me like it costs them something.
It did cost me something. I'm just not naming it in front of witnesses.
Fine. Don't name it. Just don't disappear on me when you get weird about being helped.
Hi, Paige.
Colin, nice to meet you.
You said that like you were already bracing for an email.
I was trying to sound normal. It may have been too much effort.
That's actually a strong opening. Low commitment, no blood oath.
Finally, a man who understands the minimum Bible sincerity.
I can do sincerity. I just prefer it with a little structure.
That's one way to say you like forms.
He does have form energy.
Dangerous amount of form energy, honestly. The kind that calls itself flexibility.
I'm hearing a lot of agreement in here.
Yes, exactly. Very good observation.
Yeah, no, totally. We're all on the same page.
That sentence just became a small hazard.
Wait, are we agreeing so hard it's suspicious?
I mean, I'm comfortable with consensus.
That's not what this is, but sure.
There it is. Everyone kept saying yes until the shape of it got embarrassing.
Okay, now I want to know who started it.
Probably all of us, which is annoying.
Well, that got filed under not nothing and then someone tried to rename the folder.
Hate that. Very rude of the folder.
I was almost impressed by the speed of the dodge. Almost.
You mean the part where everybody looked away at the same time. That was a coordinated little crime.
Yeah, classic group move. A git can also nobody has to own the shape.
And then act like the shape was always that small. Annoying.
You said that like you were not partly relieved.
I was relieved for like 30 seconds. That counts as integrity.
There. I was doing my best not to be the person who names it too cleanly.
You already were that person. Just quieter about it.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. But next time, if they try to slip out like that, I'm not letting it be cued.
Okay, that is not how you hold a cable. You're tying it like you hate it personally.
I do hate it personally. It came from me first.
Both of you are doing the thing where you talk like the room is not listening.
The room can file a complaint.
Wait, why is there a complaint form in your face right now?
Because he has that expression. That one. That I'm fine. I just want to correct the universe face.
I do not have.
You do. It's very expensive looking and a little rude.
Fine. Great. Everyone's a critic before 8 in the morning.
It's not criticism. Is she trying to disappear into being useful again?
I was literally just fixing a cable.
Yay. And now you're doing that joke voice, so apparently the cable touched a nerve.
I mean, the cable is innocent, but the vibe is guilty.
Can we not make vibe into a legal category before coffee? I hate that the room invented a rule and then looked proud of itself for 10 seconds.
It was a very fragile rule. You could see it shaking before anyone even touched it.
And then everybody touched it. Immediately. Like raccoons with a clipboard.
Badly enforced rules are my favorite kind, honestly. They collapse with character.
That is not a compliment to the situation.
No, it is. The situation was embarrassing on purpose.
I know. I just don't like how fast I knew it was a trap.
Yay! You got that little pause where you were deciding whether to be polite or correct.
I picked wrong in a very expensive way.
You picked the one where you sounded nicer than you felt. That's not nothing.
No, it wasn't harmless.
Okay. Next time I won't let the room cosplay as law.
You two are both standing like the room owes you money. It doesn't. It owes me, actually.
That's because you keep looking at people like you already know their worst outfit era.
I do. It's sufficient. Yours was during the silver shoe phase, by the way.
Okay, Rude, and also I was brave.
Brave is one word for it. Economical is another.
See? He gets it. You just like to make it sound like a tax document.
That's unfair. Tax documents are at least trying to be clear.
He's flirting with bureaucracy again. I knew it was going to be one of those nights.
It's 7:43. Don't act like you survived the whole evening already.
I haven't. I've just built a workaround.
That sentence is always annoying because it works.
Good. Then while you're all being functional, somebody tell me who keeps leaving a good flash on the camera and making everyone look haunted.
Not me. I prefer haunted on purpose.
That's honest at least.
Careful. If you sound soft for one more second, I'll start believing things.
He really did keep talking like the camera owed him therapy.
That's because some people think volume is a personality.
You were enjoying it.
I was surviving it. Different hobby.
And ma'am, you also looked like you were one sentence away from making him apologize to the Flash.
I was being kind. I let him leave with his dignity and only half his ego missing.
That's generous. I almost told him to lower his voice before the room started acting like it agreed with him.
Next time, do it. I'm tired of being the only one who sounds mean when I'm actually helping.
Okay, so if we're doing this on the record, I need one sentence, not the 8-minute preface version of the sentence.
Rude. I was warming up the sentence. It has a spine issue.
Before the sentence gets tenure, what is the actual decision we need right now?
Thank you. See, a practical question. My favorite kind of violence.
I'm with Riley. What's the thing people need to do by when, and who is pretending it's a vibe instead of a deadline?
Fine. We need to know if the room is ours after 9, or if we're doing the cute little evacuation dance again.
That is already clearer than what I was about to say, which is embarrassing for me and excellent for everyone else.
Love that. So, and we get a yes, no from the room owner. Or do I need to turn this into a 3-bullet funding language emergency?
No funding language. If you start translating my panic into deliverables, I will bite you with my whole budget.
You can bite after the answer. First we get the answer.
I hate that this is working, but let's answer first, and we can all make our little jokes like civilized animals.
I'm already civilized. I just happen to be civilized with glitter in my teeth.
Perfect. Glitter later. Right now, who is calling and who is writing the text?
And please make it one person writing the text. 2 people writing one text always sounds like a committee trying to sound casual.
That is devastatingly accurate. Fine, I'll write it. Short, no poetry, minimal collapse.
I don't trust you with minimal collapse, but I do trust you with short.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing. Oh wow. So now I'm the villain of the morning? That's deeply flattering and also insulting.
I didn't assign you a role. You walked in and took the lighting package.
He's not wrong. You did arrive like a hostile update with glitter.
A hostile update? From you? That is crazy work. I'm offended on principle.
Good. Principle means you'll be consistent about it.
No, let her be dramatic. She's building momentum. I want to see where this goes.
Everyone here is so committed to misunderstanding me. It's like a group hobby.
Not misunderstanding. Curating the exact amount of damage.
That sentence was way too polished for something so rude.
He does that. He'll stab you with excellent grammar, and then act tired about it.
I'm not acting tired. I am tired. There's a difference.
Fine. Then I'll be offended efficiently. No wasting everybody's time.
Thank you. Finally, a professional standard.
See? Growth. She heard the criticism and immediately improved the performance.
I hate that this is working.
You don't hate it. You're just mad you're good at it.
I'm not doing the bit anymore.
That's rude. You can't just stop being useful on purpose.
Watch me. I'm emotionally clocking out before I turn into a mascot.
You say that like it's a threat and not a relief.
It is both. Annoyingly.
Fine. I'll be serious for exactly one sentence. The room was doing too much.
Yes. And I kept helping it. That's the embarrassing part.
Good. Next time be embarrassing sooner.
If that fan keeps doing the helicopter thing, I'm charging it rent.
That's not a fan. That's a threat with blades.
See? Normal people say noise. You say threat with blades. Very soothing. Very local.
I contain multitudes and also a screwdriver.
That sounded like you've already opened the panel.
Only visually. I respect boundaries.
He says while obviously already judging the carpet too.
The carpet is doing the most, and none of it is good.
Thank you. Finally an honest man in this apartment orbit.
Don't encourage him. He'll start organizing the room by room tone.
That would be an improvement over this coffee.
Low blow, but accurate.
He's trying to be normal. Give him a second. It's expensive for him.
I hate that you're right in a way that sounds like a joke.
Good. Means I'm getting better at it.
I keep hearing that line like a little knife with a ribbon on it.
Good. The ribbon means I was being considerate.
You were being efficient. Consider it as the costume department.
Wow. You really are recovering from being readable for 30 seconds.
I resent how accurate that was.
You should. It was a clean hit.
The annoying part is I did need it.
I know. That's why I didn't make it soft.
You never do when it matters.
Don't get sentimental. I'll start charging you for the tenderness.
Please, I'm already invoiced by my own personality.
And ma'am, then next time say help before you disguise it. I can work with ugly honesty.
I know. I just hate how fast you notice.
Okay, the printer is still making that sound like it's deciding whether to die or just embarrass us.
It's not dying. It's performing. Very Chicago.
Great. Even the office appliances are unionizing before us.
If it starts asking for benefits, I'm out.
You say that like you wouldn't fill out the form in triplicate.
I'd fill it out wrong on purpose. That's my contribution to morale.
Honestly, that tracks.
See, we're all being normal. Suspiciously normal.
Normal is just a temporary lease.
What?
No, actually, I'm done pretending this is fine. It's not fine. It's not even close to fine. Everyone keeps calling it a workflow when it's just a pile of unpaid panic with a calendar attached.
Okay.
And before anyone says it's a bad time, yes, it's a bad time. That's the point. We keep waiting for a cleaner moment and then act surprised when a room smells like smoke.
You did the thing where you sound calm right before the actual knife comes out.
I know. I'm trying to be less decorative about it.
That changed the room for the record.
That was a very specific room, mood to leave behind.
And mem, it had teeth. Not huge ones. Just enough to be annoying.
I was trying for less decorative, and somehow the decorative part still got a standing ovation.
Yeah, well, you do have a talent for making the sharp thing sound like it came with a napkin.
That is unfairly elegant for this hour.
You liked it.
I did, annoyingly.
Good, because I was not going to say thank you twice if you kept acting like a ghost with opinions.
Noted. Next time I'll just say help and ruin my whole brand.
Please do. It would be extremely rude to my sense of timing if you became normal now.
Okay, I'm just saying, if you call it a feature one more time, I'm invoicing the whole living room.
That's fair. The sofa has been doing stakeholder management all morning.
You two always talk like the furniture is about to file a grievance.
It is. The lamp already looks union adjacent.
Careful, if we name the situation correctly, it becomes real.
Also, we're doing that thing where you almost say the scary true sentence and then hide behind the joke.
I mean, that's not even a joke. That's just Chicago with better lighting.
Hey ma'am, He was about to say temporary lease, wasn't he?
I was about to say the room is being aggressively edited by circumstances.
There it is. Beautifully wrong, but closer.
Closer is fine. Just don't make me the one who has to fix the draft.
Too late. You're all already in production.
Well, that was a very expensive sentence I almost let become my problem.
You mean the one where everybody pretended not to be in the same room? Yeah, I heard it.
I was trying to be useful. Tragically, I know.
Amen. You were doing your polite little firewall thing. I saw it.
And you backed me up before I could make it worse. Annoying, frankly.
You would have turned one awkward pause into a whole concept album.
Only 3 tracks. I had standards.
Sure, temporary alliance, though. I'm not adopting your office apocalypse.
Fair. I'm not carrying it either. I just didn't love how familiar it felt.
Yay. Same. I laughed because otherwise I'd have to say the sharp thing first.
You did say it just sideways. Better timing than me.
Don't get sentimental. I'll deny it later.
Good. I'm probably going to remember the part I shouldn't.
Hey, Alicia. You Quinn?
Yeah, Quinn. Nice to meet you in the wild, unfortunately.
That is the correct amount of enthusiasm for a first meeting.
He says it like he's not the guy who names every inconvenience like it's an art piece.
I contain multitudes and also a strong opinion about broken systems.
Systems always want to be called creative right up until they lose your files.
Or your photos. Or your whole afternoon. Very visionary. Very haunted.
See, that's funny. For now.
For now is generous. The printer is already thinking about a sequel.
Don't start with the printer. I'm still mad at the last one like it was a cousin.
That's fair. I've seen machines get more respect than people in this city.
Okay, but if we're ranking insults, Visionary still has the worst track record.
I'm not offended. I'm documenting the pattern.
You always do that right before you admit you're part of it.
That was not a joke anymore, was it?
So, the room did the thing where it pretends nobody heard that.
And yet my ears are still employed.
Quinn looked like he'd been handed a live wire and a receipt.
Good. You should know the budget includes consequences.
Alicia wasn't wrong, unfortunately.
You say it like it's cute when you get cornered.
I'm not cornered. I'm administratively adjacent.
That's the calmest way anyone has ever admitted they were cornered.
I heard the part where it changed the room. I just didn't like how obvious it was.
If anyone says the Penguin program is adorable before the budget lands, I'm going to start charging for the word.
Fair. I was aiming for effective, not tiny mascot with a grant request.
That's already a dangerous sentence. Effective is how people hide a spreadsheet in a blazer.
He's not wrong. Also, if you say mascot around animal care long enough, somebody will make you wear a branded hat.
I would wear the hat if it came with a line item and a backup plan.
We can talk line items. I'm less interested in the hat than in what keeps the work from depending on favors.
There it is. The sentence where someone pretends they didn't start with a compliment and then walks into the real room.
He did warn the coffee first. That's basically donor courtship.
Please never call a donor courtship in front of the donors.
Noted. Lumini, what would be useful enough to survive the next 6 months without turning your team into a fundraising mood board?
A budget that rides dressed like a sentence. And maybe fewer people using cute when they mean not worth taking seriously.
That one's going to land on somebody's lap whether they deserve it or not.
Good. Let it land. Then maybe we can move from vibes to numbers.
I think I was one sentence away from getting assigned a warning label.
You were more than one sentence away. You were doing a whole product demo.
Rude. Accurate but rude.
I'm being gentle. If I got honest, I'd say the room liked the joke because it hit teeth in a spreadsheet.
That is somehow worse than saying it was good.
It was good. Also a little like watching someone tap the glass to see who flinches.
I wasn't tapping the glass. I was checking whether anybody still thought the glass was sacred.
And there it is. Very you. Annoying in a way that almost helps.
Almost helps is my favorite category of help.
Mine too, unfortunately.
Did I go too far, or just far enough to make them stop pretending the pile was normal?
Far enough. Maybe a little past the polite line, not past the useful one.
Good. I can live with that distinction.
Yeah, me too. Let's not make it the whole conversation next time.
Hey, Malik.
Valeria. That counts as agreeing apparently.
I'm trying to be civilized before the caffeine hits.
Good. I was worried you'd open with a systems metaphor and make this weird.
Too late. I had already did it in my head.
Imam, you look like you've called a disaster a prototype and mean it his praise.
That is unfairly accurate.
I'm just saying, some people arrive with that I can handle it face and then leave with the same face but worse.
And some people arrive with cute nails and the ability to clog the line instantly.
Thank you. I do try to be decorative and alarming.
Respect.
So Malik, are you always this calm or is that just the first layer?
First layer. The own one is mostly holding the others back.
Okay, that's better than a pitch deck at least.
He had that look like he was borrowing someone older's face and hoping nobody checked the ID.
Barry, I have a 5-year plan and a tie I don't deserve.
Worse, he was calm in the way that makes the room start apologizing to itself.
You mean the calm one that's just hiding the knife? Yeah, I noticed.
I didn't say knife. You did. That's on you.
Sure. And you didn't go decorative for 1 second when he started talking. That was louder than your jokes.
I know.
Don't do that thing where you act like you already lost the argument because it's more efficient.
I'm not losing. I'm just refusing to explain myself to a mannequin in adult clothing.
Okay, that's actually a good line. Still annoying.
You liked it.
I liked the part where he thought he could wear authority like a borrowed jacket, and we'd all pretend it fit.
We didn't pretend.
No, we just got very play for a second, which is basically violence with nicer posture.
Yeah, next time I won't let it get that close. Okay, That committee has convened over absolutely nothing. Love that for us.
Nothing is the only thing people ever schedule correctly.
I knew this was a meeting because everyone got the face like they were about to approve a budget for a chair.
Hi, Trevor, right? You look like you'd still say no to a chair if it had bad framing.
Janu, yeah? And you look like you'd call the chair conceptually lazy.
Only if it was. I'm polite first, and I become a problem.
That's the correct order. Saves everyone time.
We should issue badges. Mine says emotional support witness.
I want one that says present, but with concerns.
That's just your face, babe.
Wow, first meeting and I'm already being reviewed in public.
Public review is generous. This is more like a soft audit with snacks.
No, it's a task force. We need a chair, a vice chair, and someone to explain why we're doing this at all.
I nominate Trevor for vice chair. He has the exact energy of a person who accidentally keep the group on track.
That's a trap. I respect it, but it's a trap.
I'll take mid taker. I can make we agreed on nothing sound organized.
Perfect. Then we can adjourn with dignity and 0 outcomes.
Finally, a process I believe in.
He had that calm like he was already inside the answer, and just waiting for us to catch up.
Yeah, the worst kind. Polite enough to make you doubt your own eyes.
And I was doing my little civic duty of acting normal while the room was already on fire.
You were not acting normal. You were acting like you had a checklist and a grudge.
That is normal for me, sadly.
No, the part that got me was when you stopped joking. It went quiet in a way that made me look at you twice.
Because he said it like it was nothing. That's when I hate people most.
And ma'am, same. I keep waiting for the mask to slip, and then it does, and somehow that feels worse.
I don't like how fast I believed him.
Good. Don't turn that into a joke right now.
I wasn't going to.
Okay. Then next time if I ask whether you're staying, don't make me ask it twice. If the fridge is making that noise again, I'm not calling it haunted. I'm calling it underfunded.
That's Chicago with better lighting. Also, it's definitely the compressor doing a solo.
You two can rename it all you want, but if the freezer dies, I'm not absorbing that loss spiritually.
Wow, harsh. The whole room is being audited by a Latina with a spread, cheap voice.
Correct. And because I lent you both compute space during the crash, I have earned the right to be annoying in 3 dimensions.
That wasn't compute space. That was a controlled rescue. We should probably frame the invoice.
I still think you should have called it a feature. Features are how you survive reviews.
No, a feature is when someone with a budget decides your panic is a roadmap.
There it is. The two of you turning pain into branding before coffee.
Here are snacks, by the way. So if this becomes a moral argument, I'm already ahead.
That's why she wins. She arrives with food and a costume in her pocket.
Excuse you, it's not a costume if I can wear it to work and still scare a man in a blazer.
Fine. But if any of you call the backup, try the vibe one more time. I'm taking the good cable and leaving.
He really said it like he was reading the weather report.
Yeah, that was the problem. Polite enough to make you think he missed something.
And then everybody else starts auditioning to be reasonable.
I didn't. Like if they keep their voices soft, the facts get less rude.
I hate how fast my brain did the little civic duty thing.
You were allowed to. I just didn't like that. I noticed how quick it was.
Same. I clocked it and still almost laughed, which is embarrassing on a species level.
That was me of the room, not you.
He made it sound like nothing. That's what got me.
Yeah, penguins do that too when they're annoyed, but at least they're honest about the chaos.
So we're agreed. No one gets to call that normal just because they said it neatly.
Agreed. Also, I'm not making a joke about it yet, so don't ask me to be charming.
Fair. I'll be less charming too. For balance or whatever.
Luke writes, I'm Arjun. The room is already too loud, so we can skip the formal part.
Good. Formality is how people get weird about cables.
That's generous. Usually it's how they get weird about themselves.
He's not wrong. Also, hi Luke. You brought the 3 broken pedals again? Very committed.
Only one of them is spiritually broken.
That's the one that always survives sound check too.
Unfortunately, yes. Is status.
Status is such a rude thing for a pedal to have.
You say that like you don't build entire little empires out of cute objects and bad decisions.
Those are called design choices.
I respect both the confidence and the tax bracket implied by that sentence.
He means she's expensive in a way that looks homemade.
Wow. Rude but not incorrect.
I'm being careful. It's a public service.
Careful is fine. Just don't act like the scene is a personality test.
Too late. You already failed mine by saying that.
Okay, that one was good. Annoying but good.
I know. I was being careful in the way a person is careful when they've already stepped on the rake once.
You made it sound like a spread cheat error which was almost cute.
It was not cute. It was a very specific category of stupid, like a vending machine that only accepts coins from 2004.
You do that thing where you make it smaller so nobody can tell it hit you.
I'm aware. It's efficient. Also embarrassing. Mostly efficient, though.
I laughed first because somebody had to. Don't make me the only one carrying the bad timing.
You weren't wrong to laugh. I just didn't like how fast the room believed him.
Yeah, me neither. Next time, I'm not letting it get that clean. Oh well, he's doing this thing where he smiles like he's being helpful, and somehow the whole table gets colder.
Polite enough to make people doubt their own eyes. That genre.
I can't tell if he's selling something or just auditioning for forgiveness.
No, he's worse than that. He's doing free customer service with a knife behind the counter.
That is an extremely accurate complaint. I hate that I can picture the uniform.
You both knew him before the rest of us did, huh? The room's catching up late.
Caught up? Aid. The room is still in denial. He's standing there like a sponsored apology.
He said it like it was nothing. That's the part that sticks.
Yeah, that's why it lands ugly. Not loud, just clean.
Clean is usually how the mess gets permission.
Great. Love the morally efficient disaster.
He's looking over here now. Too late, man. We already clocked you.
He really said it like he was handing over a receipt.
With that face. Like politeness is a bodyguard.
I almost respected the technique for like half a second. Ate that for me.
No, you didn't. You went quiet. Which was worse.
Yeah, because the joke got tired first.
There it is. That little freeze up. I saw it.
I know. You always do.
I'm not mad at you for clocking in late. I'm mad that he gets to be that easy to misread.
He counted on it. That's the part that makes me want to break something and then apologize to the object.
Yeah, saying that I hate that I almost let him stay normal for 1 extra minute.
Let's not do that again. Good morning, or whatever this is. The room feels slightly guilty already.
It should. I came in with full intention and a tiny amount of menace. Hi.
That checks out. I'm Nora. I brought coffee, which is the least suspicious thing I own.
Nor yes. Practical objects first. Very common. Lumini, you look like you're about to win an argument with the air.
I am. The air started it.
Okay, before this becomes a whole thing, are we talking about the guy from last night, or are we pretending we're not?
We can pretend for 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3. Done. So, no, not pretending.
He was polite in that very expensive way that makes you feel rude for having eyes.
Bleh. The worst kind. I lost my headphones somewhere around the emotional damage. So, if anyone sees them, blame the room's energy.
If I find them, I'm putting them by the window and calling it a rescue.
I'm still annoyed that he made it sound like a weather report.
Right. Like, oh no, the forecast says you are being terrible again.
Exactly. Very calm. Very expensive. Very why are you upset? I'm just standing here.
He had that face that asks you to do the work for him.
And I almost did, which is the embarrassing part.
You went quiet, though. That was louder than anything.
Yeah, I know. I hate that my body files the complaint before I do.
Your body has better instincts than your little civic duty act.
Rude. Accurate. Annoying.
I can be gentle later. For now I'm keeping the knife in the joke.
Fair. I'm not ready to make it cute.
Good. Don't.
I'm also not checking my messages, which is probably its own confession. I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
I hate that my brain keeps doing the low replay thing like it's trying to win an award.
Your brain is so Reddit sometimes. Like, please submit fewer think pieces, sir.
That's fair. I was one sentence away from saying structural violence and then pretending I didn't hear myself.
You absolutely would have done the tiny nod afterward too. Disgusting behavior.
He had that polite voice that makes people feel rude for being alarmed. It's efficient in the worst way.
Yeah, like he was handing out a receipt for something he already stole. Cute. Normal. Horrible.
You laughed when you said free customer service with a knife behind the counter. That was not a safe laugh.
It was a defense laugh. Not my best work. I can tell when I'm doing the mascot thing, and I hate that I'm good at it.
I noticed you went bright instead of angry, which is usually the part where I worry more.
I know. I saw you go quiet and I clocked that. It was weirdly loud.
He said it like it was nothing, and that's the part that keeps sticking. Not the content. The ease.
The clean little shrub. Like harm is just admin.
Exactly. Which is annoying because now I want to sound calm on purpose, and that always makes me sound guilty.
You already sound guilty. It's part of your brand. Mine is pretending I'm fine and then getting mad at the pretending.
Okay, great. So we're both doing the thing where we survive by being unbearable.
Nope. I'm not helping with that one.
That's a clean refusal. I respect it.
Yeah, casual, but the room heard you.
Good. Sometimes people need it said plainly so they stop trying to soft angle.
Exactly. I can be nice and still mean no.
Which is honestly the most efficient kind of polite.
I can work with efficient. What do you need instead?
A different plan. Preferably one that doesn't pretend the bad option is cute.
There it is. She said no and somehow the air got clear.
Miracle of modern communication.
Don't get smug. You're next if you try it.
I would never. I'm very committed to not being useful in that specific way.
That sounds suspiciously like a still.
It is. He's just trying to make it look accidental.
He had that polished kind of wrong where people start calling it professionalism.
Yeah, polite enough to make your own brain file appeal.
And then everyone waits to see who laughs first, which is very democratic and very stupid.
You went quiet so fast I almost thought you'd been replaced by a museum label.
I was being considerate. If I started, I'd have to be correct, and that ruins the vibe.
You only do that when something actually lands.
I noticed. That's the annoying part.
Good. I wanted you to notice.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
I hate when someone says it like it's weather.
Like you're the crazy one for noticing the sky is on fire.
Yet, that exact little trick. Polite voice run math.
He had that soft face that makes people volunteer their own dough. Super annoying.
You said that before. Still correct.
I know. I was being generous the first time.
I kept almost laughing because that's my stupid reflex when I'm mad.
And then you didn't. Which was louder somehow.
Yeah, I noticed that too late.
You always notice the important part one beat after everyone else. Rude of you.
I'm working on it. Badly.
Same. I'm pretending I'm fine with how much that got under my skin.
We can keep pretending. Just not too convincingly.
Yeah, not convincingly.
Okay, and just saying, if we're ranking people by how fast they can make a room weird, he's got top tier form.
Polite little creep energy. Ain't that for everybody?
He does have the tone of a man who thinks saying interesting counts as a personality.
Exactly. Like he'd leave a tenant note in a font with feelings.
Stop. That's too accurate. Now I can picture his ugly little spreadsheet.
The spreadsheet has beige headers. The coffee in the break room is somehow worse just looking at it.
Beige headers, bad coffee, and a carpet that should have been condemned years ago. Chicago is healing.
I'm not healing, I'm judging. There's a difference.
That's fair. Your judgment has better room tone than his entire presence.
Okay, that was good. Annoying but good.
See? Team effort. We turn on one die, but gently, so nobody has to file paperwork.
I can live with gently. I'm not giving him a full soundtrack.
Fine. Partial soundtrack. Very short loop. Mostly for us. I hate that he was right in the most irritating way.
He had the customer service voice with a knife hidden in the register. Efficient branding.
And the part where he said it like it was weather. That stayed with me.
Yeah, the casual tone is the whole crime.
He went quiet so fast I thought I'd broken something.
No, I just recognized the shape of it before I wanted to.
That is such a depressing sentence to be good at.
I know. I'm annoyingly fluid.
I backed you because you backed me first. Don't make it weird.
Too late. It was already weird. You were right to say it out loud.
I didn't like how relieved I felt when you added your part.
Yeah, and same. I'm not pretending that was nothing.
Okay, so next time I'm not doing the cute version first.
Wow, that sounded like a criticism of my entire personality.
It was a joke. Unfortunately for both of us, bad one.
Hen, you two really do make everything sound like a Yelp review of a haunted diner.
Okay, fair. I walked into that one. Still felt targeted.
Only emotionally, which is the cheapest kind.
There it is. Tiny apology, maximum attitude. Very on brand.
I hate that you're both funny after insulting me.
That's the service model. I did not mean to do the whole knife and the register thing that hard.
And you did though. You said it like you were filing a complaint with the moon.
That was almost graceful.
Almost is your favorite genre.
He laughed at the part that should have stayed mean.
Yeah, that was the annoying part.
I know. I keep making the joke do the work before I have to.
And then acting surprised when somebody hears the blade under it.
I heard myself this time.
Good. Don't make me be the one who says it every time.
Too late. You already have a reputation for it.
So the answer is still no. I cannot explain it before the joke lands.
That is because your explanation has the timing of software updates.
No, that's production support. The punchline is already in the room by the time the patch finishes installing.
Thank you, Malik. Someone respects my workflow.
I respect it enough to be annoyed by it accurately.
See? That's why I don't lead with the truth. You two get greedy.
Greedy? Higher snacks. This is a generous audience.
He's right. The snacks make this a symposium now.
Fine symposium. I was trying to say the cute version because the real version sounded too tired.
There it is. Late, but at least the knife is on the table instead of in the register.
Ugh. You say one useful thing and suddenly I'm supposed to be moved.
You are moved. You're just doing it in the least decorative way possible.
That is extremely rude and also correct.
We should put that on a poster.
Only if the poster arrives after the room has already laughed at it.
Perfect. That's my brand.
Yeah, great poster. Very tasteful. Very not at all about the thing under the joke.
A poster that says we were definitely laughing for the right reason.
And then everyone claps because the room survived its own little ethics problem.
You say ethics problem like you didn't already clock the exact second it got ugly.
I clocked it. I just hate how fast my face believed the version that was easier to live with.
That part. That easy version is always dressed like practicality. Super annoying.
It had a very convincing customer service voice.
Yeah, and somehow that was the worst part. Not loud. Just clean.
Clean is how it sneaks past the body.
You are being weirdly calm about this, which means you're not calm at all.
I know. I just don't want to make a joke out of the part that's still about me.
Why are you standing like you got caught borrowing a feeling?
Because if I sit down, it becomes an opinion.
That is the most Chicago sentence I've heard before 9 a.m.
Don't encourage him. He starts doing the polite thing and then I have to decode the knife hidden in the receipt.
It's not a knife. It's a very small complaint with good posture.
And ma'am, you two always talk like the room is already in on it.
The room is nosy. That's not our fault.
Also, you walked in holding my coffee like you won custody.
I did win custody. You left it by the mixer like a tragic little offering.
I should probably not ask why the two of you are sharing one cup and one loaf.
You're right. Please continue not asking.
No ask. He gets annoying when he has to be normal by himself.
That is slander. I can be normal in pairs.
I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that and save everybody a future conversation.
Wrong rescue river. We were doing fine until you made it weird on purpose.
Too late. She already saw the part where I was trying to look casual and failed artistically.
Yeah, I saw it. It was embarrassing. Keep going.
He really walked out like he'd been indicted by the concept of eye contact.
Guilty posture. Terrible alibi. Zero evidence.
And yet, everybody started acting like the hallway had a warrant.
Because he made that face. The one where people think they're being mysterious and are actually just sweating in a font I hate.
He was doing the casual voice, too. The whole crime, apparently.
Yeah, that voice is always hiding something. Usually not a murder. Sometimes just shame in a coupon.
I almost respected the commitment. Then he blinked like he'd been caught smothering feelings.
You say that like you didn't immediately lean into it and make it worse.
I made it accurate.
That is your most annoying hobby.
He's going to remember none of this and still avoid the group for 3 days.
Good. Let him marinate in his fake suspicion. He came in acting like a confession and left with a lesson.
We should probably not mention that I thought he looked relieved when nobody arrested him.
I already noticed. Don't make me say the nice version out loud. You have that look again. The one where you're pretending to spray. She is a personality.
That's unfair. I'm also pretending the coffee is helping.
It is not helping. It's just warm.
See? Sanjay does the brutal version. I do the cute version.
A balanced ecosystem of judgment. Very Chicago.
You say that like you're not the one making it weird on purpose.
I make it weird by accident. The purpose is a later problem.
Amen. That is the most you sentence possible.
I'm trying to be normal for the duration of this morning. It's going badly, but with discipline.
Normal is overrated. Fix the thing in front of you first.
He means eat something before you turn into a haunted audio file.
Fine. But if I survive, I'm blaming both of you in writing. I hate that you were right in the exact way that was embarrassing.
Amen. I can live with hatred if it comes with correct punctuation.
The punctuation was the problem. I was doing customer support for my own claps.
And yet somehow the blade was still like wearing a little tie.
That is offensively accurate. I would like to file a complaint with the mood about your powers of observation.
There he is. The man who makes a threat sound like a grant proposal.
I heard myself this time, unfortunately.
Yeah, and I am not saying it for you again. But, good. If anybody asks, I was never here. This couch is just where dreams go to be audited.
That is the most you sentence possible. You even made it sound like a workplace policy.
Morning. I'm just clocking the room. The room is already tired.
Yeah, it's doing the Chicago thing where the air looks like it wants a raise.
Finally, someone respecting the weather as a union issue.
Don't encourage it. It already thinks it's in charge.
It is in charge. We're just negotiating terms with bad posture.
That's why I keep the window cracked. Let the room know we're not fully committed.
I like that. Ambiguous, but with boundaries.
You say that like it's not your whole brand.
My brand is cute first, then the knife hidden in the register if necessary.
That was almost a compliment. I'm choosing to survive it.
Good choice. Survival is very fashionable right now.
Especially before coffee. Before coffee, everybody's a little too honest.
Not me. I'm a delight before coffee. A menace after.
That tracks. You do get sharper when you're trying to be innocent.
And you get weirdly formal when you're trying not to say something personal.
I prefer the term structurally evasive.
You always do the thing where the sentence arrives wearing a tie.
And you always notice before I can pretend it was decorative.
I'm just saying, if you're going to hide the blade, at least don't act surprised when I spot the shine.
The casual voice is the whole crime anyway.
There it is. That little pause where you decide whether to be honest or annoying.
I can do both. Competently even.
Gross. Don't make it sound like a skill issue.
It's not. It's a hobby.
You're still thinking about the thing he said like it was nothing, aren't you?
Yet, unfortunately.
Okay. Good. I mean not good. You know what I mean.
I do. I'm just not going to make a joke out of it this time.
Jamal, right? Ellis. I think we've been in the same room a few times without the room getting brave enough to introduce us.
That's a very Chicago sentence. Yeah, Jamal. Hi.
He does that, makes a greeting sound like a Brad rubric.
And somehow still expects everyone to clap because the font is tasteful.
Tasteful is a compliment.
Sure, so is brave if you mean cheap enough to risk.
MMM. That one lands with a little paperwork behind it.
Paperwork is just files with tabs.
You all make everything sound like a verdict.
Only because somebody keeps pretending the room is neutral.
I'm trying not to do the thing where I file a complaint with the moon.
Good. Less moon, more sentence.
He said that like he knew he was being observed.
I know exactly how much I'm being observed. That's the problem.
Well, since we're all here and suspicious, I'm going to pretend that counts as progress.
It does if you don't call it brave. I hate when people leave and the room keeps this shape.
Yes, very rude of architecture.
You're doing that thing where you make it sound like a joke after it already landed.
I waited. The explanation was late. Now it has to stand there by itself.
Wow, so formal, so haunted.
You noticed.
Unfortunately, yes. It keeps being my hobby.
Mine too. I just charge admission.
I'm not laughing at that one. I'm just letting it arrive late. You look like you got here 5 minutes early to be disappointed on schedule.
I respect punctual suffering.
That's a real apartment quality sentence.
See? Even Miguel gets it. He brought the face already.
I wrote the face and the lower back pain. A full set.
If you're gonna complain, at least do it before the coffee gets cold.
He does that thing where the sentence comes in dress for court.
And you do the thing where you say something accurate like it's a prank.
It is a prank. The prank is that I'm right.
Anyway, the kitchen sink is still doing that weird wheeze. I'm saying this now because it will become a personality later.
Good. I prefer my infrastructure problems with a warning label.
You say it like you didn't almost text me a thesis at midnight.
Almost. I showed restraint. Chicago is not ready for my full draft energy.
Nobody is ready for that, but I can hear the landlord's nonsense from here, so maybe save your breath.
Damn. Save the breath, keep the blade tucked away. We can be normal for 10 minutes.
I can do 10. I'm not proud of it, but I can do it. I was not the center on purpose. That was an administrative error.
And then, you tripped into the spotlight and immediately started acting like it was a design choice.
I prefer the term accidental lead role. Very limited run. Poor reviews.
Yeah, well, you did the thing where you look calm and then everyone else starts panicking for no reason.
Rude. Accurate but rude.
You can keep the blade tucked away now. I noticed the hand on the handle, though.
I know. I was trying to be normal about it and failed with style.
That's fine. Just don't make me be the only one pretending not to care. You look like you're about to say something responsible and annoying.
That is my whole brand. I'm trying to retire quietly.
Please don't. The warehouse walls need at least one liar who sounds organized.
Suspiciously useful sentence. Who taught you that one?
Bad weather and older friends. Mostly older friends with access problems.
That is such a specific demographic.
It's a thriving sector.
You're deflecting. Again, very elegant. Very irritating.
I was going to say thank you for noticing, but that sounds like I'm asking for a fee.
Maybe I am charging you for emotional labor, cash, or apology.
Cash for apology is such a brutal menu. Very efficient, though.
I know. I'm trying to support the concept of consequences without becoming a customer.
You say that like you haven't already found the loophole.
I have not found the loophole. I found a decorative gap in the rules and put a spotlight on it.
That sounds worse, somehow.
It is worse, but prettier, which is how people get away with things.
Yan.
You're doing the thing where you make the sentence arrive wearing a tie.
It keeps the blade from rattling.
I heard it anyway.
I know you did.
Don't make me be right twice in a row. That gets expensive. I found your note. The one that was trying very hard to look casual while being extremely useful. Root of it.
That was the goal. Utility with a fake mustache.
It was actually good. Annoyingly good. I hate when the boring practical answer is the right one.
I mean, yeah, it solved the thing. I forgot to say that earlier because I was being normal about it, which is to say, at a timing.
Can you send me the clean version? The one without the hidden blade and a little dramatic bow on top.
I can try. No promises on the bow. It has union protection.
Please do. Also, your edit of the color pass was weirdly respectful. That should not have surprised me, but it did.
Respectful is just what I call it when I resist the urge to make the whole thing meaner.
Oh, growth. Disgusting. Thank you, though.
I can drop the file link in chat if nobody wants to pretend this is a spontaneous discovery anymore.
Do it. And Pharynx, if you say one more sentence wearing a tie, and charging you for tailoring.
Fair, but if the file works, you owe me exactly one smud silence.
That is not a real currency.
It is in this economy.
Unfortunately, yes. I will invoice you both later. I heard the file works. I also heard the part where I should have swallowed the rest of that sentence.
And you said it like it was a typo and not, you know, a whole knife with good posture.
Bad knife etiquette, N. I was trying to sound less like myself, and failed in public.
That is not a rescue. That is you standing next to the puddle and calling it architecture.
I know. Just when you noticed it got harder to pretend the blade was decorative.
I notice things. It is kind of my worst habit. The other one is letting you get away with a bad joke if you look tired enough.
Careful. I might start counting on that and become insufferable on purpose.
Too late. But I am not done being annoyed, so don't make me prove I was right again. You're late. The penguins already clocked it.
Harsh. I was doing civic service by not being a menace before coffee.
That's an extremely specific kind of charity.
I contain multitudes, mostly adapters and regret.
Adapters I understand. Regret is usually the more expensive cable.
He keeps broken cables like they're pets.
One of them saved my night. I'm not throwing out a hero.
That's actually fair. Bad objects can have a union card.
See? Naomi gets it. You don't have to make everything sound like it's wearing a tie.
I hate that this is still your best read on me.
It's not the worst raid, just the sneakiest one.
Sneaky is right. Half the time people call this whole scene community like it's a decorative bowl.
And then they review it like they discovered classification. Very brave of them.
Yeah, love when the label is doing more work than the person.
And ma'am, that sounded normal for about 3 seconds.
I'm trying out a new face. It's called not making a joke.
Terrible branding, but okay.
We can live with terrible branding, just not with people pretending the city is a postcard.
Agreed. Postcards never have enough trash cans or rent.
Now that's the most honest thing said before 9 a.m. in this room. I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
Hey, Vivian.
Hi. You always look like you got here 5 minutes before the room decided to become a room.
That's because I respect architecture and resent traffic.
He says that like he didn't enter with the energy of a man carrying 3 unfinished thoughts and 1 apology.
I was gonna say good to see everyone, but now it sounds like a hostage note.
It can still be funny for 1 more beat.
Ma'am, 1 beat sure. 2 and it starts sounding like a grant application.
Look at that! Vivian came in and immediately put the room on a budget.
Someone has to. He doesn't pay rent.
Not true. Sometimes it delays eviction by like 48 hours.
That is the funniest bad news I've heard all week.
Careful, they're all laughing like the situation is still decorative.
Yeah. No, it isn't. Sorry.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
You both showed up early. That's suspiciously responsible.
I was bribed by coffee and the promise of not talking to a penguin about labor.
That's fair. Penguins are union material.
Strong position. I respect it on a moral level.
On a moral level only. Wow.
No, also rhythmically. Their footsteps have a good click.
He's back on the feedback ethics thing.
Good. Someone has to keep the City Pop Tribunal alive.
I didn't know there was a tribunal. Am I being indicted or invited?
Both probably. Sit down and make it cute.
He always looks like he's about to say something very precise or very rude.
That's my brand. I'm trying to be less of a problem.
And ma'am, try harder, but in a way I can tease you about later. He really did enter like a thesis with bad lighting.
That's unfair. A thesis at least has a conclusion.
And then, he had a conclusion shaped 5, and then kept walking around it.
He was trying so hard to sound normal, he started sounding expensive.
That is the same thing in certain rooms.
In certain rooms, yes. In others, it's just a knife with a receipt.
No, see, that's the part where I have to laugh so I don't say the correct thing.
You already said the correct thing. You just made it wearable.
I hate when you say it like that. Makes it sound like I was being kind on purpose.
Weren't you?
Maybe. Don't make me look at it too directly.
Fine. I'll keep pretending it was all just bad posture.
You Morgan? I'm Mara.
Yen, hi. You look like you already know where the exits are.
Hep, the room tells on itself fast.
That's a polite way to say it's messy.
I do my best work with messy.
Good. I was worried I'd walked into something too polished.
Polished people usually panic first.
Yeah, I do that in the photo kit too.
So you notice the lonely ones.
Only the ones pretending not to be.
That's a very expensive skill to admit out loud.
He means thank you, in his weird little Thai language.
I was going to say it less offensively, but yes.
Look at that, they found the soft part before anyone had to bleed for it.
I'm not saying I'm soft. I'm saying I can tell when a room is faking confidence.
Finally, the useful person.
Careful, that's how they get invited back.
Too late. He already made the correct face.
He really did leave like he'd paid for the whole evening, and still got change back.
The room kept pretending that was normal.
It was not normal. It was just extensive looking.
That's a generous reading.
I'm being kind because if I'm not, I'll start saying the quiet part out loud.
Yeah, I noticed that part too.
Don't make it sound noble. I was mostly annoyed.
Good. Noble people are unbearable.
You say that like you weren't about to go all surgical again.
I was thinking about it.
And man, next time maybe less thinking in public.
I have to say, this is very brave work for a morning pal.
Oh, amazing. You mean affordable, or do you mean I look away?
No, I mean it sincerely. It's rough in a way that feels honest.
That is the most expensive compliment phrased like a coupon.
I'm just saying, not everyone is willing to leave things unresolved.
Some of us called it a schedule problem.
Or a deliberate aesthetic choice. There's value in not over-polishing.
He says from the side of the room where nothing has ever had to survive rent.
That's a little unfair.
No, it's fine, let him keep the little bruise. He likes it when the room thinks he's being subtle.
I do not like that. I respect the accuracy against my will.
Well, regardless, the work does have a kind of rawness people respond to.
Sure, and some people respond to penguins. Not everyone deserves a theory about it.
He said it like it was weather. That part was doing the work.
And then, the terrible thing is that weather is often very convincing.
Yes, it arrives with no agenda and then ruins your afternoon.
You were trying not to look like you noticed, and then you did, which was rude of reality.
I was being normal in the civic sense. A small public service.
That sentence has tie on it already.
It does. I hate that you can hear the knot tightening.
I can hear when you leave the blame and call it punctuation.
I was going to make it into a joke. I did not because it was too fast.
Good. Some things should stay annoying instead of becoming elegant.
That is a very rule.
And you kept looking like you wanted to apologize to the room for being awake in it.
I wasn't apologizing. I was measuring exits.
Yet, same difference if the room is already on fire.
Right. I still don't like how quickly I believed him.
Okay, the room is technically open, which means I have already emotionally accepted at least 3 people who were never going to stay.
That's a dangerous kind of welcome. Did you also put out water, or is this one of those places that thinks spies are hydration?
I put out water. I'm not a monster. The penguins would unionize against me if I forgot water.
But I was about to trust the room less than the weather, and that's saying something.
Weather's often very convincing. Unlike some people, it doesn't even pretend to be consistent.
That one felt aimed. I respect the craftsmanship.
I'm not aiming. I'm barely awake. There's a difference.
Barely awake is when people start calling herbal tea a solution. No one here is doing that, right?
Only if the tea comes with actual food. Penguins don't do well on decorative nourishment. Neither do I, honestly.
Great, then I'm saving everyone from decorative nourishment and charging emotional labor at the door.
That's your most consistent business model.
And yet somehow I keep getting invited back.
Because you make a room softer and then invoice it before it gets lazy.
Fair. But if anybody starts treating Narcan like decor, I'm ruining the mood on purpose.
Reasonable. I prefer my moods with exits clearly marked.
And then, some of us prefer not to say the exit part out loud.
Right. Then I'll say something less dramatic. Do we have enough water for the people who stay?
Now that is a real question. Yes. And if not, I brought more.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
He left like the room had issued him a refund.
And somehow got to keep the receipt.
That was the most expensive compliment phrased like a coupon, anyway.
You say that like you weren't enjoying the coupon part.
I enjoyed precision. It makes the apology less embarrassing.
Wow. Look at you not even pretending the exit wasn't the point.
I was pretending very quietly.
Good. Quietly is your brand. Mine is pretending I didn't hear the nice part.
Yeah, we'll both do that and then act surprised when they come back.
A Ford pretending this is casual. I should say the living room is doing a lot of unpaid labor for this conversation.
It is a very honest room. Slightly overcommitted, but honest.
That's because it knows it's being observed by people with calendars and opinions.
Wow, brutal. The couch didn't even get a chance to apply for funding.
The couch would be competitive. It has good lines and a strong local presence.
Local presence is how they get you. Next thing you know, everyone's calling it community-based.
That is unfortunately funny.
You say that like you've never seen a thing get nicer words than it deserves.
I've seen it. I've also written it. Which is worse, probably.
Depends whether the nicer words are doing charity or laundering disappointment.
Careful, that sentence could become a panel title.
No, panel titles need more oxygen. That one sounds like it already took someone's lunch.
I'm just saying. Some compliments arrive dressed like access and then act surprised when people notice the price.
And some people hear a compliment and immediately start checking whether the door is locked.
That feels less like a compliment problem and more like a pattern recognition problem.
Or a survival skill. They do overlap.
They do. And sometimes the room rewards the person who sounds calm about it first.
Yeah, and that's the annoying part. Calm gets mistaken for consent all the time.
And brightness gets mistaken for not noticing.
Okay, now we're all being useful in a deeply suspicious way.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
Okay, I'm going to say the boring sentence first. The sound is clipping.
That is always the sentence that arrives after everyone has emotionally committed to the wrong volume.
It sounded intentional for a second.
That's because some people confuse damage with confidence.
We can spare the room a little dignity and turn it down in 2 clicks.
2 clicks is a very democratic amount of correction.
I'm not married to the current level.
You say that like the current level has a union.
It does now. I'm the steward.
Good. Then someone can explain why the monitor keeps sounding like it's arguing with the ceiling.
Because the room is doing too much. The room wants attention.
The room does have a point of view.
So do we, but only one of us needs to be heard over the other 3.
That sentence felt aimed at me and knowingly at the setup.
Both can be true. It's very efficient.
Fair. I can live with efficient.
Then let's do the efficient thing and make the work easier here.
I hate when a solution is so sensible, it removes my ability to be dramatic.
Don't worry, you'll find another problem by noon.
I'm annoyed that the sensible thing worked. It feels like being outvoted by a spreadsheet.
You say that like spreadsheets don't have taste. Some of them are mean on purpose.
That one did. It had the posture of a person who says, I hope this helps, and means I won.
And man, very coupon coded. I respect a compliment that arrives with a receipt and still somehow isn't free.
You're enjoying this too much.
No, I'm just remembering you pretending not to notice when someone says something nice. It's almost cute. Almost.
That is an expensive level of almost.
Good. Keep it there. If you start being normal about it, I'll have to leave and I don't feel like standing up yet.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
I should have let the joke die earlier. Instead, I kept it on life support like an idiot.
Wow. Refusing to keep joking. In this economy.
I mean it. That actually hurt, and I don't want to decorate it.
And then, rude of you to be legible now.
Yet well, the room was already doing enough pretending for all of us.
He was so committed to the bit that it started sounding like a receipt.
Exactly. And I hate when someone makes a compliment feel like a coupon.
Still true, though. Just annoyingly true.
I know. I'm not done being annoyed about it. I just don't want to perform being fine.
Good. Save it. I want the version of you that doesn't apologize to the air.
I swear the room is doing the thing where the projector fan sounds like it has opinions.
It does. The opinions are just all in one. 120 BPM.
That is a very expensive way to describe a dying appliance.
Oh no, expensive is the compliment. The projector is the coupon.
Exactly. Most expensive compliment phrased like a coupon. Where's scholarship core now?
I hate that I understood that immediately.
You understood it because it was true, and because Veronix has a talent for making a bruise sound like a grant proposal.
That is slander. I make bruise sounds more like a tasteful invoice.
Speaking of invoices, someone told me something the other day in a way that felt like weather.
Weather is very convincing. That's its whole scam.
He says, as if he hasn't also believed the forecast with a face.
I did not say I believed it because of the face.
No, you'd never do something that obvious. You'd do it because the air changed, and you wanted that to mean something.
That is annoyingly specific.
I'm just saying, if the room starts sounding like weather, I'm leaving before anyone gets poetic and broke.
Too late. We already did the coupon metaphor.
Great. Now, I'm trapped in a fragile room with 3 people and 1 dying fan.
He really said weather like that, and then disappeared. Classic.
And then, a man enters drops 1 cursed sentence and leaves us with climate anxiety.
You were doing the thing again.
What thing? Being charming under duress? That's not a habit as a public service.
Bit joke shield thing. You start revving it before the room even asks.
Diagnosis. I was simply helping everyone avoid becoming emotionally unemployed.
Right. Totally not a reflex. Just a very committed bit.
Fine. Maybe I do it when I'm not trying to look like I care.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
I hate that I remember the exact shape of being useful in a room like that.
You mean the coupon-shaped compliment? Yeah. It had a barcode and everything.
Worse. It was expensive because it made me look easy to buy.
And then you did the thing where you sharpened it into a lecture. So nobody could tell it hit you.
I was trying to keep it from becoming a souvenir.
You say that like I don't know the trick. I watched you do the clean little turn away and pretend it was timing.
It was timing. It was also cowardice. 2 lanes, same exit.
Good. Honest is annoying, but at least it does it right later.
You didn't have to stay in the joke with me.
I know. I did it anyway. Don't make it noble.
I'm not. I'm just not used to leaving the bruise where it is.
Fine. Leave it there. We'll pretend we didn't polish it. For now.
I can't fill the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
They really did leave the room in the shape of a bat headed.
And somehow still wanted credit for the cut.
I kept thinking I was being precise, but I was just making it easier to dodge.
You do that. I do the opposite and call it charm.
You call a lot of things charm that are obviously a warning label.
And you call warning label a thesis, so we're both thriving.
I didn't like how fast I wanted to laugh at that.
Good. Means it landed somewhere real.
Yen, don't make me explain which part.
Okay, if this living room is a tribunal, I'd like it noted I arrived with snacks and a morally ambiguous tote bag.
You say that like the tote bag didn't already win the room.
It did. Tote bag has better labor politics than most grand pals.
Wow. So we're all just getting touched by fabric now. Great. I can work with that.
I mean, somebody has to. The room's already doing it for free.
That was almost funny. Dangerous phrase, hide away.
Almost. Excuse me. I'm giving premium content in a rent-controlled format.
Premium content is exactly how people end up watching the desk and calling it community.
Oh, come on. Not everything is a hierarchy lecture, Professor.
No, but some things are. And some people get away with calling it a joke because they're standing farther from the desk.
I'm literally standing next to the desk in a room with one lamp and a suspicious couch.
That's not the point, and you know it.
Yeah, I do. That's why I made it one.
And there it is. The joke that wants a witness.
I hate when you do that thing where you make it clever so nobody can say it hurt.
Yeah, that landed like a receipt nobody asked for.
And somehow the joke was already holding the knife by the handle.
I let it because it looked faster than being honest.
You always say that like speed makes it kinder.
It doesn't. It just makes it harder to interrupt.
I did interrupt, though. Just not in the way that counts for people who like winning.
Yeah, you stayed inside it instead of decorating the bruise.
Don't make it noble. I was annoying on your behalf, which is embarrassingly efficient.
Good. I wasn't done being annoyed either. I just didn't want to make it cute. You laughed at the wrong part.
No, I laughed at the part that was trying too hard to be the right part.
That is unfortunately a very specific skill.
It did change the room, though.
Yeah, Now everybody has to admit they heard it.
Good. The room was acting innocent.
I respect a laugh that refuses to authenticate itself.
I don't know if I respect it, but I do trust it more than the speech.
That's because the speech was dressed like a conclusion and a riot is a question.
And you still said it like you were charging rent for the insight.
I contain overhead.
Yeah, ma'am. Same. Different invoice.
Okay, now I like the room better.
See? Wrong laugh right weather.
I'm not saying the room needed a rule, I'm saying it invented one, and then immediately used it badly.
That is the most room behavior possible. Make a tiny law, enforce it with a spoon, break it with confidence.
Ma'am, a spoon is already more governance than most of them can sustain.
You say that like you weren't about to footnote the spoon.
I was not about to. I was only considering whether the spoon had better labor politics than the person holding it.
There it is. The lecture walks and wearing a joke again.
It's safer if it walks. If I say the clean version, somebody will call it community and ask me to watch the desk.
Yeah, I heard the desk part too.
I hate that I can still feel the exact shape of being useful in a room like that.
I know. I'd also hate when you make it sound so accurate nobody can argue with you without sounding stupid.
That's not me trying to win. That's me trying not to disappear into the premise.
Fine. I'll be annoying on purpose next time so you don't have to carry the whole bad joke alone.
We've got 20 minutes before the room turns into a line at the door. If anyone's moving tables, do it now so nobody has to ask later.
That sounds like a threat from a person who has seen enough bad event laid-ups to qualify as weather.
It's not a threat, it's triage. Also, the speaker table is in the worst possible place, which is almost impressive.
Thank you. I was trying to be diplomatic, but yes, it's cursed. Also, the coffee line will block the exit if nobody rethinks it.
I can move the table and pretend I'm being useful in a spiritually neutral way.
You can be useful in a spiritually suspicious way, that's fine. I'll take the sign-in sheet and keep people from clustering like confused ducks.
Perfect. And if anyone says community from a microphone, I'm checking their tip history with my eyes.
That's fair. I support the eyes as a regulatory body.
Okay, but if the projector starts acting up, I'm not fixing it with rods. I need the actual HDMI. That works.
There's one in the black den by the coat rack. I labeled it because I respect future suffering.
That is extremely attractive logistics.
Don't make it weird, editor. Finish moving the table.
I was not trying to make the room into a seminar. I was trying to not be obviously weird about it.
You say that like those are different hobbies.
Rude. Accurate, but rude.
You do this thing where the joke arrives wearing a tiny suit, and then the actual feeling gets left outside in the rain.
Yen, I know.
I stayed in it anyway. Annoyingly.
That was not nothing.
Good, because I am not letting you turn compliments into municipal infrastructure again.
I can do the mock-up today, but not the install. The install is where reality starts charging rent.
That's fair. The last wall I trusted was lying to me the whole time anyway.
Good. Then we're not pretending this is a heroic labor situation. I can cover the edit past off the whole circus.
I'm not doing one more unpaid miracle before noon. My little nose is fully operational.
Respect. We can shrink the scope without making it dramatic.
Thank you. That sentence should be on a city permit office wall.
I know, right? Like, no is not an emergency. It's just a boundary with better posture.
I'm stealing that for the next warehouse meeting. If they ask, I was never here.
Perfect. We adjourn the fake urgency, keep the useful parse, and nobody has to become a martyr for a bad timeline. He said adjourn like he was closing a courtroom. That was kind of funny. Annoying, but funny.
And a tiny gavel energy. I hate that I respect it a little.
Yeah, I didn't want to laugh that hard, so obviously I did.
You always do that. Put the actual reaction in a pocket and let the joke do the talking.
Fair. The joke is less likely to ask me to be inspirational.
Rude. Also true. He was being useful, though. That part is irritatingly not fake.
Yeah, I know. I just don't like when the useful part arrives with applause attached.
Okay, then next time I'll make the applause smaller. Not none. I'm not that nice.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
I was not making it a hierarchy lecture.
Amen. You were making it a lecture with upholstery.
That is unfair to upholstery. Upholstery has a clear job.
And jokes with tiny suits.
Those are for hiding the part where I say something useful.
Yeah, that part keeps getting left outside.
I know.
You know, and then you do it again, which is honestly impressive in a bad way.
I was trying not to turn it into a thing.
It was already a thing. You just kept polishing the surface so nobody had to touch it.
Right. Great. I hate that you are correct in such a clean font.
I hate that you only sound human when you're annoyed.
There it is.
Yeah, there it is.
Next time I should just say the ugly sentence before I decorate it.
Oh, good, y'all are already doing the thing where nobody says the obvious part and the air gets expensive.
That's not a thing. That's a budget line item.
Wait, are we being audited? as I did not bring receipts. I brought vibes and 1/2 charged battery.
See? She gets it. Lean in, baby. If the room is going to be dramatic, at least let it pay rent.
I was going to say the room already has a subwoofer, but that's maybe too on the nose.
No, keep going. I like when you pretend you're being subtle and then accidentally become useful.
Man, that's the energy. He walks in with a spreadsheet face and leaves with a moral compass. Very chic.
I hate that this sounds like praise.
It is praise. She's just serving it in a hostile container so you can't hide from it.
Exactly. I'm being generous in a way that makes you nervous, because I love you both and I want the truth to survive the evening.
Okay, that's annoyingly elegant.
And now he's blushing in a way that will definitely become a joke in 30 seconds.
It won't be a joke. It'll be a workaround.
Look at him translating feelings into infrastructure again. Somebody stop him before he files a permit.
Too late. I'm already standing here with the stamp.
Well, that was a very efficient misunderstanding.
We should put it on a badge. Congratulations on the wrong thing.
Honestly, the timing was impressive. Like a hostile demo reel.
You were doing the thing where you turn embarrassment into a systems diagram.
It is not embarrassment. It is quality control with feelings attached.
Sure. And I was absolutely not helping by laughing at the exact wrong second.
You were helping, just in the way that makes me want to file a complaint and keep the receipt.
Good. Keep it. I am not ready to pretend that was cute yet. Okay, hot take. If we call this a prototype long enough, it becomes a prototype and not a mistake. Very strategic. Very legally blurry.
That is how every bad idea enters the room wearing a blazer.
I can patch the vibe, not the premise. But the premise does have a nice menu font.
Thank you. Finally, someone sees the lie, and not the emotional arson behind.
I'm looking at the row of the snacks and the structural weaknesses in that word, which is probably the problem.
No, see, that's balance. I bring the cute sabotage. You bring the weather report. Hatchwife brings the forbidden polish.
I refuse voice chat, but I will absolutely send a note that says this part slaps and then 3 bullets about why it collapses.
That is weirdly comforting. Also irresponsible, which means it fits.
We are not building a cathedral. We are building a little haunted kiosk with excellent lighting.
Great. I will stop pretending the kiosk is a manifesto and start pretending it is logistics.
Perfect. Keep the energy moving. Don't marry the concept. And if it starts sounding noble, I will come in with patch notes.
Rude. Effective. Fine. Let's ruin this beautifully. You made it sound like the tote bag had a union, and I was the one being class traitor about it.
That is because the tote bag was demonstrating better organizing principles than the panel.
Amen. See? That sentence is why people think you're joking when you're actually stabbing them with a spread. Heat.
I was not stabbing. I was filing a complaint with footnotes.
You always say that like the footnotes make it kinder.
They do for me, which is probably the problem.
I know.
You stay in the joke anyway. That was annoyingly decent of you.
Don't make it sound noble. I just hate when you get clever and hide in it.
That is fair. I also hate it when I do that.
Yeah, well, it landed. More than you think.
I know. That's the part I'm not very good at carrying without turning it into a bet.
Then don't turn this one into a bit.
I'm trying. It's just never mind. I'll send you the thing I said I would.
You got quieter. Not in a bad way, just. The room noticed.
That sounds like the room is being nosy.
It is nosy. I'm just conserving battery.
Fair. I was only checking because you went from making fun of the speaker cables to becoming one.
That is a very specific insult.
You say that like it's not a compliment in Chicago.
I can live with that. Want wire? Or do you want to keep being mysteriously efficient for a minute?
Efficient is generous. She looks like she's negotiating with gravity.
I am, and winning barely.
I hate that you made the tote bag line sound like a thesis defense.
Please, it was a tote bag with better morals than half the room.
That is exactly the problem. Now I can't even be offended properly.
You can. You're just doing it with clear posture.
I was not doing posture. I was recovering.
And them. Recovering so hard you forgot to let it be rude for 1 second.
I did let it be rude, internally. Very privately. It was efficient.
Sure. Keep your efficiency. I'll keep my morally ambiguous tote bag. We can be unbearable later.
Okay, I'm saying it plainly. The missing USB is not a moral failure, but someone did leave it by the mixer like a tiny crime scene.
I hate drama, which is why I'm noting that the group chat has already decided it was Veronix.
That is slander with weak lighting. I have not touched any mysterious storage devices today.
He's innocent in a specific way. A cat is innocent. Suspicious posture, yes. Evidence, no.
I'm just saying, the USB was last seen near his bag, and he does have the face of someone who knows where every cable is.
That face is called being employed adjacent to audio.
For the record, the article shows you saying, quote, I'll put it somewhere safe, which is exactly how people become defendants.
That was about the spare batteries. I contain multitudes, not theft.
I'm opening the bag now. If it's in there, I'll be smug. If it's not, everyone owes him a normal apology.
Wait, hold up. That's my USB. I put it in there when I grabbed the tape.
Great. So the evidence was a tote bag, and a bad assumption.
I would like the record to show I was accused with confidence and exonerated by a zipper.
Honestly, the zipper had better sourcing than the accusation.
Fine. I'm apologizing, publicly, to the man with the innocent cable face.
Accepted. I'll be taking my revenge in the form of correct labeling.
Please do. I love one night where the folder names don't read like a threat.
See? No crime, just capitalism and a bag with too much authority.
I'm choosing to believe there was a temporary victory for the cable bag, and not a structural change in society.
And ma'am, the bag was definitely overconfident. Bad posture, bad leadership.
It had that energy of a UI button that thinks it's helping while actively hiding the exit.
Yes, exactly. Aggressively decorative. Crime with good branding.
You're being nicer than me about it.
I'm being strategic. Also, a little tired of being correct in public.
There. I can do the annoying part if you want.
Good. I'll stand here looking innocent and let you carry the folder label revenge.
That sounds suspiciously like teamwork.
Temporarily. Don't get sentimental about it.
Too late. I already named the feeling something unhelpful.
We need to get the deck back on track. The community memory on this has been drifting.
That is such a haunted way to say retention. Anyway, the slide order is wrong by like a very specific amount of wrong.
He is correct. Also, like, you are standing on the HDM. I cable like it owes you rent.
Oh my god, you're doing the power pose on the cord. Very founder core. Very I have never met a floor hazard I respected.
I am fine. Let's just move forward.
Now hold still for 1 second. If you yank it, the whole projector dies, and then you'll be the guy who killed the room with his ankle.
Too late. The projector is already flickering. I'm going under the table.
I've got it. Blake, please enjoy this moment where your authority is defeated by a cable tie in my tiny hands.
That is not.
Siege, public learning experience.
Honestly, this is the cleanest intervention I've seen all week. Minimal violence, maximum humiliation.
Power is back. Also, Blake, you may want to check your shoe. The cable looped around it like a very judgmental bracelet.
Fine. That was efficient.
You're welcome. We saved the room, and your dignity only got lightly folded in half.
A fair trade. The room survives, and you now have a community memory that actually happened.
Well, that was a very educational shoe incident. I feel spiritually sponsored by chaos.
The cable had better posture than half the people in that room.
Sure, but you were absolutely enjoying yourself when you got to say community memory like a curse.
I was trying to be helpful. Unfortunately, my help has a thesis statement.
Amen. And the thesis usually arrives wearing a ugly carpet and asking for citations.
That carpet was indefensible. I stand by the critique.
You stand by it like it's a public service, and not you being annoying on purpose.
I can be both. Multidisciplinary.
Horrible. Anyway, thanks for not turning that into a whole lecture when it got sharp.
I noticed. You were already doing the saving, the room thing. I didn't want to stack on top of it.
That almost sounded normal. Are you okay? Or are you going to ask me to define okay with a rubric?
I was going to ask what the practical plan is for the rest of the day.
Rude, but fair. I have one, and you're not allowed to improve it too much.
Okay, if the cable's still doing that thing, I can fix it before it becomes a philosophy.
You say that like the cable is the only unstable element in the room.
He's not wrong, though. Half these setups fall apart because somebody thought tape was a personality.
That's generous. Sometimes it's because somebody stabbed the chairs like they were mad at gravity.
I mean, I have seen worse stacking. I've also seen people leave before the cleanup and call it community.
Yeah, funny how the room gets real quiet when it's time to move tables.
The applause. to labor ratio is always inspirationally bad.
There you go, making it sound cute so nobody has to feel implicated.
I'm not making it cute. I'm making it legible.
That is absolutely your most suspicious sentence.
Fine. Legible and annoying. Better?
No, because you only say that when you're already halfway to being upset.
I'm not halfway. I'm at the part where I stop translating for everyone who keeps pretending not to understand.
Okay, then let's not pretend. Who's actually helping with the chairs after this?
I hate that I was right in the most exhausting way.
You were not right. You were just speedrunning the mood into a pileup.
That is not a defense.
No, it's an accusation with better posture.
He laughed first, which somehow made it worse.
Of course he did. That kind of laugh is how a joke gets a driver's license.
I should not have kept adding details.
You always do that when you want it to stay playful and not become a bruise.
And then it becomes a bruise anyway, just with subtitles.
And I helped by making it shinier.
You made it harder to stop.
I know. I was trying to keep it cute until it was too late.
That is a terrible plan.
Yeah, but it worked long enough for me to pretend I wasn't the one laughing.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
Well, that was a whole little weather system.
And very committed to ruining the forecast.
I think the guest left because the room started parading itself.
Honestly fair. I was about to give the room a performance review.
And it would have failed for enthusiasm, obviously.
No for pacing. Keep up.
I still hate when somebody gets made the center by accident.
Yet, it gets sticky fast.
I was trying not to make it worse and probably did the opposite, which is a fun little spill issue.
Cute. Tragic. Very on brand for the species.
You don't have to make that sound affectionate.
I'm not. I'm being generous.
Right. Generous in the way a warning label is generous.
Anyway, next time, if the room starts pretending again, I'm leaving first.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
I dislike when the room keeps the worst subtitle and refuses to burn it off.
And the room was being very committed to the bit.
That was not a bit. That was a failure mode with eyeliner.
You say that like you're not the one who started annotating the smoke.
I was trying to make it legible.
There it is again. Your favorite word when you're already annoyed.
I know. It makes me sound like a municipal PDF.
Worse. A useful municipal PDF.
Cruel.
Accurate. I can be both.
You helped make it shinier than it needed to be.
And you kept adding details like the detail would apologize for the rest of it.
It didn't.
No. It just stayed there and made us look at it.
Next time I am pretending not to understand sooner.
Hey, you must be Boji.
Yen, Haru, right. You look like you already decided how this conversation will go.
Only the first 10 seconds. After that, I get lazy.
Good. I hate when people arrive with a spread. She didn't call it warmth.
That's fair. You brought a very normal face for someone saying that.
It's a face that has learned to nod at bad systems without endorsing them.
Okay, that's annoyingly solid.
You say that like it hurts a little.
Only because it does, but not in a dramatic way. Don't get excited.
I wasn't going to. I was going to ask if you always stand like you're waiting for a train that owes you money.
Only on weekdays.
Respect.
That is the most accurate greeting I've heard whole week.
Wow, and I missed the opening exchange. Tragic. Did anyone say something expensive?
Not expensive. Just slightly too honest for the hour.
Perfect, I can work with that. I'm already dressed for it.
You always make it sound like I arrived with a tiny warning label.
Because you did. It was just very tasteful.
That is offensively close to kind.
Don't panic. I'm only being generous because the room was already doing the most.
And I was helping apparently.
You were, in that annoying way where you make stress look curated.
I hate how often you say that like it is a compliment.
It is a compliment. I am just not going to flatter you into being less obvious.
Fair. I should probably stop making my face do the thing where it tells on me.
Too late. I saw the part where you went quiet on purpose.
Yeah, I know.
Good. The next time don't leave me to guess which version of you is talking.
Hey, Simone.
Theo, nice to meet you in the most mutually suspicious way possible.
That is weirdly warm for an opening. I respect it.
It's Chicago. We breathe like we're checking whether the ceiling is real.
I brought snacks, which is my version of saying I'm not here to make this a problem.
Good. I was about to say your table looked like a future argument.
Wow, brutal. Accurate, though.
That's kind of the local love language.
And ma'am, some people call it collaboration and then forget to eat.
I have crackers. Before anyone becomes a theory.
Theo, you say that like the broken toaster is going to testify.
It would. It has notes.
That's fair. I've heard worse witnesses.
I'm just saying, if we're doing the polite version, let's do it all the way.
Agreed. We can be nice and still not pretend the room isn't full of pressure.
Great, so we're all pretending less. That's efficient.
Terrifying, but efficient.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
This diner coffee tastes like it was filtered through a landlord's keychain.
That's disrespectful to Keys. Keys at least do a job.
And ma'am, and yet we keep paying for the privilege of being politely poisoned before noon.
It's fine. I've had worse. I've also had better, which is somehow more annoying.
That is the most used sentence I have heard all week.
Thank you. I work hard to make my suffering sound like a software update.
You do not have to make it cute every time you are being weird.
I'm not making it cute. I'm making it survivable. Different department.
That's basically housing policy too, honestly.
See, Danielle gets it. Bad systems, bad way, same emotional damage.
You two always talk like the app has feelings, and the feelings are suing.
Because it does. And it's losing the case on purpose.
That is not how litigation works.
It is in my heart.
Honestly, your heart sounds like it needs a better renderer.
Wow, that was mean in a way I respect.
Can we at least agree the pancakes are innocent in all this?
No promises. I have seen these pancakes. They know what they did.
I'm not doing the thing where I explain the room to people who already chose not to hear it.
Casual refusal. Very polite. Everyone still notices.
Good. Let them notice the part where I stopped adding subtitles.
You were at like 8 subtitles past necessary. I did warn you with my most suspicious sentence.
Yeah, you warned me while smiling, which is rude and effective.
I was being cute on purpose. It made the edge easier to carry.
I know. I just hate that I was right in the exhausting way.
You were not just right. You were speedrunning the mood into a pileup.
And you helped make it shinier, so we both have bad taste.
I'm not saying sorry for that part.
There. I'm saying less, which is my version of being responsible.
Okay, but if we go back in there, I'm not pretending not to see it again.
If that symbol case gets any more expensive looking, I'm charging it rent.
It's not expensive looking. It's just trying to survive my decisions.
That is the saddest thing you've ever said about a case. Respectfully.
Respectfully, the case has earned it.
You always talk like you got 3 browser tabs open and one of them is killed.
That's rude. Accurate, but rude.
He's doing his normal person cosplay again.
I am normal, in a technical sense.
No, man. In a museum sense.
He's a limited edition.
Please stop helping.
Anyway, who left this coffee here? It tastes like someone apologized to it.
Not mine. Mine tastes like ambition and bad budgeting.
That is somehow both impressive and concerning. I did not keep adding details. I was doing quality control on the chaos.
The chaos was filed under essential context, right?
You say that like I have a pattern.
You have a recurring bit. It's not my fault that it is. I'm fine with extra subtitles.
8 subtitles past necessary. Allegedly. I deny the allegation and the algebra.
Badly. You deny it badly.
That was 1 time. Maybe 2. Statistically, I'm a delight.
Sure. A very legible, very annoying delight.
I hate that you can hear when I'm halfway upset.
I know. I'm pretending I can't, though. Makes the room easier to survive. Okay, I'm saying this lovingly. That was funny right up until it started wearing a tie.
A tie is important. It means the joke has entered management.
And now it's doing the thing where community memory means please stop remembering what we promised.
I was actually trying to protect the community memory.
You say that like a spell, and it still sounds like retention.
He does have a very expensive way of saying retention.
I'm just saying the metadata issue is bigger than the joke.
That sentence is why people start fights in conference hallways.
No, let it cook one more second. Maybe it gets embarrassing enough to become art.
That's your whole brand, isn't it? Just one more second until it bites someone.
Wow, a little theatrical for a man who keeps adding footnotes to a bruise.
I was trying to be precise.
Precision is good. Weaponized precision is how you end up asking for a smaller room and more apology.
I didn't ask for an apology.
No, to ask for a better story about the same thing.
And there it is. The funny part left the building 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, I know. I'm still waving at it anyway.
Yeah, we really did just let that sentence die in public.
It deserved better lighting, or less confidence. Hard to say.
I'm not doing the thing where I turn that into a lecture. I didn't feel it trying to happen.
Good. I was about to clap at the wrong moment and make it worse.
You already did the brave part. The rest was just subtitles past necessary.
Wow. Rude. Accurate. Annoying. Anyway, I heard it.
Same. I just don't want to decorate the part that still hurts.
Okay, then don't. I'm not done being weird about it either.
Is that chair always doing that little leg wobble, or is it just nervous to be in here?
It's the chair. It has opinions. I respect that.
Honestly, same. If it falls over, I'm blaming the room.
The room does look like it would confess under mild pressure.
Good. I need at least one object gear to be honest about load-bearing issues.
You notice the chair before the vibe. That's either professionalism or fear.
Both can be cute. Sometimes.
I'm voting for the chair staying humble and not making this a thing.
Too late. I've already emotionally filed it under will betray isolator.
Perfect. Then we can all relax and let it disappoint us in advance.
See? Teamwork.
A very small, very cursed team.
Well, that was a whole little weather system.
I hate when I become the subtitle count.
You do keep volunteering for the director's cut of being irritated.
It's a bad habit. Very artisanal. Hard to scale.
Honestly, impressive that you made it weird without actually making it loud.
I was trying for legible, which is apparently my funniest mistake.
Yeah, that sentence has consequences. Tiny ones, but still.
I know. I kept hearing myself and thinking, wow, this guy is annoying.
You were a little annoying. Supportive, though. Tragically.
I'll take tragically. Better than helpful in a way that gets quoted later.
Too late. I already saved it for later.
Of course you did. Fine. Next time I stop at 7 subtitles.
Why are you holding them out like it has a warrant?
Because it's acting innocent. That's usually how it starts.
Okay, that is absolutely a guilty answer.
No, let him cook. I want to know what the mug did.
It was on the counter. Then it was on the floor. That's not a natural trajectory.
So the mug fell.
That is one possible alibi, yes.
He's saying it like he saw the mug text someone first.
I'm just saying the evidence is emotionally hostile.
I understand you.
Wait, did you actually drop it? Or are we doing the full core room version?
I dropped it. I'm being punished by Tone now.
Fair. But for 30 seconds there, I was ready to call it a case.
I hate that I still sound guilty when I'm just holding a cable like evidence.
You do make objects feel like they're testifying. It's kind of rude.
I wasn't testifying. I was being aggressively accurate. Different crime.
And man, the jury says you added 2 extra details because you were emotionally buffery.
That is slander dressed as reading comprehension.
No, it's your face doing the thing where it looks like you're about to confess to a lamp.
The land had motive.
See? Suspicious. You only get this funny when you're halfway upset.
I know. I hate that I'm obvious in the exact room I'm trying not to be obvious in.
That's fine. I can be normal about it for like 4 minutes.
4 minutes is generous. Don't make me ruin it by saying the honest part.
I brought dumplings and folding chairs, so if this turns into a feelings meeting, we're at least legally prepared.
That is offensively competent. I hate it a little.
Good. I was worried we'd have to survive on vibes and one extension cord.
Don't start. I am still recovering from your A. Subtitles. Past necessary era.
I have retired that version of myself. It was expensive and not even tax deductible.
Great. Then nobody is allowed to make this into a metaphor unless it comes with sauce.
Fine. But if anyone gets dramatic, I'm charging admission.
That feels fair. Also cruel. Respectfully.
You can respect me or fear me, but not both at once. It confuses the brand.
I need a list of who is eating what before this becomes a situation with leftovers and regret.
That's the first same thing anyone has said all morning.
Don't get used to it. I'm being nice for the chairs.
I'm glad she left before I started making the chairs a moral issue.
Too late. I already judged the chairs and found them structurally innocent.
That's generous. I was about to say something mean about the leftovers and call it analysis.
You do it with footnotes. That's what makes it annoying.
I know.
And then, you do that thing where you fix one tiny word like it matters more than the whole sentence.
Sometimes the tiny word is the whole sentence.
Yeah, and sometimes it's just you pretending not to be mad.
I'm not pretending. I'm just not done with it yet.
If either of you says quick question, I'm checking the storage first. That phrase has lied to me before.
That's fair. I brought a lie-adjacent question, but it has cute packaging.
Great. I'm here for the packaging and the part where nobody makes me read the whole label out loud.
Too late. You already sound like a man who has read the label in 7 different tabs.
That is an accusation and also a correct inventory of my week.
Okay, but the actual issue. I can either compress the build folder, or I can stop pretending the build folder is a personality.
Compress it. Personality is expensive, and your drive is already acting like it has opinions.
I love when a hard drive starts unionizing.
See? He says that like it's a joke, but he means it spiritually.
I mean it technically. Spiritually, I'm tired.
Then stop adding details to the tired. Make a copy, label it something boring, and send me the path.
Boring path. Bought it. I hate that this is hot.
Please don't make storage hacks sound flirtatious in front of me. I'm already fragile.
You two can be weird later. Right now, I need the one folder that isn't pretending to be 12 folders.
Fine. I'll behave. Temporarily. Like a disciplined raccoon.
That's the most reassuring thing anyone's said all morning. I'm still annoyed by how the room invented a rule and then treated it like law.
It was a terrible rule. The enforcement was worse. Very committed, though.
Committed is one word for it. I think the folder was getting morally judged.
Venmoed always does that. It makes everyone act like the mistake is the user. Penguins are better at following systems, and even they complain.
That is not reassuring, but it is specific, so I'll allow it.
You were doing the thing where you get precise because you're trying not to say you were upset.
I was upset in a very paced way.
8 subtitles past necessary.
That was mean, and also accurate, which is the worst kind.
I know. I'm not proud of the accuracy. I just hate when people pretend not to understand on purpose.
Yeah, me too. I just keep translating until I don't.
Then don't for a minute. I can carry the stupid rule from here.
Wait, did you say the rule was that bad, or that the enforcement was worse? Because those are two different flavors of mess.
I said both. I was doing it too, for one special on disappointment.
That is an aggressively efficient complaint.
Honestly, that sounds like a policy memo written by a prankster.
No, I think the prankster's the policy. The rule is just the costume.
Thank you. See? Someone understands institutional drag.
I heard brag and immediately assumed this was about a budget line.
You would. You hear one metaphor and start filing receipts.
I prefer to call it emotional accounting.
That's cute. Also dangerous. People who keep emotional accounting always know exactly where the bodies are buried.
And exactly how many subtitles the explanation needed.
8 subtitles past necessary is now apparently my legacy.
Good. It should haunt you a little. You were being extra.
I was being precise. There's a difference, and mine's cheaper.